Chapter 1151. Mountains and rivers collapsed, and the huge bottom crust shifted, as if ushering in a geological catastrophe. The 1,000-year spirit energy that broke out of the shell instantly turned into a spirit energy storm, surging and erupting from the bottom of Mount Tai. It was comparable to a level 10 hurricane, but it was even more destructive than a hurricane. The violent spirit energy was like high-purity oxygen. For people with low cultivation base, it was like a deadly poison. Even if they only took a breath, it would easily increase their power to the extent that their meridians couldn't bear it. The violent storm of spiritual energy blew people away, and they flew to the summit of Mount Tai. At this moment, the broken mountain of Mount Tai was forcibly opened by this violent 1,000-year-old spiritual energy, turning into two symmetrical mountains. At this moment, the land was illuminated, but no one paid attention to it. The 7 jade dragon pillars converged in the sky, and at this moment, another spirit sword of the earth was formed. And the moment the spirit sword appeared, it directly shot towards the ground, towards the location of the crouching dragon villa. When the 1,000-year spirit energy burst out, people with high cultivation base were able to withstand the huge force of the spirit energy storm, but they were still able to stabilize themselves, and some of them even gained some benefits. But the eruption of spirit energy didn't seem to be as terrifying as imagined. Even though mountains and rivers were collapsing, it was only 100 miles around Mount Tai as the epicenter, and wasn't as serious as imagined. Of course, with the current strength of the spirit energy impact, ordinary people within 100 miles would definitely not be able to withstand it. Perhaps in a few seconds, they would be drowned in this violent spirit energy. But at this time, at least 100 miles around Mount Tai was almost an uninhabited area, a land of death. It had stopped. From the ground, Fire Cloud, evil god, struggled to break out of the ground, and looked around at everything. This is just the beginning. Blind, you really didn't die. Fire Cloud, evil god, looked back. At this moment, Mr. Blind was supporting himself with his ancient sword and barely managed to remain standing. At this moment, only he and the evil god Fire Cloud were left. All the Tao demons in the joint forces had been blown away by the spiritual energy storm and were probably temporarily scattered. Old man, can you still move? Mr. Blind's body was swaying. This time it's just a prelude. The true eruption of the 1,000-year spirit energy is still to come. You're saying this is just a prelude? Fire Cloud, evil god's expression, suddenly changed. It's like a crack in a dam. In the beginning, water will shoot out from the crack. However, as the cracks widen, the dam will eventually split apart. At that time, the real flood will come. Mr. Blind took a deep breath. I don't know how much time is left, but logically speaking, this should be an instantaneous chain reaction. But it has stopped. This is probably because of Shinryu. Perhaps she is suppressing the expansion of the crack. If that's the case, I'm afraid that only Shinryu can do it. Fire Cloud, evil god, laughed bitterly as he forced himself to stand up. But in an instant, he fell back down. If only Bihua was here. I really don't have any strength left. Who would have thought that Long Sha would still be alive? Mr. Blind's expression was grave. This time, Long Sha was the one who broke open the Earth's spirit energy. If it obtains this energy, it might be able to evolve into a Chinese evil dragon that can rival the true dragon. If it stays by the side to stop it, I'm afraid that even if the true dragon wants to suppress the expansion of the crack, it won't last long. Mr. Blind clenched his teeth and suddenly took out a few more golden needles. You're crazy, old blind man. If you stick a few more needles in, you won't be able to last an hour, let alone tomorrow's sun. Mr. Blind laughed bitterly. I was the one who released the Long Sha, and Kelowna was shaken once because of it. The last time Master died because of me. I left this broken life behind and left home. These dozens of years, I finally muddled along. I never knew why I stayed behind. Now, maybe it's because of this moment. Old man, I won't be able to drink that bottle of wine of yours. If you have the chance, you can sprinkle it under that parasol tree. Blind man. When the golden needles lit up, Mr. Blind closed his eyes. But the moment these golden needles were about to pierce into the vital acupoints of his body, they were knocked down by something. A ghostly figure flashed past and actually snatched these golden needles away. The ghostly figure quickly took shape in front of Fire, Cloud, Evil God, and Mr. Blind. It was the appearance of a middle-aged man with a cold and pale face. "You are Xiao Xingmao?" Fire, Cloud, Evil God frowned with a surprised expression. This time, Xiao Xingmao wasn't with the joint forces, nor any of the ghosts from Ghost City. But Xiao Xingmao had indeed arrived at Crouching Dragon Villa before the Penglai conference began. But ever since Bai Jie and the others returned from Penglai Treasury, Xiao Xingmao had been missing. Who would have thought that this Ghost City Master would appear here at this moment? "City Master Xiao, why are you?" Mr. Blind obviously recognized Xiao Xingmao. Decades ago, during the Dragon Evil Calamity, Qing Xiaozi, as a rising star of the Cotton Sect, was brought to the stage of the Divine Prefecture's Dao Demons by Tian Xian's 70th generation. Basically, all the senior Dao Demons had seen Qing Xiaozi in person, and naturally, Qing Xiaozi had seen him as well. "Qing Xiaozi, it's still too early to seek death," Xiao Xingmao said in a low voice. "Qing Xiaozi, your master asked me to entrust a few words to you." "My master?" Mr. Blind opened his mouth in surprise. "He asked me to send you to a place. Let's talk while we walk. Please get on the carriage." Xiao Xingmao nodded. He waved his hand, and a gust of cold wind shot out from his sleeve. The cold wind gathered and turned into a carriage pulled by a Blackfire Enox. The surrounding shattered mountains and huge rocks stood in great numbers. The destruction caused by the explosion of spiritual energy was so terrifying. In the battle, he was seriously injured. Then he was blown away by the spiritual power storm and finally thrown into the rubble. At this time, the greedy wolf young master, Zixing, leaned weakly under a boulder and covered his shoulder. There was a torn wound on his shoulder. She was injured by the long spear of the 36 Big Dipper generals of Xianyuan Palace. Zixing used a secret technique to stop the bleeding. At this moment she frowned. Every movement of her internal injury caused her great pain. She took a deep breath and raised her head to look at the night sky. She also looked at the place where the peak of Mount Tai used to be. Now, Mount Tai had become 2 mountains. This caused Purple Star's heart to be shocked. Her gaze quickly swept around. At this time, 2 figures bumped into Zixing's line of sight. This made Zixing look up abruptly and saw 2 men standing on a huge rock. One of them was an old man, and the other was a young man with an evil face. However, Purple Star felt a chill from the old man's body, as well as a group of extremely familiar evil things. "I found you. I missed you very much." The old man on the huge rock sneered at this time, then jumped out and directly jumped in front of Zixing. Yuichi Suzuki, or rather Lien Zhen. At the same time, the other evil young man also jumped together. Haruxin Suzuki Hakata. These 2 brothers were in the same boat. Hakata grinned at this time. "Brother Lien Zhen, what did I say? High risk, high reward. Look at these Mount Tai where dragons and snakes gather. It is extremely dangerous, but there are also opportunities." "Well, you said that you want to get back your greedy wolf's power. Didn't you get it?" After saying that, Hecata squatted down and looked at the nervous Zixing at this time. "Little sister, don't be afraid. We're here to set you free. You should be familiar with the one next to you, right? Greedy wolf. It's you." Zixing had no time to pay attention to Hakata's gaze. She looked at Lien Zhen with a dignified expression, "The one in the cave that day. Sure enough, it was you." Lien Zhen sneered at this time. "Last time in the cave I let you escape, but this time you won't be so lucky." "Zixing, all these years I have been lodging in your body, and I have no choice but to follow your orders. Today, I will take back everything with interest. From now on, The power of the greedy wolf will no longer belong to your greedy wolf clan. Lien Zhen said nothing at this moment and reached out to grab Zixing. But at this moment, Hakata stretched out his hand and stopped him. Hakata, what do you mean? Lien Zhen was suddenly angry. Brother Lien Zhen, don't worry, listen to me first. Yamato no Orochi squinted his eyes and said, As for me, I definitely won't stop you from taking back your greedy wolf. After all, we live and die together. Naturally, the stronger you are, the safer I will feel. However, can you leave this little girl's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls to me? What do you want to do? Lien Zhen suddenly frowned. Hakata sneered. I have changed my mind. I suddenly feel that this greedy wolf young master's body is not bad. At this moment, after this battle in Kelowna, the world's aura has recovered. Why should we go far away? You want to? Orochi narrowed his eyes and said, Bro, don't you think it's a good deal to take in the entire greedy wolf clan? This is the young master of the greedy wolf clan. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill him? I'm tired of this Haruxin, Suzuki's body. Do as you wish. Lien Zhen snorted coldly. At this moment, the power of the greedy wolf was in front of him. How could he have the mood to care about this with Hakata here? Wait, someone is coming. Yamato no Orochi frowned at this moment. Damn it. Lien Zhen showed his fierce nature at this moment and was about to attack. Hakata immediately stopped him and hurriedly said, I say, brother, don't you see how many fierce people there are in this Mount Tai today? You and I have only recovered a little strength now, not all of it. If we encounter a fierce person, we are just trash. Don't be impulsive. Then what do you think we should do? Lien Zhen waved his arm impatiently. His eyes were like a wolf, staring at Zixing. One word, hide. Hakata smiled, waved his hand, and imprisoned Zixing's body. At this moment, 2 more figures were shuttling through the rubble at lightning speed. What the hell is going on? On the boulder, Mo Xiaofei retracted his palm from his eyebrows and looked into the distance. They didn't make it in time for the battle. They just followed the figure of Shinryu in Kelowna all the way. Mo Xiaofei looked down. At this time, Zhuefeng shook his head. I don't know. It was really scary just now. Brother, did you see it? Such a big mountain directly cracked open. I don't know what happened to Master. Mo Xiaofei bit his finger. Zhuefeng, let's speed up. Okay. Zhuefeng nodded and jumped on the boulder at once. Mo Xiaofei squatted down at this time, ready to Zhuefeng, but Zhuefeng stood still like a fool at this time. Mo Xiaofei frowned. Zhuefeng? Zhuefeng. Ah, oh. Zhuefeng looked at the rocks in front of him in confusion. Brother, wait for me. I seem to smell Zixing. Zixing. Mo Xiaofei was taken aback. Suddenly, the appearance of the young master of the greedy wolf clan appeared in his mind. Speaking of which, Zhuefeng seemed to have a crush on her. However, she was the young master of the greedy wolf clan, a noble person. She didn't show much interest in Zhuefeng at that time. Zhuefeng, listen to me, this girl. Mo Xiaofei was about to say something, but Zhuefeng had already jumped into the rocks. Zhuefeng raised his head and sniffed, searching all the way. Mo Xiaofei scratched his head and had to float behind Zhuefeng. Soon after, Zhuefeng stopped in front of a boulder. Strange, the smell is obviously here, but I can't see anyone. There is no one at all. Mo Xiaofei shook his head. Do you dream of what you think of in the day? Zhuefeng still walked around the boulder in front of him in confusion. Finally, he returned to Mo Xiaofei's body and sighed. Maybe. I haven't seen her for a long time. I don't know how she is now. Well, don't think too much. Mo Xiaofei patted Zhuefeng on the shoulder. If you two are fated, you will definitely meet again. Maybe when you find my master later. You can also see Zixing, by the way. How about this? When the time comes, my master and I will work together to create an opportunity for you and Zixing. Ah, this is not good, right? Zhuefeng stammered. Will Lord Long agree? Will he? I think my master has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. If I beg her, this thing may work." And Mo Xiaofei touched his chin and said, "But let's make it clear first. I'm just creating an opportunity for you. If she doesn't like you, you have to give up. I think Nini is a good choice. Don't you want to consider it?" "Are you stupid? Nini likes cheese," Zhui Feng said grumpily. "Besides, this master is a man. How can I seduce my sister-in-law? If I do that, how can I, Zhui Feng, still be able to mingle with others?" Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you. Let's go." Mo Xiaofei waved his hand, but suddenly changed the topic. "But before leaving, let's solve the matter here first. Do you still want to hide?" In an instant, hundreds of tiny stones floated up on the ground. These stones were attracted by Mo Xiaofei's psychokinesis and shot out like bullets toward the boulder in front of him. When the hundreds of stones were about to hit the boulder suddenly moved. It was as if the stones were blocked by something, and they immediately shattered. And at this critical moment, a cold voice came, "Meddlesome brat, die!" Bang! In the face of this attacking figure, Zhui Feng directly stood in front of Zhui Feng. However, it was too hurried, so Zhui Feng was instantly knocked out and hit the boulder behind him. And Mo Xiaofei immediately set up a psychokinesis barrier in front of him with psychokinesis and retreated to Zhui Feng's side. "Zhui Feng, are you hurt?" "I'm fine." Zhui Feng shook his head and quickly got up from the ground. At the same time, he was afraid of the dust on his body. The two brothers looked forward at the same time and saw the person who launched the sneak attack in front of them, a young man with a strange face. And behind the young man was a strong old man. But this was not the most important thing. "Zixing!" The two brothers exclaimed in unison at this time. At this moment, Zixing's hands were grabbed by Lian Zhen and her shoulders were pressed at the same time. She couldn't move, but Zixing's eyes were wide open. Her eyeballs kept moving as if she wanted Zhui Feng and Mo Xiaofei to leave this place as soon as possible. "Brat, not bad. You can actually see through my illusion." Hakata looked at Mo Xiaofei at this time. "Brat, I didn't expect us to meet again." "I've seen you before?" Facing Hakata's words, Mo Xiaofei frowned subconsciously. With his powerful active brain, he couldn't remember seeing this guy. "Oh, it doesn't matter if you don't remember. What's important is that this old ancestor remembers it clearly." Yamato no Orochi looked at Mo Xiaofei like a prisoner who saw a beautiful woman stripped naked. This was the reincarnation of the ancient emperor's remnant soul. Compared to the ancient emperor's remnant soul, the soul of young Master Tan lying behind him was nothing. Looking at the situation of this brat, I'm afraid he doesn't even know that I'm the reincarnation of the ancient emperor, right? Hakata secretly calculated at this time. This trip to Mount Tai is really worth it. Not only did I get a trace of divinity, although I was later forced to split it into two by Lianjin, but now I've encountered the ancient emperor's remnant soul. My luck is changing. Hakata, don't talk nonsense here. Hurry up and get rid of these two brats. I have a bad feeling. Unexpectedly, Lian Zhan behind him suddenly looked dignified at this time. I feel it, a kind of thing that made him tremble in fear. Don't worry, brother. It's just two brats. I can't. Before he could finish his words, a fist, neither too big nor too small, hit Orochi's face hard at this moment. This punch directly smashed Orochi's face. Hakata, who was dumbfounded, was smashed into a stone at this time. At the same time, Lian Zhen's face changed dramatically at this time. He knew what the bad feeling was. It came from this inconspicuous little monster. Tan Lang. Lian Zhen widened his eyes. Zhui Feng. And Mo Xiaofei opened his mouth. He had never seen Zhui Feng's appearance at this time. A huge monster power was emitted from his body, one after another. Zhui Feng's whole body seemed to be wearing a coat made of monster power. The sound was much louder in an instant. The gravel on the ground floated up because of this surging monster power. The air became much heavier in an instant. Let go of her. Feng roared in a low voice, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Lien Zhen's face changed dramatically at this moment. He grabbed Zixing and jumped up. He rushed into the air, but at this moment Feng, who was wrapped in a huge monster power coat, appeared directly in front of him. I said, "Let go of her." Lien Zhen was quick-witted. He directly pushed Zixing forward at this time. But at this moment, a strange force directly imprisoned his body, and Zixing was directly pulled away from him by an invisible force. He couldn't even grab hold of her. On the ground, Mo Xiaofei stretched out his hands at the same time. With a pull and a grab, he directly pulled Zixing down. Feng, go! Bastard! How dare you grab my Zixing? The first style of Imperial Shocking Fist, Tan Lang's supernatural power, lightning speed. Tan Lang's supernatural power, giant strength. Tan Lang's supernatural power, King Kong. Boom! The fist wrapped in supreme monster power directly blasted on Lien Zhen's chest at this time. The display of pure power. The air spread out like ripples under this punch. Lien Zhen's body also hit the ground crazily at this moment. The ground. This rocky area sank layer by layer in an instant. In the air, because of the surge of monster power, Feng's body paused for a short time. At this moment, after the punch, he clenched his fist, looked up at the bright moon in the night, and let out a huge roar. The wolf's howl shook the mountains and rivers. At this time, Mo Xiaofei held Zixing by his side with his mind power. He rushed up to the sky at the moment when the ground was hit. At this time, Mo Xiaofei glanced at Feng and rubbed his eyebrows. He didn't know if his other self would have any negative impact on Feng after teaching him that strange fist technique. Wolf Lord, he is. Wolf Lord. The power of confinement on Zixing's body had disappeared. At this moment, she looked at Feng, who was howling to the sky. A fear that originated from the depths of her blood instantly filled her entire soul. Wolf Lord? Mo Xiaofei obviously heard Zixing's words and looked over at this time in confusion. Zixing wanted to say something, but stopped. At this time, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She was seriously injured. After being confined by Hakata, she was injured again. At this time, under the influence of Feng's ancient greedy wolf power, the wolf blood in her body boiled and instantly broke her nerves. Zixing fainted at once. "Stop screaming. Your Zixing fainted," Mo Xiaofei shouted from Feng at this time. Feng suddenly quivered. The surging monster power fell back to the level of a little monster. Without the support of monster power, Feng suddenly fell from the sky. Wah! Help! Mo Xiaofei shook his head. He was still unreliable. He was still a child. Big brother, is this guy dead? Feng carried Zixing on his back. After Zixing fainted, she couldn't wake up. No matter how she shouted, there was no response. If it weren't for his smooth breathing, Mo Xiaofei estimated that Feng would have gone berserk again. He's dead. Mo Xiaofei shook his head. At this time, the old man in the big pit had completely changed shape. The old man's eyes rolled up, and he had no breath at all. Even the strange young man who was with this old man was nowhere to be found at this time. Mo Xiaofei scratched his head. The other guy may have escaped in the chaos. He was probably scared by your punch. But speaking of which, you're amazing. How did you become so fierce? Feng chuckled twice. I don't know. It's just a feeling. The closer I get to the front, the more energetic my body becomes. Now, when I take a breath, I feel full of strength. Why don't I feel this way? And Mo Xiaofei shook his head. Forget it, this is weird. I'll ask my master after I see him. Zixing, you continue to carry him. After Feng and Mo Xiaofei carried Zixing away, a figure crawled out of the soil awkwardly. It was Hakata. Hakata was paralyzed on the ground at this time and took out a light ball from his clothes. This was Lien Zhen's soul. The soul light ball was dim at this moment. Lien Zhen's consciousness had completely fallen into a coma, and he couldn't wake up no matter how hard he tried. Hack it aside, they went through life and death together. Half of the injuries Lien Zhen suffered were transferred to him. It was really lucky to be able to keep his life at this time. Brother Lien Zhen, my brother is also like this, right? If I didn't share half with you, I'm afraid you wouldn't even have dregs left. He thought he encountered a bronze, but he didn't know that it was actually a king. He had fallen all the way to his grandma's house. Mount Tai is too dangerous. Let's go back, Brother Lien Zhen. After so many days, the sworn brothers in the world of Yanwei were still brothers in the same boat. Half an hour ago, inside Crouching Dragon Villa, Momo returned to Crouching Dragon Villa once again. There was one thing he found very strange. That was when he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He even prepared to turn into a ghost cultivator and then use the yin-yang reversal Taoist technique to return himself to the yang. Although this kind of behavior would have very serious consequences, it was better than being a ghost cultivator and angering his master to death. But he had completely recovered. Not only were his broken meridians repaired, even his magic power was completely restored, and it seemed that his magic power was even stronger. Momo thought of Senior Luo. Perhaps only Senior Luo could help him recover in such a short time. But his rationality told him that this wasn't the case. Senior Luo must have helped him because of business. But obviously Momo didn't ask for help at that time. Although he found it strange that he recovered, Momo had more important things to do. So the first thing he did after recovering was to return to Crouching Dragon Villa. First, when he escaped, he didn't remember to take Jean Eyre with him. Second, Lai Kaixing might not have left yet. This pair of master and disciple from the cloth sect appeared in Crouching Dragon Villa when they were attacking the peak of Mount Tai. They must have other plans. Momo took a deep breath, checking the remaining talismans on his body. Then he climbed over the walls of Crouching Dragon Villa and walked into the villa, rushing to the former courtyard of the cloth sect. But after a short while, Momo was blocked by a figure, and the one blocking him was shockingly that heavily injured demon, Du Lin. He was still heavily injured, blood seeping out of his shoulder, but the loot lock had been pulled off. Du Lin was blocking the road in front of the courtyard. Although his honor said that even Daluo immortals couldn't save you from this injury. Du Lin was sitting cross-legged under a tree, looking at Momo. But I don't know why I feel that you will come back soon. My premonition was right. Really? Momo stopped, saying indifferently, since your premonition is so accurate, then tell me, what should I do next? Du Lin shook his head. No matter what you plan to do, I won't let you in. This is the last step. I won't let you ruin his honor's plan. There was no need to continue arguing with Du Lin. Both Momo and Du Lin knew that their ideals were different. What exactly is Lai Kaixing planning? Momo asked in a low voice. This time as the mastermind, he didn't manage everything on the peak of Mount Tai, but secretly appeared in Crouching Dragon Villa. Don't tell me it's because of the good feng shui here. It's a good place to watch a show. Do you know why this place is called Crouching Dragon Villa? Du Lin asked suddenly. Momo frowned, as he didn't know why Du Lin suddenly asked about this. Momo glanced around before shaking his head. Because this is the ridge of Mount Tai. Du Lin said slowly, 40 years ago, Qing Xiazi of Bai sect once attracted the evil dragon. This evil dragon and Kelowna's 12 ancestral dragon veins are of the same origin. Strictly speaking, even Kelowna's Shinryu is of the same origin. Back then, the battlefield of the fiendish dragon rebellion was at this place. Crouching Dragon Villa was built on that battlefield. Momo frowned once again. Make it clear. Anyway, you don't plan to hide it anymore, do you? When Mount Tai's earth vein is successfully broken, the spiritual qi that has been stored for countless years will burst out in a flash. Du Lin said indifferently, I think you should know how much damage this burst of spiritual qi will cause, right? Isn't this what you want? Momo snorted. In order to restore the previous era, you've already spared no effort. Indeed, we spared no effort to restore the previous era. Du Lin said indifferently, but it's not to destroy everything. Listen, inside Mount Tai, there are many Tao demon elites. Among them, there are people like us who have exhausted our potential. Even if our spiritual chi recovers, there is no hope for us to improve in this lifetime. Similarly, there are rising stars like you. We will not let the future hope of these Tao demons perish in this spiritual chi storm. Momo was stunned. Then the spiritual chi bursting out from the same point is enough to destroy everything. Du Lin said slowly, but if there's one more point, the damage will be greatly reduced. At least, the intensity and range of the explosion will be reduced. Now his honor is inside, preparing to open the second gap when the first gap is opened. So you've done a good deed? Momo shook his head. Du Lin suddenly said in a low voice, Momo, listen, the situation on the summit of Mount Tai is changing rapidly. Are you sure that the people from the joint forces can organize the first breach? Shinryu has gone there. Being invincible doesn't mean we can ignore the existence of time. Du Lin took a deep breath. This is a time difference. In order to delay Shinryu, we've made many preparations. But from now on, everything is going smoothly. At least, Shinryu didn't appear until now, right? If she appeared earlier, the plan would have been carried out until now. Momo sighed. From the beginning of this Peng Lai meeting to the fight for the Imperial Edict on John Air, to the bizarre end of most of the Tao monsters and Tao monsters, until now you're really well prepared. Not really. At least there are many more variables. Du Lin shook his head. First, you. Then by Jia and the others, they returned earlier than expected. But no matter what, the plan has been carried out to the last step. Momo, think about it yourself. If you're confident that we'll lose on the top of Mount Tai, you can do it. If you don't have the confidence, then don't move. Because if your people fail at Mount Tai and you stop his honor here, then you will have a share in the destruction brought about by the eruption of spiritual energy at just one point, as well as all of the deaths. Didn't you say that we can't save those we can't reach, but we must save those we can reach? So what's your choice now? Momo gazed at Du Lin for a while before letting out a sigh. Take me to see Lai Kaisheng. It's great that it's you, Taoist friend Momo. Du Lin sighed. Momo sneered. Don't think you can just say something nice. That's not the case. If he's a hothead, perhaps he can't see the situation clearly. If he's just hot-blooded, he'll naturally choose another option. Therefore, Taoist friend Momo, please accept Du Lin's bow. Du Lin's face turned serious as he bowed deeply to Momo. Chapter 1152. Cotton Clothes Tao's side yard was almost destroyed during the fight between Momo and the 71st generation, or it was forcefully expanded, leaving only half a wall and a lone parasol tree. Momo followed Du Lin's footsteps, walking into this half wall. The surroundings had crystallized, turning into little people, and then being thrown into the crystal mother lode. Walking past crystal trees, Momo arrived at the secluded room of the side yard. Lai Kaisheng and Heaven's Heart, 70, first generation, were here. In this space surrounded by crystal trees, the surroundings emitted a faint green color. Even the soil was dyed with this color. A line of sight shot over from a crystal tree. Momo also saw that Miss Clerk of the Tao Association. Du Lin walked towards Lai Kaisheng and Heaven's Heart, 71st generation. Momo has agreed. Thank you for your hard work. Lai Kaisheng nodded. Heaven's Heart, 71st generation, looked at Momo and bowed. Taoist friend Momo, your name will definitely be passed down through the ages. I'm afraid it's Black's name. Momo shook his head. Indeed, I beat you too lightly. Heaven's Heart, 71st generation, smiled. No matter what, now that you're here, your goal is the same as ours for now. Momo heaved a sigh, saying seriously, Don't let me find out that you're up to no good. Although I can't beat Lai Kaisheng, You may not stop me from making trouble. I'm a cat, I'm lucky. No matter what, it's good to scare them first. Regardless of whether it was their cultivation or their state of mind at their level, it was more of a battle between their minds. They weren't like young and impulsive people. Instead, the higher they climbed, the more they had to worry about things, and the higher they climbed, the more they had to worry about. I can see that you're not only fully recovered from such a heavy injury, but you're even better than before. Lai Kaixing clasped his hands behind his back. I can't help but admire the means of that mysterious person. I'm afraid it's the means of a true immortal? Momo smiled at Lai Kaixing. Then he made a zipper action towards his lips. Lai Kaixing didn't mind. The recovery of spirit energy is right in front of us, but the person behind you still hasn't shown up. It seems like he thinks that you are enough to deal with everything. He even said that everything is actually under his control. Momo shrugged his shoulders. Actually, he didn't know either. Senior Luo had always been mysterious. Ever since they met in the fishing village by the sea, he had always been mysterious. He was probably a man who could be mysterious for the rest of his life. The person behind you is a Nirvana-level expert? While Momo was thinking, Lai Kaixing mentioned a term that Momo was unfamiliar with. What is a transcendent being? Momo said indifferently, I've only heard of the Avengers and the Watchers. I've never heard of the Transcendents. Is the transcendent being a couplet? Have you ever filmed a movie? Lai Kaixing smiled faintly and clasped his hands in front of him. Transcendents refer to individuals who have already transcended the will of this world. You mean immortals? Momo frowned. How many more secrets were these cloth-clothed guys hiding? Transcendents can be immortals, but immortals aren't necessarily transcendents. Lai Kaixing said slowly, Transcendents don't belong to this world. If they forcibly return, they have to follow the rules of this world. They are a group of people spurned by the world. If so, it makes sense that the person behind you doesn't want to show up. Kiki, you mean that's it? Momo waved his hand casually while looking at the sky. Don't talk nonsense. Get ready. Of course, I'll be ready too. Wu Ming's black sword flicked out with a swish sound. The ferocious spiritual power was condensed. Momo gazed at the top of Mount Tai. He promised Dulin that he would wait for this moment to decide whether he would take action or not. Time passed little by little. There was only less than a minute left before midnight. At this critical moment, Dulin's palms couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. 30 seconds. 29 seconds, Lai Kaixing suddenly said. Was it me who told you about the Bodhi Sanskrit? Momo cracked a smile. He didn't make any sound, but only mouthed, take a guess. Lai Kaixing slowly closed his eyes. Momo took a deep breath at the same time, getting rid of all distracting thoughts. Finally, 7 light beams shot out from different directions, converging somewhere in the night sky. A sky-shaking dragon roar was heard at this moment. Momo's condensed spiritual power crazily poured into the black wooden sword. Dulin also turned into his monster body, a huge jade qilin, blocking Lai Kaixing and Tian Xan's 71 generation. But then the earth started to tremble. A streak of light shot out from the top of Mount Tai. The top of Mount Tai had been split into 2 halves. After a few breaths, a strong gust of wind blew over. The power of this wind instantly blew away the tiles in the crouching dragon villa that were still in good condition. Within this gust of wind, even a single breath would contain dense spiritual energy. Momo's crazily rising aura instantly fell back down like a deflated balloon. The spirit chi wind that blew over quickly stopped. Momo heaved a deep sigh, saying with a solemn face, Lai Kaixing, I hope you won't play any tricks later. Seeing Momo give up, Dulin turned back into his human form, returning to Lai Kaixing's back. Far away, Miss Clerk let out a sigh of relief, secretly. Lai Kaixing slowly opened his eyes. Momo couldn't see any nervousness on his face, Even though he was the 71 generation, heavenly heart, he still felt a little nervous at that moment. No, you're lying to me. Momo suddenly lifted the wooden sword. Why is this spiritual power so weak? This is just the first step. Tion Xian's 71 generation said seriously, the real impact will come soon. You've waited until now. Why don't you wait a little longer? Then, without waiting for Momo's response, Tion Xian's 71 generation raised his arm. A great earth spirit sword appeared at the place where the 7 spiritual light beams converged. It quickly flew over and landed in Tion Xian's hand. Tion Xian's 71 generation had a solemn expression. He held the great earth spirit sword with both hands. The tip of the sword pointed at the ground, but didn't pierce it. He maintained this posture. At the same time, Lai Kaisheng slowly opened his hands. A vast amount of spiritual power gushed out from his body. Momo was inexplicably shocked. Because Lai Caixing's cultivation had far surpassed his, even in the reincarnation cycle, his spiritual power and state of mind had entered the Tao querying realm at the same time. The difference was like heaven and earth. Mana materialized. At this moment, beside Lai Kaisheng, the surging mana actually drew a huge picture of mountains and rivers. This is Kelowna's land? Momo exclaimed in a low voice. 12 rays of light appeared on the gigantic mountain river diagram. The rays of light meandered like 12 coiling divine dragons. At this moment, the 12 coiling divine dragons began to move, and they all moved in the same direction. Are these the 12 ancestral veins of Kelowna? Momo took a deep breath. Lai Kaisheng said slowly, when they gather, the spiritual energy that has been sealed for thousands of years will truly erupt. A drop of cold sweat slowly seeped out from Momo's forehead. This swimming speed is too fast, too fast. If the peak of Mount Tai was connected to crouching Dragon Mountain Villa in a straight line, then at this moment, with the most accurate positioning, the third point would form a perfect equilateral triangle. Then it must be this place, in a small waterfall in an inconspicuous mountain forest. In the nearby villages, there was a legend about the dragon god's child. The name of the dragon god's child in the legend was Wang. The storm at the outpost of the spiritual energy explosion destroyed more than half of the mountain forest, and this legendary waterfall changed the terrain because of it. Boss, what are these 12 earthworm-like things? On a rock near the waterfall pool, Miss Nero was using her favorite knife, Yame, to cut a beehive that she had just dug out from the forest. The golden honey almost stuck to her hand. Miss Nero didn't waste it at all. Licking her fingers with dissatisfaction, Boss Luo already knew the reason why she was obsessed with eating. So he didn't discuss it with Nero. He just complained, "Why don't you change your name to Winnie? Will I get a raise?" Miss Nero raised her head, sucked her thumb, and blinked. "If it's a raise, I can consider it." Luaccio ignored her. Boss Luo turned his gaze and looked at the 12 earthworm-like things that appeared above the pool in Nero's mouth. To be more precise, what appeared above the pool was a huge mountain river map. "Boss, you haven't told me what these 12 earthworm-like things are." "These are the 12 ancestral veins of Kelowna." Boss Luo said indifferently, "Just say this to me. If you have a chance to enter in the future, remember not to mention it in front of Miss Long. It's impolite. Also, you'd better restore your clothes to their original state." Clothes? Nero was stunned. She subconsciously looked at her own clothes. Well, she had DIY the heavy-made uniform she was wearing and changed it into a skimpy short dress. "Why, my chest is low enough. Isn't it good that it's faintly discernible?" With that said, Miss Nero pulled down her collar a little at the same time. "Boss, this is a rare opportunity. I don't know what opportunity it is." Of course it's not right. The taste of honey slowly melted in Nero's mouth at this moment. It should be an exciting thing, but it made her feel like her tongue was stuck. "What is it, Miss Nero?" It was an extremely sweet voice that came from behind. "Yes, I mean. Nero threw the beehive in her hand into the pool, then quickly got up. I'm talking about the scenery here. The scenery is not bad. Miss Yi, why are you here? I was just talking about you with the boss. Really? What are you talking about? Miss Maid smiled slightly. She always felt that there were thousands of evil spirits looming behind the chief executive. Nero had a flash of inspiration and instantly found a way to jump back from the edge of death. The boss said that we should change the taste occasionally so that it won't be monotonous. He said that if Miss Yi wears it like me, it will be very beautiful. Miss Maid was slightly stunned and looked at Luaccio. Master? Miss Nero was behind Miss Maid at this time. She put her hands together, lowered her head, and looked at Luaccio. Luaccio smiled slightly and said, Can I? I see. Miss Maid opened her mouth and then nodded. Miss Maid gently lifted her long skirt at this time, then slowly rotated her body. The long skirt began to shrink, and her white calves were also exposed at the same time. But at the same time they were also wrapped in black silk socks. Up to the knee, a circle of white lace completed the trimming of the socks. The skirt also went up a little, and at the same time there was a thin layer of lace. Only a small part of the thigh was exposed. At the same time, her sleeves began to shrink and shorten, reaching about 3 fingers above her elbow. The neckline was also lower than usual, and a circle of black ribbon was worn around her neck, completing her turn. Miss Maid whispered at this time, Master, is this okay? Come. Luaccio smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. Miss Maid didn't blink and put her hand gently on the boss' palm. The place where their palms were attached seemed to be shining with colorful light. So dazzling. Miss Nero took 2 steps back at this time and even covered her eyes with her hands. I'll leave it to you. Luaccio's voice was heard. Okay. Miss Maid's voice was heard. When Nero adapted to this almost blinding brilliance, the boss had already left. Only Miss Maid was holding a basketball-sized, colorful light ball in her hands at this time. Hey, what's this? Nero asked curiously. The boss didn't take her away, which meant she was not needed for the time being. Miss Maid smiled slightly at this time. Compared to this, Miss Nero, I want to ask you something. Well, what is it? Nero's heart suddenly beat, and she suddenly had a strange feeling. Miss Nero, you used to be the divine general of the Michael Club, so you must often go out for missions, right? Miss Maid was still so elegant. Well, it's okay. Nero subconsciously said, most of the time I'm active in Europe, and sometimes I go to places like North America, but I rarely contact here. In this case, Miss Nero, you must know a lot of languages for the convenience of missions. Miss Maid was as elegant as before. Nero shrugged and said, Not many. 27 languages. I'm lazy, and my cultural lessons are the worst among the divine general. I see, then I understand. Miss Maid smiled slightly and said, So, in order for Miss Nero to better complete the maid's work and be more clear about the content of the code, now please use these 27 different languages to copy the maid's code. Not many, just 10,000 times of each. Miss Maid was still so elegant. Nero opened her mouth. Chapter 1153. Thinking of the maid's handbook that was as thick as a Chinese-English dictionary, Nero wondered if she should go to the hospital for heart bypass surgery. She lowered her head like a defeated dog. As for the pen and paper, I'll prepare them for you later, Miss Nero. Nero's eyes twitched slightly. It seems impossible to copy the artifact. Is this chief executive a demon? Ignoring Nero's negative mood at this time, Miss Maid turned around and slowly threw out the colorful light ball in her hand. The pool under the waterfall was affected by the colorful light ball at this time. The water automatically flowed to all sides and finally exposed the pool. Nero, who already knew that it was hopeless to struggle, instantly cheered up with the spirit of a dead pig, not afraid of boiling water. What the hell is this? Do you know Tainzi? Miss Maid said indifferently. Nero nodded. Isn't Tainzi the old dog with negative moral integrity? He has been a black soul envoy for several days. You have also greeted the other 2 black souls in the club. This is a project done by Tainzi before. Miss Maid said casually, the benefits of this project are good. But when it was made, it didn't expect that it needs to be expanded so soon. Master's intention is to take advantage of this opportunity to properly expand its interior and transform it with spiritual chi to increase its activity and capacity. Oh, it sounds very powerful. Nero nodded. She didn't understand at all. The expansion plan has been in place for a long time. Miss Maid looked at the 12 swimming ancestral veins on the mountain river map above the pool. Master said that this is a good opportunity, so we shouldn't waste it. Nero was stunned. Well, this will not reduce the original aura concentration. The servant girl turned around and said with a smile, "Has anyone asked for the Reiki from Master? Since it is not requested by the guest, we naturally have the right to use it." No wonder. Nero was stunned. The club is still in this empty ruin. Then, after the boss came out of the Punglai treasure house, he wandered around more. It was absolutely intentional, right? But there was one thing that Nero didn't understand, and that was that the boss was omnipotent. Why did he have to spend so much effort and beat around the bush? Or rather, the boss himself had some difficulties that he had no choice but to do? Nero didn't continue to ask. Her sense of danger was almost instinctive. If she continued to ask, she was afraid that it wouldn't be as simple as copying the maid handbook 270,000 times. Speaking of which, Chief Executive, I seem to have met an opponent who is quite a threat to you. Nero's gaze turned, and he narrowed his eyes and said, "He's very pleasing to the boss. How about minus 269,999 copies?" Miss Maid said indifferently, "Luo Dance is not as scheming as you. If you're free, you can start now." With that said, a primary school monk's desk and chair appeared in front of Nero. There was a stack of A4 paper on the desk, as well as ink and quill pens. A quill! There was such a thing. Thus, the eyes of the club's newest employee started to twitch again. An hourglass floated beside Luaccio, and the sand like gold powder slowly fell down. This was the first thing that Luaccio came into contact with after becoming the boss. The only thing that could take away his immortal body and make him disappear completely was the boss's hourglass of life. At this moment, the hourglass was much less than the first day he became the boss of the club. Counting from this moment, the current amount could only last for a week. Basically, this hourglass would only appear when the boss's lifespan was reduced to the limit, to remind the boss that it was time to do business. Since Luaccio took over the club, he had never encountered such a situation because of the quality route. Later, there was the continuous income of the God King plan. In addition, there was a big deal with Su Zijuan. When he was in South America, he also obtained the power of the Dimension Observer. Although there were still many souls outside that hadn't been collected in general, Luaccio's lifespan was still continuing to rise. But this rich lifespan income had already been deducted when he left the Punglai treasure house. He made the altar retreat, the true source of the club's power. Although the altar later compromised, it didn't mean that it didn't do anything. The lives that were deducted were probably a warning from the altar. But in Luaccio's eyes, it felt like the altar was throwing a tantrum. If it was really angry, it could just strip him of his identity as the boss. Anyway, according to Cicero's words, the root of the iron was the legitimate agent of the flowing water. Hurry up and do business. If you don't do it, you'll die. Do you hear me? Humph. That's probably the feeling. Luaccio smiled. Such a punishment didn't affect him at all. After leaving the Punglai treasure house, he received a large sum of money from Su Zijuan. He hadn't collected those evil souls yet, so naturally he didn't sacrifice them. With such a large number of evil souls, after sacrificing them, the lifespan deducted would almost be recovered. Although it wouldn't be as good as before the vacation, it wouldn't be too far off. These thoughts flashed through Luaccio's mind. He looked at the sand of life flowing down slowly, and his heart was calm. Even in the face of life-threatening danger, I don't have any fear or care. Luaccio muttered to himself, How long can I last? Since he started his vacation in South America, all his emotions showed signs of recovery. With the extension of his vacation, he recovered more and more clearly. However, after he ended his vacation, these things faded away instantly. The degree of calmness now was even greater than before. I rely on my vacation to recover, but after the vacation, I'll suffer a rebound, and the rebound will be greater than before. If I want to control it, I have to continue my vacation. However, the price of taking a vacation is too high, so I have to complete more transactions. However, more transactions will speed up the deprivation. It's like drinking poison to quench thirst, forming a vicious circle. Luaccio lowered his head and pondered. So the best way now is to continue the route of high-quality products. It's better to maintain a relative balance in the collection and transaction of sacrificial offerings in a relatively long cycle, so as to have more time. At the same time, I have to maintain the remaining interest at the minimum. If the remaining interest is also boring, then it's time for me to become a real boss. Different groups of images floated around Luaccio. The tense moment in Wulong Villa. Around the peak of Mount Tai, the people who were blown away by the spiritual energy storm. Emo, Xiaofei, and Juefeng, who were rushing to the peak of Mount Tai. The yellow-robed woman and Gong Fanqing, who were walking in the thick fog, and Qin Chiyu, who was chasing after them. Those who were still working hard to get out of the thick fog area. Even Yu Yi and Nero, who were preparing to expand the main God's world at the third point and the deep underground of Mount Tai. This is just another kind of drinking poison to quench thirst. The hourglass of life gradually faded away from Luaccio's side. Boss Luo stretched out his hand at this moment, moving his finger, and finally stopping in front of a group of images. Light, golden light. If one could reach the bottom of the broken peak of Mount Tai, they would see the golden light. The source of the light was a kind of crystal that emitted golden light, and these crystals were the crystals condensed by the power of Shinryu Kelowna. This huge crack was filled with the crystals of Shinryu's power. It was these crystals that temporarily blocked the gap opened by the Earth Spirit Sword. At this moment, at the source of the spiritual energy explosion, 3 figures formed a triangle. No one moved first. Long Shirua, Su Zijuan, and Gong Sun Shiyu, or Long Sha. Worthy of being Shinryu, he blocked this gap. Gong Sun Shiyu sneered. But I don't know how long you can hold on. You can try to challenge my time with your arrogance. Long Shirua also snorted. And you, stinky girl, how dare you? Su Zijuan kept silent, holding the long sword with golden flames, her pupils alternating between gold and red. I didn't expect that the princess of Shenyuan royal family would help me in the end. Gong Sun Shiyu laughed. It seems that your relationship is not unbreakable. Humph. Gong Sun Shiyu at least looks like a human. But you don't even look like a dog. How dare you speak in front of me? Get lost. Unexpectedly, the silent Su Zijuan, under Gong Sun Shiyu's crazy laughter, raised her hand and swept the long sword in her hand. The power released by the light sword immediately slashed Gong Sun Shiyu into the rock wall. However, the power of the light sword only hit him. It didn't invade his body. The power was completely blocked by Gong Sun Shiyu's crossed arms. Gong Sun Shiyu. Long Sha twisted his neck and sneered. So this is the princess of Shenyuan royal family. How much of the power of the Shenyuan killing god sword can you use as a drought demon? Su Zijuan said indifferently, enough to kill you. Ha 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 ha. Long Sha laughed loudly. Shenyuan Zijuan, don't think that I don't know your plan. Perhaps I didn't know before, but when you blocked Shinryu at the last moment, I knew what your plan was. You want to use this spiritual energy explosion to place the blame on the Taoists and demons so that your god-killing sword can be born? You're a puppet of humanity. How pathetic. Whether I'm pathetic or not, we'll see after I kill you. Su Zijuan snorted coldly. No, 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 you can't kill me. Long Sha shook his head. In this world, no one can kill me. You can't, and neither can Shinryu of Kelowna. Tisk, are you stupid? It's just an evil dragon. Su Zijuan slowly raised the golden flame, sword in her hand. In an instant, a terrifying aura descended. As half of the Shenyuan god-killing sword, Su Zijuan released the true supreme power of the Shenyuan god-killing sword. However, the body that Long Sha had taken over had part of the Yellow Emperor's bloodline as well, so it was naturally resistant to the power of the Shenyuan god-killing sword. No, 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 you can't kill me. Just like how you can't kill Shinryu. Long Sha sneered, unless you can wipe out the whole of Kelowna. Otherwise, as long as I'm on this land, I'll be indestructible. Su Zijuan frowned, and subconsciously looked at Long Shirua. Long Shirua, who was suppressing the spiritual energy gap, was silent. Looks like Shinryu didn't tell anyone. Long Sha sneered. Everyone thought that I was an evil dragon that was born, right? But who knew that it was all just a lie? Am I right, Lord Dragon Monarch? Is this fellow speaking the truth? Su Zijuan asked in a low voice. Long Shirua sighed. This fellow is indeed not an evil dragon. Its essence is a breath of resentment, the resentment of the land of Kelowna. This breath of resentment was born with the land, and was formed from the destruction that the human demons had caused to Kelowna over the years. Where there is light, there will be shadows. Where I am, naturally it will be there as well. It can't be killed, and even if it's scattered, it will be born again after a few years. Over the years, I've met four Long Sha. Lord Long Jun, do you still have things to say? Long Sha sneered. Do you really cherish this princess of the Shenyuan royal family so much? Long Sha, don't go overboard. Long Shirua said in a low voice. Overboard. Long Sha laughed at the sky. Since ancient times, the Shinryu of Kelowna has not gone overboard to us. Us? Su Zijuan frowned, as if he had caught onto something. Long Sha snorted. Long Sha is formed from the resentment of the land. But without a carrier, do you think this breath of resentment can break through the seal of the veins and have its own consciousness? The land of Kelowna itself has the power to purify itself. Enough. Long Shirua gritted his teeth, glaring at Long Sha angrily. However, Long Sha ignored him. We are the countless souls who have died on the path to becoming a true dragon in the past tens of thousands of years. As long as the power of the Shinryu is not extinguished, as long as the Shinryu stands on the land, they are invincible. But the carrier of the Shinryu's power will eventually die. Every time the old and new true dragons replace each other, there will always be a large number of qualified inheritors. We, are the vengeful spirits who have inherited the power of the true dragons, stepped on a sea of blood by the high and mighty dragon monarchs. At this moment, Long Sha's hand suddenly spread open. At the same time, two jet black wings shot out from his back. His hands turned into shadow dragons. Upon closer inspection, on the shadow dragon within the black wings, there were twisted and ferocious faces of resentment and hatred. Countless voices mixed together. Every one of us once had the world in our hearts. Every one of us once wanted to uphold justice. Every one of us, since young, dreamed of becoming the protectors of Kelowna. Why did you abandon us in the end? The revival of spiritual energy? To hell with it. What does the prosperity of these demons have to do with us? Our goal is to pollute the 12 ancestral veins of Kelowna. Chapter 1154. War. Dirty blood spilled all over the land. In the extreme north, the glaciers melted. Black things floated over from the sea in the south. The desert swallowed up the grassland. Mountains, rivers, earth, and forests Desolate cries of sorrow swept past. It was as if there was a bottomless abyss under the earth. There was a huge mouth that surpassed the sky, biting and biting. However, there was something even more evil hidden in the shadows. Shinryu's light was like a flame that was about to be extinguished in the snow. Long Shirua's pure white skin was instantly dyed gray, as if something was infecting her entire body. "What's going on?" Shinryu's expression changed drastically as he guarded the spiritual energy gap in Kelowna. Just as she said, this wasn't the first time the dragon demon appeared, but every time it appeared, it would be suppressed by Shinryu's power. The dragon demon that was currently attached to Gongsun Shiyu's body was actually stronger than all the previous dragon demons combined. Countless pitch-black objects shot out from the ground. They were like nimble tentacles, and every single one of them was covered in scarlet eyes. This was a monster that made people shiver. What the hell is this thing? The black tentacles covered in scarlet eyes were crazily swimming around Su Zijuan. When the flaming sword slashed them, they would instantly regenerate. They were endless and extremely powerful. Do you feel it? Our hatred, our resentment, and the hatred of Kelowna! The dragon demon's body was currently covered in a layer of pitch-black, mud-like substance. Gongsun Shiyu's original appearance could no longer be seen. Only scarlet eyes and an ugly mouth that was constantly melting could be seen. Power. Our power. It's pouring out endlessly. The power of the earth. A huge power was madly pouring into its body through the earth. This was a huge power that it didn't expect. It did not know the source of this power. The influx of this enormous power gave it the feeling that it could destroy everything in the world. It felt as if it could control everything in the world, as if it was in the palm of its hand. It felt as if it could control everything as it wished. Compared to this power, the million-soul orb that it had devoured wasn't even a tenth of its power. Furthermore, this power was still increasing, as if it was endless. The massive influx of power even allowed the Longsha to possess the terrifying power to overwhelm the true dragon of the divine land during this period of time. Ha ha ha! Shinryu! Even the heavens are helping me. The darkness that was surging out became even denser. The cracks in the ground of Mount Tai were now filled with countless black mud. They devoured all the light sources here. The true dragon's power and the radiance of the flaming longsword were clearly so weak at this moment. The black mud had instantly corroded the crystallized true dragon's power and blocked the gap in spirit energy. At this moment, it looked like it was about to be corroded open. Old woman, didn't you touch the dragon fiend several times before? Is it always this scary? Su Zijuan was struggling to deal with the terrifying tentacles that came out of the black mud. This dragon demon's power is far stronger than before. Long Shirwa gritted her teeth. The black mud could even corrupt Shinryu's power. This wasn't unexpected. It was just that she had never thought of this before in Shinryu's inherited memories. Could it be that the resentment in Kelowna had reached this level? The earth at this moment, there was a huge tremor. At the same time, the wind in the sky, the clouds, and the stars all dimmed. The howling of the wind was like the roar of a dragon. The 12 veins of Kelowna had arrived. We're here. Long Shirwa's expression changed again. We're here. A crazy laugh came from the dragon demon's ugly mouth. The black mud had completely devoured the entire crack in the ground. Su Zijuan opened her eyes. In this pitch-black world, the only thing she could see was Long Shirwa. It was as if both of them were trapped in this pitch-black space. The only thing that resisted this darkness was the weak golden light coming from Long Shirwa's body, and the black mud was still corroding her body. You, what happened to you? Su Zijuan quickly got up. This black mud has cut off the connection between me and the earth. Long Shirwa raised her head with difficulty. She opened her arms, as if to support the black mud around her, but her body was trembling slightly. Can't you get the Earth's power? Su Zijuan instantly realized Long Shirua's terrible state. Without the Earth's power, Shinryu was still powerful. But no matter how powerful he was, his power would eventually run out. This is the worst-case scenario. Long Shirua gritted her teeth. Stupid girl, if you blocked me at the last moment, would the dragon demon have succeeded? We didn't know it would end up like this. Old woman, if you didn't hide the true origin of the dragon demon, would I have to do this? Su Zijuan rushed forward and stared at her fiercely. Stupid girl, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? How can I let the world know the truth of the dragon demon? Long Shirua said angrily, is your mind really muddled, or is your brain lacking oxygen? The plain-clothes sect didn't know the origin of the dragon demon, but they still did it. If the world knows the nature of the dragon demon, there might be a greater danger. Can I tell the world that there's something in Kelowna that can deal with me? You're the stupid one. Su Zijuan gritted her teeth. That boss still hasn't beaten you awake. Stupid girl, it's really you. Long Shirua gritted her teeth and bent her hands a little. So what if it's me? Bite me if you can. Su Zijuan was furious. You stupid girl. Long Shirua was also furious. Do you know what you're doing? Asking for the god-killing sword? You're crazy. I'm not crazy. You're the crazy one. Su Zijuan scolded. The Tao demon has already reached its end and shouldn't exist anymore. Who forcefully continued the Tao demon's fate? Don't think I don't know under what circumstances the agreement between the two worlds in Kelowna was signed. Stupid old woman, you're the one who got kicked in the head by a donkey. Are you tired or not? They just want to live. Is that wrong? Yes, no one is wrong. Su Zijuan's eyes suddenly reddened, and she said faintly, You're not wrong either. You can't be wrong. One wrong step, and you'll be doomed eternally. One wrong step, and this world is over. So you can't be wrong. Since you can't be wrong, let me be wrong for you. Zijuan, Daddy can't be wrong, so let me be wrong for him. I'll settle this with you another day. Now, don't talk nonsense with me. Help me. I can't suppress the power of the 12 ancestral bloodlines anymore. While resisting the erosion of the black soil, she had to suppress the impact of the violent spiritual energy from the 12 ancestral bloodlines. Without being able to get replenishment from the earth, Long Shiruai's consumption of every breath was immeasurable. If the 12 ancestral bloodlines are contaminated, what will Kelowna become in the future? Su Zijuan suddenly asked. Long Shirua quickly said, What if the person who controls the army is a murderer? Su Zijuan's expression changed slightly. Long Shirua half knelt on the ground, sweating profusely. I can't predict what will happen to those losers, but the essence of the Long Sha is the resentment of the earth. Girl, if you want to use the god-killing sword, you'll only be able to kill a Tao demon transcendent. However, the purpose of this resentment is to eliminate all the spiritual energy on the earth. Blood for blood, an eye for an eye. For this resentment, only by doing what it did to the earth on the living beings on the earth can it be satisfied. In that case, Su Zijuan gritted her teeth. Since this is the ultimate purpose of the Long Sha, it will naturally cross the bottom line of the god-killing sword. I don't believe that my god-killing sword and you can't deal with it. My power comes from the earth, from the 12 ancestral bloodlines. If the 12 ancestral bloodlines are contaminated, it means that I'm also contaminated. Long Shirua smiled bitterly. At that time, even if the god-killing sword is born, what can it do? Even if the 9 prefectures, Xianyuan, 3 swords, are gathered, can it defeat the violent power of the earth in Kelowna? Is there no other way? Su Zijuan bit her finger. Her palm trembled slightly. No, there is still a way, a very simple way to solve it. Don't even think about it. Long Shirua said angrily. Forget about it. Girl, tell me, since the first time you did it, how many times have you done it? Unknowingly, it gave you convenience. making you willing to make a deal again and again. Now, you still have the Xianyuan royal family's countless years of accumulation for you to squander. But what if you use up the royal family's wealth? What else can you do? You're the only one left to sell. This is a road of no return. You still have a way? Su Zijuan suddenly asked in a low voice. At least, not until the last moment. Long Shirua turned her face away. In that underground room, he had asked her if she was willing to give up Shinryu's power. From that moment on, Long Shirua was very clear that to that person, Shinryu's power had already caught his eye. There were also things that Shinryu couldn't do. How many times had she been helpless and lost? How many times had she been in despair? How many times had she been unable to resist? This was a road of no return. Once she had embarked on it, she couldn't turn back. Once Shinryu's power was lost, Kelowna would have no Shinryu to protect her. Actually, there is another way. Long Shirua took a deep breath. Lend me your power. I still have some left. With the power of the god-killing sword, it should be enough to break through the black mud. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Once I move, the 12 ancestral veins will no longer be able to be suppressed. Long Shirua said seriously. But at this point I can only try. Girl, you can take my place and suppress them. 20 seconds? No, 10 seconds is enough. You can definitely do it. Can you really deal with Long Sha? Su Zijuan looked at Long Shirua and stared at her. If I lie to you, I won't be able to find a man for the rest of my life. Long Shirua immediately made a vow. Remember, if I don't succeed, then it will be the last moment I speak. Go and call that unscrupulous merchant here. This unscrupulous merchant who knows he might be watching right now, waiting for me or you to speak. Without much hesitation, Su Zijuan nodded. Long Shirua gritted her teeth and directly inserted her hand into Su Zijuan's chest. The real Xianyuan god-killing sword was not the sword of light in Su Zijuan's hand. The moment the sword was unsheathed, the surrounding black mud was immediately pushed several meters away. The power that originated from the god-killing sword even made the black mud somewhat afraid. But when the sword completely left Su Zijuan's body, Long Shirua took the opportunity to stand up. Your current strength will be very weak, but you should be able to hold on for 10 seconds. I believe. What are you doing? Su Zijuan suddenly snatched the sword from Long Shirua's hand. Damn girl, it's already come to this. What are you still doing? You have no way to deal with Long Sha at all. What nonsense are you talking about? The only thing you can do now is to perish together with Long Sha. Su Zijuan slowly said. You don't believe me when I say you're an idiot. Long Shirua angrily said. Shinryu won't die. Once Long Sha is dealt with, I will immediately be reborn from the earth. Stop fooling around, give me the sword. Even if you're reborn, would you still be you? Su Zijuan faintly said. That's just another vessel for Shinryu's power. Old woman. I'm sorry, I'm the one who caused this problem, so let me deal with it. Don't act recklessly. Su Zijuan slowly stepped back. At this moment, the sword in her hand suddenly shone brightly. She lowered the sword and pointed it at the earth. A circle of golden ripples at this moment, with Su Zijuan as the center, rippled out in all directions. In the name of I, Xianyuan Zijuan called. Su Zijuan's hands pressed on both sides of the sword hilt. The golden light from the soil that expelled the black mud poured into the sword blade one by one. What's that? In front of him, a black fog gushed out from the crack on the peak of Mount Tai. At this moment, Zhuifeng stopped and frowned. But at this moment, Mo Xiaofei suddenly fell down. His face was pale and cold sweat poured out. Brother! Zhuifeng hurriedly put down Zixing and wanted to help Mo Xiaofei up. But the moment he touched Mo Xiaofei, a terrifying force directly bounced him away. Brother! Don't come over. Mo Xiaofei held his head and said painfully, Don't come over. It seems something is going to rush out of my body. Don't come over. At this moment, a purple golden light suddenly shot out from Emo Xiaofei's chest. His expression also became more painful at this moment. Emo Xiaofei roared painfully, his hand still grasping the golden light in his chest. Under Zhui Feng's incredible gaze, Emo Xiaofei actually grabbed the sword hilt from the golden light in his chest. Little by little, the sword hilt was slowly pulled out, followed by the sword blade. Ah! Finally, with a heart-wrenching scream, Emo Xiaofei pulled out the sword from his chest. At this moment, the sky was filled with thunder, and the momentum was vast and mighty. After the long sword was pulled out from Emo Xiaofei's chest, it instantly pierced into the night sky and went straight to the crack on the peak of Mount Tai. A purple lightning flashed in the sky. Zhui Feng didn't have time to react. At this moment, the purple lightning seemed to have hit something or been slapped back by something. The long sword spun wildly. At this moment, it actually flew back and finally stabbed directly beside Emo Xiaofei. The purple light dimmed. Emo Xiaofei knelt on the ground weakly at this time. He glanced at the sword that was stabbed diagonally in front of him and finally fainted. And this strange sword also turned into a purple light and drilled into Emo Xiaofei's body. Zhui Feng looked at the fainted Emo Xiaofei at this time, then looked at Zixing next to him and scratched his head. Why do I have to carry two people? Strange symbols that exuded a desolate and eternal aura loomed on the sword blade at this moment. 2 lines of blood flowed out from Su Zijuan's eyes. When these strange symbols no longer appeared on the sword blade, she still reached out and grabbed the sword hilt. At the same time, in this space of black mud, bloody eyes kept opening one after another. Long Sha's voice filled the surroundings. God-killing, sword Xianyuan, do you think we will be afraid? The black mud that was driven away by the radiance suddenly swelled at this moment. Su Zijuan suddenly opened her eyes and waved her sword to meet it. You're a group of losers. Get lost. The sword burst out a powerful radiance. The radiance instantly broke the black mud as if it was splitting the sea. In the sea, Long Sha's ugly body was completely exposed. Su Zijuan rushed to the sky. Zijuan, old woman, don't bring my ashes back to Xianyuan Palace. I don't want to be buried in that place even if I die. Su Zijuan and the sword in her hand seemed to have become one. And if there's a chance, find a man. Long Shirua couldn't move. The violent spiritual energy that the 12 ancestral veins had accumulated for thousands of years and the power of mountains and rivers were like steam that had expanded to the limit at this moment. The sword at this moment directly pierced into Long Sha's chest. Long Sha let out a crazy scream. At this moment, the sword in Su Zijuan's hand exploded with a brilliant radiance. But at this moment, Long Sha's hands suddenly grabbed Su Zijuan's arms. Instantly, a huge amount of black mud began to surge in from all directions and madly burrowed into Su Zijuan's body. It poured into her mouth and ears, causing her face to contort in pain. Could it be that the Yellow Emperor's bloodline in Gong Sun Shiyu's body offset a small part of the god-killing sword's power? You want to die together with us? Dream on. Long Sha roared crazily. Just as well, let's change bodies. The legitimate heir of the royal family is much more useful than Gong Sun Shiyu. The black mud was still pouring into Su Zijuan's mouth. Her lips seemed to be splitting open, and her throat seemed to be completely bursting. The black mud that was split open instantly rolled and gathered together. Just like this, Su Zijuan was being swallowed by the black mud, bit by bit in front of Long Shira's eyes. Let go of both hands. Perhaps there is still a chance. Let go of both hands. Let go of both hands. What does Kelowna's survival have to do with me? Are you tired? Let go of both hands. Don't bring my ashes back to the Xianyuan Palace. I don't want to be buried in that place even if I die. What can you do? Call out his name. Call out. Call out. Help. Help me. Help me. Long Shirua raised her head and used all her strength. She called out that name. Luochio! The black mud had completely swallowed everything. Like a flame, the light of Shinryu was finally extinguished. Ha 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 ha! We won! 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 In the darkness, the light that should have been extinguished suddenly lit up. However, this was not the light of Shinryu's power. The moment the light flickered, the world formed by the black mud was instantly destroyed and dispersed as if it was blown apart. The light rippled. Just like this, the world of the black mud was violently opened. Su Zijuan slowly fell from the light. Finally, her body floated like a feather and landed on a pair of steady arms. She was held horizontally by the boss. The moment the black mud dispersed, Long Shirua also appeared from the swallowing of the black mud. At this moment, Luochio carried Su Zijuan and descended from midair. Su Zijuan began to float away from Luochio's arms and then flew to Long Shirua. She opened her arms and subconsciously received her. Su Zijuan's expression was no longer painful when she was swallowed by the black mud. She seemed to be asleep. Miss Zijuan is still very obedient to you, Miss Long, Luochio said softly. In the end, she could have called out to me. She is like me. Long Shirua looked at Su Zijuan's sleeping face. The same stubbornness, the same stubbornness. It's good that she's fine. It's good that she's fine. Kelowna hugged Su Zijuan tightly with all her strength. The feeling of regaining what she had lost made Shinryu shed tears unconsciously. She looked at Luochio and said sadly, "Do you know? She was created. She was just a carrier. When the god-slaying sword was unsheathed, her life would come to an end at any time. This was originally my destiny. Without my own life, my life was only for humanity. The ending was destined from birth." Luochio listened quietly. It was as if time had stopped. Long Shirua looked at Su Zijuan for a long time. Finally, she looked at Luochio. "You, state your conditions. I don't care what they are." Luochio looked at Long Shirua. He slowly walked in front of her and stretched out his hand. Luochio's hand came in front of Long Shirua's eyes. Kelowna's Shinryu seemed to have realized something. She took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. His fingers stopped in front of Long Shirua's eyes. Then it suddenly moved down along her tear stains to her cheeks. Finally, it took out the tear that she had left behind. Long Shirua opened her eyes in surprise. There was a golden tear in Luochio's hand. "What does this mean?" "This is enough," Luochio said softly. "Enough? Enough?" Long Shirua opened her mouth in disbelief. It was as if she had met Luochio for the first time. From the first time she met Luochio, to their direct contact, to that time in the basement until now. What was he thinking? "Because this matter is not a transaction," Luochio said calmly. "What do you mean?" Long Shirua frowned. "I still want to open a shop, Miss Long," Luochio smiled. "In order to create a better market environment, sometimes businesses will put in some capital. Moreover, I still want Miss Long to become more beautiful." Luochio said softly, "Become more attractive to me, more moving." "Of course, Miss Su Zijuan is the same. So before that, I will keep it well." The golden tear slowly turned into a crystal in Luochio's palm. Long Shirua's heart suddenly trembled. "You really have time. You actually dare to whisper sweet nothings here." "Die! Die!" The black mud that had been dispelled, at this moment, once again appeared from the ground. At the same time, the ugly body of the Long Sha flew in the air and attacked. "Be careful!" Seeing that the Long Sha's sneak attack was about to appear behind Luochio, Long Shirua exclaimed. At the same time, she stomped hard on the ground. In an instant, the power of Shinryu shot out from the ground and blocked Luochio's back. However, the Long Sha's power was still strong. The sharp rocks melted in an instant. The Long Sha finally punched at the back of Luocho's head. Bang! A huge force that shook the peak of Mount Tai. Under this huge impact, Long Shirua, who had used all of Shinryu's power, was knocked away by this force. She flew out with Su Zijuan in her arms. However, at the moment when they were about to hit the rock wall, they were supported by a gentle force. The Long Sha's punch didn't break the boss's absolute defense. I don't believe it. The fist that was swung again contained a strong force. Even if it was just the wind from the fist, it was enough to set off a strong wind pressure that blew people away directly. This strong force still couldn't invade the boss's body. Luocho slowly turned around. Power, the endless power of the earth. I don't believe that I can't break it. The Long Sha roared. However, Luocho's expression suddenly turned cold. Who do you think gave you this endless power? Who gave you the ability to suppress Shinryu? What? The Long Sha was instantly horrified and instinctively stepped back. Luocho stretched out his hand and opened his palm. In an instant, endless black mud gushed out from the Long Sha's body. The boss's palm seemed to have a black hole, crazily swallowing the black mud released from the Long Sha's body. Chapter 1155. One stream, two streams, three streams, dozens, hundreds of streams of black mud rushed into Luocho's palm. Like opening a plug in the deep sea, a large amount of black mud swirled and turned into a huge whirlpool. And the bottom of the whirlpool was Luocho's palm. Weakening, 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 weakening. The endless resentment of the earth that once rushed into the Long Sha's body was being stripped away crazily. But at the same time, endless resentment of the earth rushed into the Long Sha's body again. The Long Sha's body was like a broken sieve that couldn't store any resentment of the earth. Or rather, its body was like a layer of filter. What did you do to me? What did you do to me? Like a pile of rotten mud, a large amount of black mud peeled off from the Long Sha's body and was sucked into the whirlpool. It felt unprecedentedly weak, and even its consciousness was gradually weakening. I don't accept this. I don't accept this. Dry and cracked. The Long Sha's body was completely dry and cracked, like mud that cracked after being exposed to the sun. It walked forward step by step, and its huge body cracked with each step. Its walking legs cracked, its calves cracked, and its outstretched arms cracked in the air. It fell to the ground completely, but it was still tenacious. Its remaining body, head, and half of its arm crazily crawled to Luocho's feet. It slowly raised its remaining arm, and the arm cracked and peeled off bit by bit in the air. Finally, the remaining body of the Long Sha was completely shattered and turned into a pile of dust that was 3 feet high. In the dust, a vague figure could be seen. It was Gong Sun Shiyu, who was attached to the Long Sha as a carrier. His breath was extremely weak, and his life was like a candle in the wind, as if it would be extinguished at any moment. He couldn't even clear his own consciousness at this moment. Luocho glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. The huge whirlpool that swallowed the black mud started to shrink, and finally it turned into a round ball that seemed to have been polished countless times in the owner's palm, and a black mist was entangled in this round ball. Where's the Long Sha? At this moment, Long Shirua walked over slowly with the unconscious Su Zijuan in her arms. Here. Boss Luo held up the black spear in his hand. The Dragon Spectre and the Earth's resentment are basically all inside. Long Shirua opened her eyes slightly. Was there anything this guy couldn't do? The resentment of Kelowna that had accumulated for countless years was taken away, just like that? What is Miss Long thinking about? Luocho said with a smile, I just took away the resentment that exceeded the limit. No customer asked us to solve this problem permanently. In other words, even if the fiendish dragon and the resentment of the earth were absorbed into the black sphere, the source of the resentment of the earth would still exist. There would be a day when the destruction of Kelowna by the creatures on the surface would reach a limit, and it would appear again. Soon, Long Shirua realized that Luocho was only treating the symptoms and not the root of the problem. She felt that it was a pity, but when she thought about Luocio and the rules behind him, she felt helpless. What do you plan to do with it? Long Shirua's gaze fell on the black sphere in the owner's palm. Miss Long, do you want to buy it? Luocio asked suddenly. Long Shirua was stunned and frowned. You plan to sell this thing as a product? Miss Long, have you forgotten the purpose of our shop? Luocio asked with a smile. I haven't forgotten. Long Shirua glared at Luocio fiercely. I won't forget until the day I die. But if you really want to sell it as a product, what if someone with bad intentions buys it? That's the customer's problem. Luocio said calmly. Good intentions or bad intentions, the customer is the customer. As long as the customer wants it and has the ability to buy it, we will naturally give it to them with both hands. Facing the source of this huge disaster, it was impossible for Long Shirua not to be tempted. It was obviously safer to keep this thing with her. At least, she could think of a way to purify the resentment in it and release the souls of the losers in the fiendish dragon. How? How much? Long Shirua pondered for a moment. At this moment, she had to deviate from her original intention. Just like what she said to Su Zijuan, this was a road of no return. Once she embarked on it, there was no possibility of turning back. Once one's need was triggered, the man in front of one's eyes and the shop behind him would always have the means or ability to present the item that was fatally attractive to one's eyes or was exactly what one needed. Kelowna's Shinryu was almost immortal and invincible, but obviously there were times when she needed. Miss Long, your soul can do it, and so can the power of Shinryu in your body. Luocio casually quoted a price. Of course, Miss Zijuan's soul can do it, or the 779 evil soul seals that Xianyuan Palace behind Miss Zijuan can do it too. Profiteer! Long Shirua glared fiercely at him again. While glaring at the boss, Long Shirua cursed Su Zijuan in her heart. This wastrel girl. The Xianyuan royal seal had been through various evil soul battles for countless years. So far, there had been a total of 813 evil soul seals. This damned girl had spent dozens of them in such a short period of time. She really wanted to throw this damned girl down. However, Kelowna's Shinryu couldn't really let go of Su Zijuan at this moment, so he could only vent his anger on the boss. If you have the ability, take this thing out and sell it. Let's see who can afford it. Damn profiteer. Indeed. Boss Luo wasn't angry at all. Instead, he was quite honest. As of now, there are very few individuals who can afford it. Moreover what? Long Shirua suddenly became nervous again, fearing that this profiteer would have some strange ideas again. Luocio shook his head and suddenly said, Moreover, Miss Long seems to have forgotten something else. Something else? Long Shirua frowned. Then, her face changed dramatically. The spiritual energy gap. Because her attention was focused on dealing with the dragon demon and Luocio's appearance to deal with this extremely dangerous disaster, Long Shirua had left the spiritual energy gap for some time. And the consequence of this was, boom! Under the ground of Mount Tai, in the huge crack, a ray of light shot up to the sky. Accompanied by the appearance of this ray of light were 12 cries of the heavens. In the huge spiritual energy gap, a huge shadow of a dragon bathed in gold and silver light shot up. It's over. Long Shirua's hands suddenly lost strength, and this time, Su Zijuan really fell to the ground. Damn it! Long Shirua stomped her feet and suddenly rushed up to the sky, turning into a golden dragon. She circled up and caught up with the first dragon shadow that rushed out from the spiritual energy gap. Without the dragon demon, Miss Long's Shinryu power has completely recovered. The 12 ancestral veins are connected to the ground of Kelowna, so it's not a problem for Miss Long to suppress this spiritual energy storm. However, the spiritual energy of the ground has been opened, so it's impossible to seal it again in a short period of time. Luocio said slowly. However, although the recovery of spiritual energy is irreversible. Miss Long should be able to reduce the destructive power of the spiritual energy storm to a minimum. In this case, it's not what you want to see. Su Zijuan, who was thrown to the ground, suddenly got up slowly. After getting up, Su Zijuan suddenly opened her mouth and vomited a large amount of black mud from the port. Luoqiao gave her a packet of tissue. Tisk! Su Zijuan waved her hand and snatched the tissue from Luoqiao's hand. It smelled so good. Miss Zijuan, do you want to provide additional services? We can stop Miss Long's actions for you. Luoqiao smiled and said, What a good plan. Su Zijuan sneered. You already know what the essence of the Long Sha is, don't you? Luoqiao said indifferently, We do business, so we need all kinds of information to provide better services. TSK. This was the second time Su Zijuan clicked her tongue. She looked at Boss Luo with great dissatisfaction. I only asked you to humiliate her in the secret room, but I didn't ask you to recover her power. If the dragon demon was just an evil dragon, and you didn't want to recover Shinryu's power, I would have killed all the Taoist demons around Mount Tai. You took the money but didn't do the work. I seriously suspect that you didn't do as I said. I protest. As if he had expected Su Zijuan's reaction, Boss Luo just smiled. He put away the black ball in his hand and took out a video camera. According to Miss Zijuan's request, the scene has been recorded. Luoqiao put the video camera in front of Su Zijuan and waved his hand. Please accept it, Miss Zijuan. So angry. Even so, Su Zijuan turned on the video camera without saying anything. You, what do you want to do? Don't come here. You dare. Aha! A childish and frightened voice kept coming out from the camera. Su Zijuan's eyes were bright at this moment, staring at the screen and unable to move her eyes away. She waved her hand and several light balls shot toward Luoqiao. Finally, they were taken into the boss's palm. The total number of 813 evil soul seals had been reduced by a few more. Boss Luo smiled. Then I won't disturb you, Miss Zijuan. Wait, Su Zijuan said without looking up. She doesn't know that you took the video, right? How should he put it? Luoqiao glanced at Kelowna and Shinryu, who were trying to suppress the power of the spiritual energy storm, and then at Su Zijuan, who was carefully watching the source of evil in her hand. He suddenly thought of a witty saying on the internet. Plastic mother-daughter relationship. Miss Zijuan, please enjoy your meal. Luoqiao didn't answer Su Zijuan's last question. He bowed and his figure faded away from Su Zijuan's eyes until it finally disappeared. Damn it, she had a fiery temper to begin with, and because of her unbalanced life for 2,000 years, she had a Yin personality. At this moment, the true dragon of the divine land disliked anyone she saw. The explosion of spiritual energy under Mount Tai couldn't be stopped, but it was still within her ability to prevent the disaster caused by the explosion of spiritual energy. However, at this moment, another huge light appeared in the distance. Not only that, there was a silver dragon shadow in the light, which made Long Shirua's expression change drastically. There was another gap in the spiritual energy storm. However, it was too late to make Long Shirua angry. Maybe it was because of the second gap in the spiritual energy storm, but the power of the spiritual energy storm under Mount Tai was far less than what she had imagined. While Long Shirua was puzzled, the 7 jade dragon pillars that were hidden around Mount Tai shot up into the night sky. The 7 jade dragon pillars were arranged according to the position of the Big Dipper in the sky, and on one of the jade dragon pillars, a small figure could be seen. It was the dragon god, Wang, who had successfully transformed into a dragon in the ley lines of Mount Tai. The 7 jade dragon pillars formed the shape of the Big Dipper, and at the same time they were absorbed into the shadow of a dragon that was Wang's real body. At this moment, the violent spiritual energy that erupted from the depths of the earth didn't spread out immediately. The Big Dipper formed by the jade dragon pillars was like an inverted funnel. The violent spiritual energy rushed out from the depths of the earth and was absorbed by the funnel. Finally, it gushed out from the top, and the violent spiritual energy became peaceful, like a cool breeze, filling the sky. What the hell is this? Long Shirua stared at the scene in disbelief. The successor of this generation's cotton-clothes sect is really a genius. Suddenly, Luacio's voice appeared behind Long Shirua, and this gave Kelowna's Shinryu goosebumps. She didn't know why, but she was instinctively afraid of this man's voice behind her. In her mind, the scene in the small secret room occupied most of Kelowna's Shinryu's brain. What did you say? Have you forgotten what Wang's ability is? Luacio looked at the light bursting out from another place that was the location of crouching Dragon Mountain Villa. Space. Folding. Long Shirua was stunned. Then she opened her eyes wide and said, "You're saying that Wang's ability in this revival of spiritual energy isn't to open up the Earth's spiritual energy, but to prevent the destruction caused by the explosion of spiritual energy?" The explosion of spiritual energy focuses on the impact of the explosion. Luacio said calmly, high-purity spiritual energy is like poison. However, after the multiple folds of space, the impact of the explosion naturally reaches its limit. If we remove it now, there won't be any harm. Do you see that? That's another explosion point in crouching Dragon Mountain Villa. It also reduced the initial power of the explosion. This time they're so kind. Long Shirua couldn't believe it. Not entirely. Luacio shook his head. Although they killed millions of people, this is equivalent to saving tens of millions of people. And because the explosion of spiritual energy can affect the capital of the country, the number of people saved is immeasurable. Ms. Long, you should know the pros and cons of this, right? Long Shirua opened her mouth and said in disbelief, "Sacrificing millions of people is a sin, a great sin, but saving thousands of people. Could it be that what Lai Kai-shing really wants is the merit of saving the world? After all, he didn't do anything himself from the beginning to the end." Luo Chiu said indifferently, "Even though I'm only involved in it, I've always been outside and had to rely on others. Even if there's a burden of sin, it will eventually be washed away by this supreme merit. Whether it's you, Ms. Long, or Kelowna's Tao Demon, you've all unknowingly become his pawns. Isn't such a person a genius?" Chapter 1156. Crouching Dragon Mountain Villa. Time slowly passed. More than half an hour had passed since the outpost of the numinous treasure explosion, and the 71st generation Skyheart, who was holding the second Terra Spirit sword, still did not move. He seemed to have turned into an ancient stone statue. Lai Kai-shing created the Kelowna Mountain River map with his power. The 12 ancestral veins had come from all directions and were now hiding under Mount Tai. They came from all over Kelowna, from the north, from the south, and from the east. But the 12 ancestral veins didn't break out of the ground. What's going on? Why are the ancestral veins not moving? They should have exploded long ago. Du Lin was the first to lose his patience. He frowned and paced back and forth. Impatience was written all over his face. Could it be that something has happened? Momo had been sharpening his sword, preparing to slash the Sky Heart predecessor and the current master and disciple. After 15 years of reincarnation, he knew that when it was time to be unreasonable, there was no need to be unreasonable. If he can't suppress it in such a short time, then Shinryu of Kelowna doesn't deserve the name Shinryu. Lai Kai-shing slowly opened his eyes. In the depths of Mount Tai's underground, there are currently 2 or 3 of the strongest forces in the divine prefecture fighting against each other. My divine telekinesis is temporarily unable to invade, but based on the situation, it shouldn't take long. Really? Momo lowered his head. Xian Ji sneered, Representative Lai. Don't tell me you're just guessing, right? Oh, how do you know? You don't have the confidence to deal with Shinryu. You're just gambling. Momo, Shinryu is invincible. I don't think anyone is unfamiliar with it. Lai Kai-shing said indifferently. Let me ask you, with Shinryu's power, how long would it take to solve a problem? This spirit energy explosion has a wide range of effects. I thought Shinryu wouldn't hold back and would go all out. Since that's the case, some time has already passed, but it still hasn't been resolved. What do you think? Momo smiled at Lai Kai-shing, then revealed a cold expression. Purple lightning flashed on the black wooden sword in his hand and shot out from Momo's hand, directly piercing towards Lai Kai-shing. It was just that this Tianqin of the 72nd generation from the plain clothes path was probably the person with the most powerful dharmic powers in the entire divine land. This wooden sword that was imbued with the supreme thunder technique of the dragon and tiger path could not even get within a foot of Lai Kai-shing. Momo, you should know that you can't hurt me. I don't plan to deal with you. Momo shrugged, and his figure disappeared in an instant. When Momo reappeared, he was already behind Tian Xian 71. He pinched his fingers into a sword and pointed at the back of Tian Xian 71's neck. Summon earth into inches. Du Lin suddenly shivered. At this moment, the great demon green jade Qilin roared and revealed its original form again. Not far away, Miss Gong, who was quietly waiting under the crystal tree, also secretly activated her cultivation technique. Unexpectedly, Lai Kai-shing waved his hand, telling Du Lin and Miss Gong to retreat. Mr. Momo just wants some protection. He doesn't mean any harm. You guys can leave. The green jade Qilin's huge eyes stared at Momo. After a while, it gradually shrunk and returned to its human form. Representative Lai is so generous. Momo's finger pointed at the vital spot behind Tian Xian 71's back. If he spat out a bit of power, Tian Xian 71's life and death would be in his hands. Momo said in a relaxed tone, Dragon and Tiger Mountain does have some tricks for divination, but I thought it was troublesome, so I never learned it. Forget it, I definitely can't do it. But even stupid people have stupid methods. I'm a stupid person, so I can only use stupid methods. Mr. Momo isn't stupid. You're the clearest person I've ever met. Lai Kai-shing smiled faintly, then slowly pushed his hand. That wooden sword hovering in front of him was pushed out, falling right beside Momo, stabbing into the ground diagonally. Lai Kai-shing suddenly said, I'll have to trouble you with them. Them? Momo was startled, but at this moment he heard the cries of beasts coming from the sky. Wisps of ghost fire lit up. It was a carriage pulled by several Yin bulls. On the carriage were Xiao Xingma, Fire Cloud, Evil God, and Qing Shezi Mr. Blind, whom Momo had met several times before. The carriage quickly circled around the area filled with crystal trees before landing on the ground. Xiao Xingmo rolled up his robe, taking back the carriage. Mr. Blind and Fire Cloud, Evil God, stood on both sides of Xiao Xingmo. Blood was no longer seeping out of Fire Cloud, Evil God's abdomen. He must have been treated with simple hemostasis and bandages on the way. But this Kelowna was a strong person among humans. His face was as white as paper, as if he was forcing himself to hold on. Whether it was Xiao Xingma, Mr. Blind, or Fire Cloud, Evil God, they were all astonished at the sight of Momo holding the 71st generation Skyheart hostage. Not only were they astonished that Momo would appear here, they were astonished by what he had done. You're that junior from Dragon Tiger Mountain? Fire Cloud, Evil God, opened his mouth, unable to hide the astonishment in his eyes. The alliance was wrong. The bloody battle at the peak of Mount Tai, but the mastermind Tian Xian never appeared. This time, if not for Xiao Xingma from Ghost City, who brought him and Blind here, no one would have thought that the mastermind behind this had such a trick up his sleeve. But how did this junior from Dragon Tiger Mountain find out? This senior, we're in a hurry. There's no time to meet you. Momo said, quickly, please listen to me. Momo hopes that you seniors won't be impulsive. At least, before this junior makes a move, please don't be rash. Fire Cloud, Evil God frowned. City Master Xiao sized up the crowd. His gloomy face didn't reveal any of his true thoughts. Mr. Blind suddenly took a step forward. He had met Lai Kai-shing before. As for Tian Xian 71, he was his senior martial brother for dozens of years, so he was very familiar with him. At the same time, he was the successor of the cloth sect. You plan to open another gap? Mr. Blind frowned. Lai Kai-shing nodded, unexpectedly bowing to Mr. Blind. Kai-shing greets martial uncle. You master and disciple, what do you want to do? Mr. Blind took another step forward. Lai Kai-shing said indifferently, the 7 stars spirit summoning formation was created by martial uncle. My master, and I just deepened its foundation. Martial uncle, why don't you calculate it? Mr. Blind didn't hesitate. His fingers quickly pinched. After a while, his face slightly changed. Open another gap to reduce the power of the spirit energy storm? This is the battlefield of Long Shaw's battle, the place where Long Shaw's evil dragon body fell, the dragon spine of Mount Tai's earth vein. I see. I should have thought of it. Blind, what are you talking about? Fire Cloud, evil god, said in a low voice. Mr. Blind turned around resolutely, his face unsightly. He stretched out his hand to stop Fire Cloud, evil god, and took a deep breath. Old man, City Master Shao, this little friend is right. We can't go any further here. F***CK. You old blind man. You're telling me you want to defect to the enemy? Fire Cloud, evil god, opened his eyes wide, raising his palm. Although he was weak, this man who had once rubbed the Taoist and monster realm of Kelowna on the ground had an unparalleled, terrifying aura. Listen to me. Mr. Blind sighed. We can't let more people die. What they need to do is to reduce the damage caused by the explosion of spirit energy. What did you say? Fire Cloud, evil god, couldn't help but pause, his terrifying aura leaking out. I don't have time to explain the details to you now. Mr. Blind took a deep breath and said, if you want to fight, I'm not enough, but you need to wait. Trust me. They looked at each other, facing off. Blind, you must remember, don't give me a reason to pull out the tiger soul saber. Fire Cloud, evil god, slowly sighed and put down his hand. City Master Shao? Mr. Blind looked at Shao Xingma again. Shao Xingma said indifferently, Qing Xiazi, my mission is to bring you here. What your plainclothes path wants to do has nothing to do with me. It didn't matter to Shao Xingma how many people died, whether they were Taoists or humans, whether the spirit energy would explode or not, because he was a person who had died before. The explosion of spirit energy wouldn't affect Fengdu, Ghost City. If the current situation of Kelowna's ghost population was already bursting, it would be a headache for Ghost City to suddenly increase the number of people. Shao Xingma was even willing to have such a headache, because at that time, whether it was Shinryu or others, they would have to think of a way to deal with so many ghosts. This was what Shao Xingma was more willing to see. It could be said that the Ghost Clan was the only party that could completely stay out of this matter. Thus, Shao Xingma directly walked to the side and sat down cross-legged, as if he didn't want to hear or listen. Mr. Blind nodded and bowed to Shao Xingma from afar. Fire Cloud, evil god, was still somewhat impatient. He looked at Momo from afar and said, Junior of Dragon Tiger Mountain, you better hold your hands tight and don't tremble. If anything happens, poke this guy to death immediately. If anything happens, I'll take care of it for you. Senior, you're really... Momo smiled bitterly. If it was him yesterday, he would probably be trembling right now. At this time, a strong gust of wind swept down from the sky. The huge wind pressure instantly cut half of the crystal tree. Heavens, will 71 die? A roar. Within the storm, a huge azure dragon's body could be seen circling above the entire crouching dragon villa. In addition to the strong wind, there were also raging flames within the wind. Within the flames was a voluptuous body. Psangjin Shui. Chu Xingha? Why are these two troublemakers Fire Cloud, evil god, instantly frowned. But seeing the fiery tornado coming at him, Dulin directly crashed into it, causing the fiery tornado to dissipate. Above the crouching Dragon Mountain villa, the enormous azure dragon suddenly shrank and landed on the ground. It was the Azure Dragon Clan's Song Jinshui. After that, Chu Xinghe landed and stood beside Song Jinshui. It wasn't just Song Jinshui and Chu Xinghe. After that, in Mingtu Mountain, after Huang Baifu disappeared, the temporary commander of the White Tiger race also appeared. At this time, in the night sky, there were more than 10 figures, either riding clouds or flying swords. 100 Calamity returned to Sun. Desolate would, these guys, why are they all here? Fire Cloud, evil god frowned. Evil god, we saw City Master Zhao's carriage flash by. The first to speak was 100 Calamity Taoist. On Mount Tai, now that Shinryu is here, he'll definitely solve the problem. This time, we're here to help you. It seems like we've come at the right time. Right time, my ass. You're here to make trouble for me. Do you think I'm not messy enough? Fire Cloud, evil god, roared. Quiet! No one is allowed to make the first move. 100 Calamity Taoist was stunned and frowned. But Reverend Huanyang beside him said, Evil god, this is the cause of this disaster. The sinner is here. Why can't we make the first move? Evil god, please explain clearly. Explain? I want to explain too. Fire Cloud, evil god's anger didn't stop. When he was about to speak, he was stopped by Mr. Blind. Everyone. At this moment, Mr. Blind was facing the people and the people in power of the demon race. He said in a low voice, This place concerns the safety of tens of millions of people in the Divine Prefecture, as well as the turmoil in the country. Please do not act rashly. I'll explain clearly. Everyone was silent. Mr. Blind opened his mouth again, but at this moment, a talisman light shot at him from an extremely tricky angle, which could be considered a sneak attack. Fortunately, Mr. Blind used a secret technique to stimulate his body's ability and strength, so he dodged it, but his arm was already injured, and blood immediately flowed out. Qing Shazi, you dare to appear in Kelowna. Dozens of years ago, you attracted the calamity of Long Sha and killed 37 people of my sect. My junior brother and master died tragically in the hands of Long Sha. You still have the face to come back. Beside Reverend Huanyang, an old Taoist stared at him angrily and rushed out with his magic power. No wonder I found the person who cooperated with evil gods so familiar. So it's you. Qing Shazi, you deserve to die. Another angry roar was heard. Everyone, Qing Shazi really shouldn't have stepped into Kelowna, Mr. Blind said, but now the safety of Kelowna and the lives of millions of people are at stake. I hope everyone can hold back for now. Mr. Blind lifted his clothes and knelt down in front of everyone. He raised his head and looked at the people who wanted to swallow him alive and said sadly, Qing Shazi knows that I'm guilty and I've been dragging out an ignoble existence for dozens of years. Now, I know that it's useless for me to say anything more. I only hope that everyone can wait for a while. After this, no matter how you want to deal with me, I, Qing Shazi, will not fight back and will be at your disposal. Please, for the sake of the millions of people in Kelowna, wait for a while more. President, this, Reverend Huanyang, looked at 100 Tribulations Taoist with difficulty. He knew what happened dozens of years ago. 100 Tribulations Taoist's beloved disciple also died in the calamity of Long Sha. She was the most outstanding disciple of Kunlun, and 100 Tribulations Taoist had spent his entire life learning on her. 100 Tribulations Taoist sighed. It's been so many years. Why can't you see past it? The dead are just like that. President, what do you mean? Listen to him. 100 Tribulations Taoist shook his head and sighed. Qing Shazi's nature is not bad. He just took a wrong step, but it's beyond redemption. Reverend Huanyang gritted his teeth and said coldly, President, for your sake, I can wait. But after this, Huanyang, I really can't let this person go. President, you should know that Huanyang's Dao companion also died tragically in the calamity of Longsha. Fate has its own laws, you can't force it. Do as you wish. 100 tribulations, Daoist sighed and slowly descended. He sat under the tree and closed his eyes. Mr. Blind let out a sigh of relief. 100 tribulations Daoist's words were equivalent to helping him. But a sharp blade pierced through Mr. Blind's back in an instant. A sinister face appeared behind Mr. Blind, looking abnormally sinister and terrifying. This time it's your cloth-clothed sex disaster. And dozens of years ago it was your cloth-clothed sex disaster again. You're all snakes and rats. I won't believe you. Qing Xiazi, return my son's life. It's Daoist Huang Mu. This was like a signal. In an instant, countless thoughts appeared in the hearts of the crowd and the demons. Huang Mu's attack instantly ignited the temporarily peaceful situation. The second person to attack was Azure Dragon Song, Jin Shui. He once again transformed into his Azure Dragon form. Lai Kaixing of the 71 generations of Tian Xan, it's all your fault for bewitching my father. If not, how could he die? If I don't take revenge, I, Song Jin Shui, won't be able to swallow this anger. Song Jin Shui, don't be presumptuous. Seeing that the Azure Dragon was about to leave, Du Lin roared and rammed into it. Your Jade Qilin clan actually helped the cloth-clothed sect to create chaos. You're an auspicious beast in vain. Die for me too. The Azure Dragon and the Qilin instantly fought each other. At this moment, Fire Cloud, evil god, instantly struck out a palm, sending Daoist Huang Mu flying. He hurriedly supported Mr. Blind and sealed the acupoints near his wound with his fingers. However, at this moment, 2 Daoists attacked Mr. Blind with bloodshot eyes. Attack! Destroy the cloth-clothed sect. President said to wait for a while more. Don't act rashly. You, 100 tribulations, can endure, but I can't. I must avenge my family's death. Whoever dares to stop me will die. Die. It was unknown who roared. In an instant, spiritual power and demon power converged into a powerful wave in the crouching Dragon Mountain Villa, stirring up the wind and clouds. Momo was still holding the 71st generation Tian Xan hostage. He didn't choose to attack, but he was secretly anxious. The Daoists had far more people. The 71st generation Tian Xan had to preside over the opening of the gap and couldn't move now. As for Lai Kaixing, he didn't intend to attack either. How could Du Lin and Miss Gong resist the siege of the Daoists? Qing Xiazi was heavily injured by a sneak attack. Forget it. Kaixing, lend me a hand. At this moment, the 71st generation, Skyheart, slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he, who had been like a stone statue, finally showed a trace of life. Lai Kaixing shook his head. Let me do it. No. You can't attack. You can't get involved in this karma. The 71st generation, Tian Xan, shouted in a low voice and raised the land in his hand. At this moment, the entire crouching Dragon Mountain Villa started to shake violently. What are you doing? Don't move, Momo shouted. The spiritual power on his finger condensed into a sharp spike and pierced half an inch into the 71st generation Tian Xan's neck. Momo! The 71st generation Tian Xan shouted angrily. I said don't move. Momo seemed to be really angry now, roaring angrily for the first time. However, the chaotic battle between the two sides overshadowed Momo's roar. At this moment, a sigh was heard, rippling in everyone's ears. It was Lai Caixing's sigh. At this moment, a terrifying spiritual power was emitted from Lai Caixing's body. This terrifying spiritual power instantly made the air heavy. It suppressed the 100 tribulation Daoist, suppressed the crazy Tsang Jin Shui, and forced Fire Cloud, evil god, to half kneel on the ground. It suppressed everyone. There's such a realm of spiritual power in this world. Too many frightened gazes gathered on Lai Kai-shing. Only the 71st generation Tianxan was inexplicably furious. I said, "Don't get involved in this karma." If I succeed, this karma won't count as a sin. Naturally, it won't count as anything. If I fail, how can I talk about karma and merit? Lai Kai-shing shook his head slowly. Everyone looked at him. He looked at Qing Xiazi. "Martial uncle, lend me your heavenly eye for a moment." As he spoke, Lai Kai-shing waved his hand and grabbed, directly pulling Mr. Blind in front of him. That ridiculously strong magic power was just a wave of pressure, but it still pressed down on everyone until they could not lift their heads. It was so heavy that their bodies even sank into the ground. At this moment, Lai Caixing's finger lightly touched Mr. Blind's eyes. At this moment, Mr. Blind let out a miserable cry. This wasn't just the pain of digging out his eyes. The heavenly eye was connected to his soul. A pair of pale golden eyeballs fell into Lai Caixing's palm. The eyeballs gradually changed, finally fusing into a diamond-shaped crystal. At this moment, Mr. Blind weakly fell to the ground. The crystal was in his left hand, and Lai Caixing's right hand was pressing on his chest. At his chest, a wisp of golden light emerged, gradually peeling off from Lai Caixing's body. A trace of pain flashed across his face. Heavenly Heart. It's Heavenly Heart. Heavenly Heart. On the ground, Mr. Blind's eyes were bleeding. He could only hear and feel, but he could feel the appearance of Heavenly Heart. At this moment, the radiance of Heavenly Heart and Heavenly Eye intersected wherever the radiance shone. Time seemed to have completely stopped. Everything at this moment seemed to have been frozen in the gap of time. Even the wind stopped moving. It was quiet. What happened? Mr. Blind tilted his head to listen, but he couldn't hear any other sound. Silly boy, you're still affected by this karma. Heavenly Heart 71 sighed, as if he had aged a lot in an instant. This time you're affected by this karma. Later on, when the spiritual energy exploded, no matter how great your contribution is, can you still hide it from everyone? Master, it's about time. At this moment, Lai Kai-shing said indifferently, "Thanks to Martial Uncle's heavenly eye, I was able to see a trace of the situation under Mount Tai. The first ancestral dragon is about to raise its head." Heaven Heart 71 closes his eyes, revealing a pained expression and a mournful sigh. Senior brother. Mr. Blind climbed up from the ground with difficulty. Senior brother? Why did you ask me to come back? Just to get my heavenly eye? You sent people to catch me several times because of my heavenly eye, right? Tell me, what is this hiding from everyone? Sacrificing millions of people is such a great sin. How can you talk about great contributions? How dare you? Do you want the inheritance of the plainclothes Tao to go extinct? Answer me. Answer me. Isn't the mistake I made more than 40 years ago not enough? Have you forgotten the purpose of the plainclothes Tao? Have you forgotten your master's teachings? I haven't forgotten. I've never forgotten my master's teachings. Heavenly Heart 71 opened his eyes abruptly. Holding Earthen Spirit sword, he glared at Mr. Blind and said furiously, "We understand feng shui. We learn the Tao of yin and yang. We seek fortune and avoid calamity, and we mess up yin and yang. We go against the heavens for the sake of the common people. Then why did you let the spiritual energy recover and kill millions of innocent people?" Mr. Blind's eyes were bloodshot. "You're telling me that you did it for the sake of the common people?" The recovery of spiritual energy is the operation of the heavenly Tao. It's something that can't be changed. I don't believe that you who have the heavenly eye have never seen through the secrets of the heavens. Heavenly Heart 71 said in a deep voice, "You saw rivers of blood. You saw the great war between humans and demons. the destruction of mountains and rivers, the destruction of nations, the suffering of the common people, and even the collapse of the world. Your heavenly eye can see all of this. Don't tell me that my heavenly heart, the heavenly heart that my master hurriedly passed down before he died, can't see it. Qingxiazi, I was earlier than you. I was earlier than you. From the moment I took over heavenly heart, I saw it. The collapse of the heavenly Tao, the destruction of humans and demons. I was earlier than you. Pointing at earthen spirit sword, heavenly heart 71's aura surged crazily. At the same time, his face rapidly aged, and in the blink of an eye, his hair turned white. The destruction of this world is irreversible. Even if it's not me, it's someone else. The recovery of spiritual energy will happen eventually. Since the heavenly Tao is like this, why don't you let me be the one to face the calamity and mess up yin and yang to fight for a chance of survival? Didn't a commoner learn the ability to reverse yin and yang to defy the heavens? Since the heavens want to destroy Tao demons and the common people, I'll let the common people live well. I'll let the Kelowna Tao world prosper again. I'll save as many people as the spiritual energy explosion kills. A dragon's roar reverberated in the world. A gold and silver dragon's shadow shot up into the sky from the depths of Mount Tai. Heavenly Heart 71 roared at the sky. So what if I face the calamity and commit this monstrous slaughter? The common people. I'll save them. At this moment, he raised the spirit sword high and stabbed it down. Chapter 1157. Bastard. The Shinryu from Kelowna roared angrily. Long Shiro couldn't get away for now. Although Wang's spatial fold could offset the damage caused by the explosion of spiritual energy, Wang was still a young dragon god. Facing the explosive power of the 12 ancestral veins of Kelowna, Wang's spatial fold could be broken in a matter of minutes. That was what Long Shiro needed to do now. Merit. What kind of merit is this? If merit could be earned like this, how many saints would there be in history? Are you kidding me? Compared to this, Luochio shook his head. Miss Long, I suggest you don't stop now. At this moment, this berserk spiritual energy faintly showed signs of bursting through the folded space. Moreover, the folded space was unable to absorb this burst of spiritual energy all of a sudden. The berserk spiritual energy gradually showed signs of overflowing. Damn profiteer! Are you just going to watch? Miss Long, do you want me to help? I won't beg you again, even if you beat me to death. Roar! Ring after ring of golden light appeared out of thin air like gigantic rings, firmly encircling the spiritual chi gap under Mount Tai. Their appearance was like opening up a set of passageways, so that the erupting spirit energy could only flow through this passageway and into the folded space. The Shinryu from Kelowna turned red and gritted his teeth. He looked at Luochio and said angrily, Damn you! If you don't want to help, don't be a hindrance. Just looking at you makes me annoyed. Seems like Miss Long can handle it herself. Luochio nodded and stepped back. His figure faded until he disappeared. Hey! Hey! Long Shiro was startled and cursed. He really left? Damn you! You don't have any manners at all. Damn profiteer! Damn profiteer! Damn profiteer! Ah! I'm so angry! A gold and silver dragon emerged from the bottom of Mount Tai. A silver dragon rushed out from Crouching Dragon Villa. They weren't far from each other, but the impact caused by their eruption was still great. In front of the waterfall, the violent aura that rolled here instantly set off a violent wind. Nero, who was crawling on a big rock and immersing herself in copying, hurriedly pressed down the manuscript that was about to be blown away. It was just that she was one step slower after all. The gale instantly rolled dozens of manuscripts into the air. Ms. Nero's face changed drastically, and she opened her mouth. But Miss Nero's reaction was also very fast. She turned into a black shadow and rushed up. With a very fast speed, she took back the punishment manuscripts that were rolled up. Finally, she got full marks. Nero wiped her cold sweat and then knelt on the big stone. More punishment manuscripts had been rolled into the waterfall pool. "I've been copying for a long time." Miss Nero stretched out her hand in grief and indignation. "It's time." Ignoring Nero's grief and indignation at this time, Miss Maid grabbed a cross sword condensed by black flames and jumped on the waterfall. Her body was spinning in the air. The two cross swords in her hands were suddenly shot out and pierced into the waterfall. They disappeared. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. Nero blinked her eyes, but she suddenly felt a huge sense of danger approaching. Under the big rock where she was, a green light burst out. The big rock was shattered in an instant. A desolate howl came from the ground at this moment. The green dragon's shadow rushed out from the depths of the ground. The colorful light ball suspended above the waterfall was like a black hole, sucking the green dragon's shadow into it instantly. "The first one," Miss Maid said softly. "Be more balanced. Take 4. Crouching Dragon Villa." When the first silhouette of the silver dragon broke through the ground, Mr. Blind, who had his heaven's eye dug out, only felt an enormous pressure begin to spread in all directions. However, this pressure came and went extremely quickly. In other words, this pressure was restricted. Everyone, Fire Cloud, Evil God by Jia Momo and the others were still frozen. They didn't know this change at all. The silver dragon's shadow broke through the sky, but it seemed to be tied up in the air. If one looked carefully, one could see that there were many threads on the silver dragon's shadow. They weaved into a huge net, completely trapping the berserk silver dragon. At this moment, a large amount of light and shadow appeared in the air. Each light shadow was a human shadow, but one couldn't see their faces clearly. Each light shadow's hands were connected to the threads that weaved the huge net. Mr. Blind couldn't see, but he could feel it. The flow of arcane energy in each area was like a brush. In his world of perception, it outlined everything that was happening outside. There were 97 light shadows in total. Including Lai Kaixing, there were 98 in total. "Senior brother, this disciple of yours is amazing." Mr. Blind's expression was somewhat sorrowful. He can be said to be the most outstanding genius in the history of the plainclothes sect other than the founder. He actually managed to refine this violent spirit chi by himself. "I just gave birth to him, but I still have a more important mission." The weak voice of the 71st generation Tian Xan slowly came. Mr. Blind suddenly shivered. After stimulating his potential, he was stabbed by Taoist Huang Mu from behind and had his sky eye dug out. At this moment, he was like a lamp without oil. Following the voice, Mr. Blind crawled to where the 71st generation Tian Xan was and grabbed his senior martial brother's hand. The 71st generation Tian Xan was lying on the ground, silently looking at the 97 light shadows and Lai Kaixing himself. Looking at the silver dragon shadow that was blocked by the huge net, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "He still has a more important mission." "Senior martial brother," Mr. Blind said weakly, "what mission?" He wants to walk out." The 71st generation Tian Xan coughed a few times. He must walk out. "The path to immortality is broken. This world has trapped us to death. I cannot find a way to leave this world. This is the only way. Do you think that by stopping the spiritual energy explosion this time, Kelowna will appear in this world that will be stable? No, it won't. The heavenly Tao has already given up on us. Even if we stall for time, there will be a day when it will still appear in another way. I want him to leave this place, go outside and find the true path, the true chance of survival. Find the way to defeat the heavenly Tao. Senior martial brother, why do you have to do this?" Mr. Blind cried bitterly. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "Junior martial brother, Qing Xiaozi, since young, your talent is higher than mine. You are smarter than me. You are the one who should take over Tion Xan. Tion Xan. The 71st generation Tion Xian's eyes gradually dimmed. How I wished that you didn't leave back then. I wished that Master didn't die. I thought, if it's you, you might be able to find a better way. But that's actually not the case. Qing Xiaozi, foolish junior martial brother, this time you are wrong. Have you forgotten the fate of us who divulged the heavenly Tao? The heavenly Tao cannot be divulged. It cannot be divulged. We know, but we cannot say. Once we say it, we will no longer exist. The heavenly Tao will not let us off. The only thing we can do is to face the tribulation ourselves. Only this way. It was like the final radiance of the setting sun. The 71st generation Tion Xian suddenly flipped his hand and grabbed Qing Xiaozi's palm. Do you understand? Do you understand? We cannot say, we cannot beg. We can only do it ourselves. This is our destiny. At this moment, a surge of dense vitality crazily rushed into Mr. Blind's body from his palm. Senior martial brother, what are you doing? I want you to live. To be born, you need to go out and find the true way out. You need to stay. The 71st generation Tion Xan suddenly opened his eyes wide. Stay? I don't know when the next time will be, but I want you to live. Live to face the next tribulation. Senior martial brother. When the last bit of vitality was sent out, the 71st generation Tion Xan's body had already turned into ashes and was blown away by the wind. Foolish junior martial brother, live well. Senior martial brother. Bodhi Sanskrit chant, Bodhi mirror, tranquil and inactive without dust. Lai Kai-shing sat cross-legged on the 7-colored lotus platform. Bodhi Sanskrit chant had already reached its limit. He should have no sorrow and gradually forgot. However, he left a drop of tear. The violent spiritual energy was being refined. In the sky, outside the 97 light shadows, another light shadow was slowly forming. Using the secret technique of the cloth sect, he could reincarnate 99 times. But his hair turned white overnight. After reincarnating 97 times, he was still 2 times behind. At this moment, borrowing the violent spiritual energy stored in the earth for thousands of years, he finally pursued another reincarnation, the 98th. When the 98th light shadow was completely formed, a faint light began to take shape. That was the 99th life, the first life. Lai Caixing's magic power should have reached the world's limit. But when the 98th life was completed, he advanced another step, as if breaking through some kind of limit. At this moment, his divine sense expanded limitlessly, reaching a state where he could look down on mountains and rivers. It had reached a brand new realm. Suddenly, he slowly opened his eyes. On the lotus platform, Lai Caixing's eyes had turned into fragments of gold. Beside him, the light orbs representing the heavenly heart and the heavenly eye respectively flickered incessantly. At this moment, the 99th light shadow had condensed more than half, but it had already stopped. The first silver dragon shadow finally rushed out of the large net, but it transformed into specks of starlight. A stream of air broke through the horizon and scattered in all directions. It was already clean and gentle spiritual energy. The second dragon shadow was dissatisfied with the blue radiance. However, Lai Kai-shing slowly opened his mouth and said, "You finally appeared." There was originally no one in front of Lai Kai-shing, but at this moment, under the night sky, a figure gradually appeared, standing outside the colorful lotus platform. Luoqiu sized up Lai Kai-shing. "You've almost done it. I've lowered my sense of existence to the limit allowed by the world's will. It seems like this limit still needs to be adjusted." "Transcended?" Lai Kai-shing asked quietly. Luoqiu shook his head. "You still have a long road ahead of you. Transcended is only your first step. At least there's a beginning." Lai Kai-shing was still quiet. Luoqiu was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, The heavenly heart and the heavenly eye are things of this world. They're useless if you bring them out. It won't be good for you either. Lai Kai-sheng muttered to himself for a moment. Then he waved his hand. The heavenly heart and the heavenly eye directly fell from the lotus platform and landed in the crouching Dragon Mountain Villa. The heavenly heart only helped me to deceive the world and won't be tainted by the karma of this disaster. Since I'm going to leave, I should naturally stay. Qing Xiazi will naturally be able to make good use of them. Next question. Luoqiu looked at Lai Kai-sheng and suddenly asked, 99. In your first life, what did you see? Lai Kai-sheng looked at the incomplete 99th light and shook his head. I couldn't see clearly. I only saw a bird. Bird? A blue bird. It was flying in a cage. It wanted to get out, so it crashed into the cage. Lai Kai-sheng looked at Luoqiu. You know, perhaps. Luoqiu smiled. The heavenly heart is incomplete. The complete one should be called the Book of Araya. This is only a part of it, so you won't be able to hide it. Lai Kai-sheng frowned. Luoqiu said calmly, It's not easy to obtain this merit. The things obtained through trickery aren't reliable either. However, I'll make it more reliable. What do you mean? Just treat it as me investing in you. Boss Luo waved his hand. In an instant, an enormous golden light shot down from the night sky and sprinkled on Lai Caixing's body. The lotus platform he was sitting on bloomed again at this moment. Lai Kai-sheng gradually felt a feeling of separation. He was incompatible with the world. He was constantly being watched by some kind of will, as if he was sitting on a carpet of needles. He was so disgusted. However, this isn't good for you either. Luoqiu said calmly, I don't want you to realize where you made a mistake. I also don't want you to leave a flaw in your heart. You will forget me. Forget what I said to you. Forget everything. Luoqiu's voice seemed to be gradually getting further and further away. From Lai Caixing's consciousness, something seemed to be pulling it away. His appearance, his words, his appearance were being erased bit by bit. No matter what, it couldn't be retained. Lai Kai-sheng gradually revealed a pained expression, but he quickly recovered. Only a little impression was left, but this little impression gave him a little insight. The one who rearranged the stars and realigned the world again is you. Go! Go to a place outside of this world. Let me see how far you can go. Luoqiu's voice gradually faded. I will always watch you from behind. Always watch you. Do your best, yearning for freedom. Blue-dyed flycatcher. Lai Kai-sheng suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, the second ancestral dragon was about to finish refining. The lotus platform under it was completely blooming. The 99th light shadow was still not complete, but the golden light of merit had already sprinkled down. Master, finally, I didn't disappoint your expectations. Lai Kai-sheng slowly exhaled. I will find the way. The third ancestral dragon was about to rush out. The fourth ancestral dragon was about to rush out. The majestic and gentle spiritual energy sprinkled down from the sky like a sweet rain. Mr. Blind raised his head and looked at the spots of functional golden light. At this moment, his eyes were emitting a golden luster. A golden light was faintly discernible at the position of his heart. Mr. Blind stood in the clouds and silently looked at everything in the crouching dragon villa. Everything had returned to normal. Everyone had regained consciousness and could move freely. They were all startled by the abundant spiritual energy falling down. At the same time, they were also attracted by the golden light of merit. They stood there blankly for a long time. The spiritual energy is erupting. We are fine. Fire Cloud, evil god, looked at everything silently. Suddenly, he heaved a sigh and said in a low voice, Old Blind, fortunately you didn't lie to me. They really did it. Momo looked at Lai Kai-sheng, who was inside the golden light of merit, with a complicated expression. Is this what you want? feeling the dense spiritual energy flowing around them. Some frowned, some were ecstatic, and some were thoughtful, until the golden light of merit under the night sky gradually dispersed. The last bit of golden light entered Lai Caixing's body. At this moment, the number of petals on the lotus platform doubled. The space around Lai Caixing was rapidly torn apart. A ray of colorful light shot out as if to receive him. At the same time, a huge golden light of merit shot toward Mount Tai. Then, a loud dragon roar resounded. In the sky, the shadow of a dragon swam toward Lai Caixing and circled around him. The spiritual energy has recovered. Today, using the power of merit, I will leave. From now on, everyone who lives before me is nothing but an ant. Lai Caixing's voice resounded in the surroundings. His body gradually grew taller. The dragon swam beside him. Finally, one man and one dragon disappeared at the end of the colorful light. In the end, he disappeared under the colorful light. He had completely left this world and transcended. On the ground, the group of Tao demons looked at the pitch-black night sky in a daze. Lai Caixing had left, but that path had appeared before. It was so close and so clear. It was the path they had been searching for thousands of years. Plainclothes Tao, the recovery of spiritual energy, the revival of glory. It's all lies. Lai Caixing only wants to transcend. Damn it, all of us have become chess pieces for him to transcend. Millions of people have died. Kelowna's Tao demon scripture has been greatly damaged. We've all done it for him. From now on, the plainclothes Tao will not be tolerated in Kelowna. Absolutely not. Qing Xiazi has escaped. I swear to kill Qing Xiazi. I swear to destroy the plainclothes Tao. In the clouds a long sigh sounded. Mr. Blind hid in the clouds and fled far away. Senior brother, I'll live on for you. Mount Tai, a figure fell from the sky. Su Zijuan walked on the ground and caught the figure firmly. She landed on a corner of the mountain. Old woman, you can't take it any more, right? Just this little thing, and you're already as tired as a dog. TSK, TSK. Long Shirua struggled out of Su Zijuan's arms and landed on the ground. Damn girl, if you're so good, why don't you do it? It was just that her body started to shrink bit by bit. Not long after, she looked like a 10-year-old child. Su Zijuan blinked and said in surprise, Old woman, don't tell me you're addicted to being a lowly. Go to hell. Long Shirua rolled her eyes and said in a bad mood, Overexhaustion, the other 12 ancestral veins have been broken, and the spiritual energy of the earth has weakened a lot. Do you think all of this came out of nowhere? Isn't it all from the land of Kelowna? Shinryu's power can't be wasted. I can only save a little. Good girl. Su Zijuan smiled and patted Long Shirua's head. This Shinryu. Sama was definitely not the powerless Long-Air who had her power restrained by the club. She opened her mouth and bit Su Zijuan's hand. Damn, old woman. You're courting death. Damn, girl. I haven't properly settled your debt. You actually dared to hire someone to beat me up. Are you itching for a beating? Seeing that the plastic feelings were about to completely shatter, a hurried voice rang out. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Lord Long, Princess, stop fighting. Ouch. At this moment, Chichi Kamaya ran back anxiously. At this moment, Chichi Kamaya's body was full of bruises. Half of his beard and eyebrows were gone, and his whole body was trembling with cold air. Then his stomach and cheeks were punched by Shinryu and Princess Shenyuan respectively. I'll teach you a good lesson when we get back. Long Shirua glared at Su Zijuan fiercely. Su Zijuan sneered, Who's afraid of who? Do you believe that I have the ability to make you kneel on the ground and beg me? Damn girl. Long Shirua took a deep breath and glanced at Chichi Kamaya. Old turtle, if you're not dead, then get up. Stop pretending. The This old servant thinks that it's safer to lie down for a while. Chichi-Kamaya shook his head. Long Shirwa waved her hand. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you all. I'm going to the Crouching Dragon Villa to check on the situation. After saying that, Long Shirwa flew up into the sky. But in the sky, she glanced at the place where Lai Kai-shing disappeared in the end. The golden light of merit appeared almost at the same time. One was directed at Lai Kai-shing, while the other was directed at Wang Wang. In the end, Long Shirwa could only watch Wang Wang fly away without saying a word. Go out and don't come back. Princess, we shouldn't stay here for long. Seeing that Shinryu had left temporarily, Chichi-Kamaya hurriedly said, You asked me to interfere with those national knights. This old servant has 1 foot in the coffin. They will catch up with us soon. Don't panic. Su Zijuan said indifferently, It's more important for them to meet up now. This time, the spiritual energy has recovered. They should be the ones having a headache. Princess, what should we do now? Su Zijuan thought for a while and pointed at the crack under Mount Tai that prodigal Gongsun Shiyu is still lying down there. You go and see if he's completely dead. If he's dead, bring his corpse back. If he's not dead, give me a stab and bring his corpse back. Chichi-Kamaya opened his mouth. So, she only wanted his corpse. What are you waiting for? Go. Go. This old servant will go right now, right now. Damn, the princess actually called him a prodigal. In the crack, a figure jumped rapidly on the cliff and landed quickly. The black figure soon arrived at a pile of ashes and dragged out Gongsun Shiyu, who was buried in the ashes. At this moment, Gongsun Shiyu's breathing was weak and his eyes were lifeless. He forced himself to open his eyes and saw the black figure, who dragged him out of the ashes. Shirshuetsu, how do you feel? The black figure was Gongsun Shirshui. Gongsun Shiyu said weakly, Bring me back. Use the holy pond. Only the holy pond can heal me. I can't hold on for long. No need. Gongsun Shirshui shook his head. There's no need to waste the holy water of the holy pond. What did you say? Gongsun Shiyu said in disbelief. I'm the most outstanding person of the Gongsun clan. I have the bloodline of the Yellow Emperor. How can you say it's a waste? Anyway, you're not the only Gongsun Shiyu. Gongsun Shirshui had a cold expression on his face. He pressed his palm on Gongsun Shiyu's heart. I thought you were a failed product. I didn't expect that you would evolve your bloodline. Too bad you're useless now. At this moment, Gongsun Shirshui forcefully pulled out a blood-red light from Gongsun Shiyu's body. Gongsun Shiyu let out a shrill scream. When the blood-red light was completely pulled out, Gongsun Shiyu's eyes were wide open and his face was full of resentment. He was still not breathing. Gongsun Zhishui quickly stood up. At this time, he tore off a jade pendant from his body and fused this bloody light into the jade pendant. His palm once again condensed a white flame and wrote a line of words in the air. The evolution sample has been collected. The death of test subject number 19 has been confirmed. The words on the screen gradually disappeared. Gongsun Shirshui looked around and then hid in the darkness, disappearing. Soon, Chichi-Kamaya climbed down and hurried to the ashes. He frowned when he saw Gongsun Shiyu, who died with his eyes wide open. The old turtle shook his head. It seems that there's no need to finish him off. Gongsun Shiyu, I'll collect your body. It's good that you're dead. I'm afraid this Xianyuan palace will be in chaos. Alas, troubled times. Nero still didn't give up. She was picking up the soaked manuscripts one by one in the pond, although it would be faster to copy them again, thinking of the demon-like servant girl. God knows if the manuscripts she gave were just enough to copy 270,000 copies. If there was a missing piece of paper, who knew what would happen to him in the future? Nero, what is she picking up? Standing outside the waterfall, the servant girl who was expressionlessly watching Nero's busy figure suddenly heard the voice and then showed a faint smile. The paper for punishment! Luaccio glanced thoughtfully at Nero, who was struggling, and then didn't ask further. Is it done? Yes, it's done. The servant girl took out the light ball that had absorbed the spiritual essence. Luaccio took it and saw 4 vague shadows of dragons swimming in the light ball. Luaccio said indifferently, "Where there is light, there must be shadow. Yin and yang must be balanced. Use this too." In the center of his palm, a black ball surrounded by black gas slowly emerged. The servant girl's eyes lit up slightly. She took the black ball and looked at it for a while before smiling. "Master, you're so considerate." In this case, the main god's world is almost enough to materialize. It should even be able to update a new DLC. Well, with this resentment, maybe we can directly enter the Dark Age. In this way, Taiyinzi's hero spirit training plan can really start. You, don't be too harsh on him. Luaccio smiled. Just give him a warning. Taiyinzi may be a lucky general. I'll handle it. Yu Yi smiled slightly. Luaccio nodded and looked at the sky. It's almost dawn. Let's go back, or make breakfast. Wait for me. I need one more to dry it all. Boss, leave me a portion of breakfast. The boss and the servant girl looked at each other and smiled. Well, we can go now. Breakfast. Taisetsu yawned, stretched, and then disappeared. Not far from the place where the black fog disappeared, in the hollow of a big tree, Lizzie, who was dozing off, was suddenly kicked in the cheek and woke up. Sister Rin, with your sleeping posture and face, can you still find a man in the future? Lizzie moved Ren Xiling's leg away from her body and then glanced at Yukiko, who was squeezed next to her. Later, the snow elf sent Yukiko to Lizzie, but she didn't wake up yet. Well, Luaccio, you're home. Wow! When did you give birth to this white fatty? Come, call Grandma. Lizzie opened her mouth and looked at Ren Xiling, who had saliva hanging from the corner of her mouth. She shook her head and felt that she should wake this woman up. Ren Xiling suddenly felt a chill and woke up. After waking up, she knocked her head on the hollow of the tree. F***, it hurts. Ren Xiling rubbed her forehead and looked around, asking in pain, "Where is this place?" Lizzie said casually, "I don't know. We were walking with the group, and suddenly you and Yukiko fainted. Then I was separated from the group and could only find a place to hide. It seems that it's dawn outside." Dawn. Ren Xiling was stunned. Can we still see the dawn in this damn weather? Ren Xiling climbed out of the hollow of the tree. Lizzie thought it was reasonable, so she quickly climbed out of the hole. The sky outside was already bright, and there was no fog at all. Maybe it was because it was early in the morning, but the air was so fresh that it made people feel refreshed just by taking a breath. Ren Xiling raised her head to look at the sky. No one knew what she was thinking, but she seemed to be in a daze. Sister Ren, what's wrong? Ren Xiling shook her head and looked at the sky, whispering, Liz, have you ever seen such a clear blue sky before? It's like someone cleaned it. In the sky, the clouds were ethereal, and the blue color was so clean that it was like a gem without any impurities. Between the blue and white, it was so clean that it made people feel refreshed. I can only see such a beautiful blue sky when I was young. It's so comfortable. Chapter 1158. The 7th post-disaster meeting came to an end. On the 3rd day after the fog disappeared, 7 emergency meetings had been held in crouching dragon villas in just 3 days. In other words, they were discussing the aftermath of the disaster and coming up with solutions. Most of the people present had outstanding cultivation levels or physically exhausted. Even so, they were still exhausted after racking their brains for the past 3 days. Yan Xiaoxi had already grown a beard, and he had not closed his eyes for 3 days and 3 nights. Even with his abilities, he could not take it. He leaned against a chair in the conference room and rubbed his forehead gently. At this moment, one of her subordinates served her a cup of hot tea, which Yan Xiaoxi sipped on slowly. There were 2 different periods of 24 hours to deal with emergencies. However, the incident at Mount Tai this time took a long time and took more than half a month's time. Almost all the major media outlets in the world were paying close attention to this matter. Now, the foreign media outlets and some foreign intelligence agents who were more difficult to find had yet to leave. "Chief, why don't you go get some rest? You've been working hard for days." Yan Xiaoxi sighed and said, "If working overtime can solve this problem, I'm willing to work overtime for a year. I'm just afraid that it can't be solved." The subordinate said, "But didn't Consultant Long work with the Taoist Association and the Demon Association to cooperate fully this time?" Yan Xiaoxi placed a hand on his forehead and closed his eyes. "How long can the foolish people be foolish? I'm afraid it'll be difficult to contain this fire with paper this time. Chief, don't think too much. We'll cross the bridge when we get to it. It's not up to us to decide how to deal with it and how to deal with the aftermath." The subordinate comforted him. "The arrangements are almost complete. We should be able to release the official news by tomorrow at the latest. Let's wait and see how it goes after tomorrow. We've almost done everything that can be done," Yan Xiaoxi said with a sigh. This was not a problem that could be solved by the Administrative Bureau alone. In 3 days, or rather, 3 days ago, after the fog appeared, the nation was already in full operation. After the fog appeared after the New Year, there were a large number of emergency personnel in Capital City who had been coming up with various countermeasures day and night. However, no matter how many countermeasures they had, they could not compare to the sudden changes in Mount Tai. Geological disaster. The geothermal explosion in the geological disaster. Of course, this was not the only reason that could be put on the national news. The necessary arrangements still needed to be done. Over the past 3 days, the agency had dispatched agents from all over the country who could move freely. Even some of the high-risk areas were left empty. As for the Tao demons, they had mobilized almost all the people they could from their respective sects and clans. With Mount Tai as the center, the geologic transformation of an area of more than 100 kilometers was carried out. It was necessary to achieve the appearance of a geothermal explosion disaster. Yan Xiaoxi knew that this reason was very far-fetched. It was because the higher-ups did not intend to announce the existence of transcendence to the world, or in other words, they did not intend to formally break off their relationship. But after this, there would most likely be an invisible storm of blood. Perhaps both sides would be against each other, and they more or less already had a rough idea. "I'm going to see my master." Yan Xiaoxi stood up and said, "Stay here and keep watch. Inform me immediately if there's any news." The cotton-clothes Tao's courtyard had been destroyed after the battle. Less than a tenth of the entire Crouching Dragon Villa remained. However, when the Crouching Dragon Mountain Villa was built, it was a building that took up a lot of space, so the remaining houses could still fit people. Besides, other than the injured, almost everyone had been furiously modifying the landscape outside these few days, so the remaining houses naturally did not seem to be crowded. When Yan Xiaoxi arrived at the place where Fire Cloud Evil God was recuperating, she was surprised to see that 100 Tribulations Taoist was already there. "Greetings, President 100 Tribulations." "Section Chief, Yan, you're here." 100 Tribulations Taoist nodded slightly. This evergreen tree of the Tao world, who loved to smile, had not been wearing his usual smile these few days. "I'm talking about Mount Tai with 100 Tribulations. Sit down too." Fire Cloud Evil God waved his hand. "Master, how's your injury?" Yan Xiaoxi took off her shoes, walked into the room, and sat down cross-legged. "It's not a big deal." Fire Cloud Evil God said faintly, "You know Bihua State Scholar's ability. This is not enough to kill me. It's just that I've consumed a lot of my cultivation power. It's very difficult to recover without a month or two. Martial cultivation is still good." 100 Tribulations Taoist laughed bitterly. "If we're Tao cultivators and our dermic powers were consumed to this extent, we might not be able to recover in a year and a half, let alone a month or two." Fire Cloud Evil God said angrily, old Taoist, don't pretend to be pitiful here. Do you think I don't know the density of the spirit chi outside? A year and a half? I'm afraid it'll take more than 8 to 10 days. I don't recover as fast as you young people. I'm old. The two of them did not talk about the attitude between the Exan Nation and the Tao demons. They seemed to be joking with each other like old friends, but they had probed each other many times. Yan Xiaoxi listened silently and interjected a few unimportant words from time to time. It's rare for your disciple to come to see you these few days. I won't disturb you any longer. 100 Tribulations Taoist rubbed his waist and slowly stood up. He clasped his hands and said, I'll also see how my disciples are doing. President, take care. Yan Xiaoxi stood up to send him off. After 100 Tribulations Taoist left, Yan Xiaoxi supported Fire Cloud, Evil God, and walked out of the house. Yan Xiaoxi said, Master, 100 Tribulations Taoist is indeed the Kunlun sect leader. He can keep his composure. If he can't keep his composure, what else can he do? Fire Cloud, Evil God stopped. With this happening, it's the responsibility of the Tao Association and the Demon Association. These two associations did not restrain their people well. Lai Kaisheng was even one of the representatives of the original association. Do you think 100 Tribulations can shirk the responsibility? Yan Xiaoxi nodded and suddenly said, Then those demon lords, didn't they come to you, Master? You mean Song Jin Shui, Chuxingha Mingtu Mountain? Fire Cloud, Evil God looked at Yan Xiaoxi and the latter nodded. Fire Cloud, Evil God shook his head and said, A few days ago on the battle on Mount Tai, I personally killed those old guys from Blue Cloud Heaven. To Song Jin Shui and the others, it's either killing their father or killing their relatives. Although they are from different camps this time, the hatred of killing their relatives is still the hatred of killing their relatives. How can they let it go just like that? Maybe they hate me behind my back. Why would they come to see me? Yan Xiaoxi frowned and said, I will send someone to closely monitor the movements of Song Jin Shui and the others. Fire Cloud, Evil God waved his hand and said, My old bones are not so fragile that they will break with a touch. Now is the time when we are short on manpower. Besides, it's a mess outside. I don't think they will dare to stir up trouble at this time. That's true. Yan Xiaoxi nodded, but her frown did not disappear. Fire Cloud, Evil God patted Yan Xiaoxi's shoulder and asked softly, What are you worried about? Master should know. Yan Xiaoxi said seriously, After the emergency is dealt with, this matter is not over. With so many people dead and injured, it can't be brushed aside. Someone has to come out and take responsibility. Isn't this person already here? Fire Cloud, Evil God said calmly. Yan Xiaoxi frowned. You mean, Lai Kaisheng? But hasn't he already left? If he left, then so be it. He didn't have to say those words in the end. Fire Cloud, Evil God sighed. But since he said it, isn't it clear what he meant? Now the Cotton Clothes Path is being attacked by everyone outside. I heard that many of the Tao Demons clansmen attacked the Cotton Clothes Path's mountain gate on their way here. They smashed the mountain gate into smithereens. Now, not even a blade of grass grows in front of the gate. Now that he's gone, he's taken over everything. No one can do anything to him, but there are still remnants. These remnants can't escape responsibility. Yan Xiaoxi said in a low voice. Fire Cloud, Evil God sighed and snorted. Those people can even give up their lives for the revival of spiritual energy. Do you think they will care about being hunted down? Before Lai Kaisheng left, he severed his relationship with the Tao demons and turned everything into a personal act. We can't touch the Tao demons casually because most of them have become victims. If we forcefully take action, it will only make the Tao demons resist to the death. Before we have overwhelming power and complete suppression, what can we use to wage war with the Tao demons? Where should we wage war? Needles don't know pain until they are pierced. Those who dare to call for war and even want to bomb the ground with nuclear bombs. Why don't you try fighting in front of their homes? Let's see how many of them still have the courage to carry explosives and blow up the bunkers. It's easy for you to talk. Not only can you talk about the principles, but you can also talk endlessly. There are only a few who can do it. Besides what? Yan Xiaoxi was stunned. Fire Cloud, evil god, fell silent for a moment. Light only left. No one can say for sure if he will return. The path to immortality has been broken for so many years. He is the only one who has successfully reached a higher level. Tell me, who can estimate his current strength? Don't we still have advisor long? Yan Xiaoxi frowned. Shinryu also has its limits. Fire Cloud, evil god sighed. Where do you think the spirit chi that is spewing out from the ground comes from? In ancient times, Shinryu once resisted some people who left and returned. Shinryu relies on the earth. Every portion of Shinryu's power is provided by the earth of Kelowna. Now that the spirit chi has recovered, it is equivalent to drawing the blood of Kelowna. Don't expect a person who has lost so much blood to be fine. Advisor Long will become weak. Of course, he will become weak. Fire Cloud, evil god, suddenly glanced at Yan Xiaoxi. But no matter how weak he is, we still can't win. Don't think too much about unnecessary thoughts. Yan Xiaoxi lowered her head and pondered for a moment. Suddenly she said, Master, can he really return after leaving? That depends on what the sky thinks. Fire Cloud, evil god, looked up at the blue sky and said in a low voice, However, I haven't seen such a clean sky for a whole 80 years. Yan Xiaoxi didn't stay for too long. Soon, she returned to her post. At every moment, there were orders from the capital. At every moment, she had to report everything that happened here. Naturally, she couldn't leave for too long. Fire Cloud, evil god, walked alone to the courtyard where Lin and Dao used to live. This sycamore tree didn't fall. It was just bare. Fire Cloud, evil god, looked at it for a long time. Suddenly, he waved his hand and grabbed at the air. The soil was turned over, and an unopened jug of wine was dug out from the soil. Fire Cloud, evil god, opened the jug and took a sip. Then, he sprinkled a mouthful under the sycamore tree. Drink, blind man. After drinking this jug of wine, the next time we meet. The ground was cracking open. High-temperature lava spurted out of the cracks like a huge fire pillar. There was a dark cloud above the fire pillar. The dark cloud was created by a sect in the Tao world. Basically, wherever there was a large-scale renovation, the dark cloud would float there. This was to prevent some people from looking at it from above the atmosphere. The underground magma was mainly drawn by the true dragon of the divine land, and the rest was used by the Tao demons to decorate the scene of the disaster. Fortunately, it was covered by a thick fog at that time, and not many ordinary people could see what happened in the fog. I can't. I'm going to die. Kelowna Shinryu, who had to maintain her human form to save energy, hadn't stopped for the past few days. Long Shirua didn't dare to draw too much energy from the ground to recover. Now, she relied more on her own recovery ability. Damn girl, can't you help? Kelowna Shinryu, who was almost lying on the ground, looked at Su Zijuan, who had set up a beach bed, a sun umbrella, and let the ghost baby massage her shoulders. She was angry. I don't have the ability to move the underground lava. Su Zijuan drank a mouthful of fresh deer blood. Besides, the sun is too strong. I'll get burned. Bullsh *T. Only you can get burned. You win if there's even a little bit of the zombies and vampires left in this world. Su Zijuan waved her hand. Don't worry. I asked Chichikamaya to take my order back to the Xianyuan Palace. What do you want to do? Long Shirua frowned. Su Zijuan said casually, Since you want to use the excuse of a geological disaster, then let's use it to the end. What else can we do? I didn't do anything. I just asked the people of the Xianyuan Palace to bring some secret treasures overseas and make a few rounds to see if there are any places that are uninhabited. Then I'll create some tornadoes, volcanic eruptions, sinking islands, tsunamis, and so on. After all, we're all from the global village. Of course, we'll share the good and bad together. You win. Long Shirua rubbed her forehead. However, Kelowna Shinryu only cared about Kelowna. Other than Kelowna, she had nothing to do. I hope these stupid humans know how to restrain themselves. Don't take the stupid Kyoto Agreement as nonsense. If this Longsha comes again, I'll find a ghost to block it for them. You little girl. Long Shirua was stunned. Then, she smiled and walked to Su Zijuan. She patted her head. You've grown up. Go away. It doesn't matter. We've done it before. Long Shirua rubbed her head more vigorously. Old woman, if you touch my head again, I'll make you unable to raise your head for the rest of your life. In the quarrel, a figure slowly floated down from the sky. It was Luo Dance who slowly landed with a basket. Sister Long, Sister Zijuan, Mr. Ghostchild, thank you for your hard work. Would you like to eat something and have a rest? I've made a lot of food. Come, this is a blood ginseng soup for replenishing vitality. It's for Sister Long. This is the peacock blood steamed bun that Sister Zijuan wanted, and this is the vegetarian dish that Mr. Ghostchild wanted. Well, not bad, not bad. I haven't seen you for a while. You're white and fat. Su Zijuan squinted at Luo Dance and nodded. You've taken good care of yourself. Hee hee. Luo Dance smiled. Long Shirua rolled her eyes and drank the blood ginseng soup by herself. After the food was distributed, the little butterfly took a box of yogurt and began to read a book obediently. What are you doing? Long Shirua glanced at her. Luo Dance blinked her eyes and said, Well, I haven't read these days. The exam is coming soon. If I don't revise, I won't pass the exam. Only a guy like you would think about things like exams, right? It was a mess outside, the demons were in a panic, and the attitude of the leaders of Exan was a mystery. So it was better to be simple-minded. Oh, Sister Long, you must know a lot since you've lived for so long. How do you pronounce this word? Luo Dance trotted over with a book. The true dragon of the godly land, who was afraid that this little butterfly whose breasts hadn't stopped developing would ask some strange math questions again, breathed a sigh of relief subconsciously after hearing that it was just a question. It's just math. Sister Long, how do you pronounce this word? Luo Dance opened the book and asked attentively, Mother and daughter. What? Is it a well? But why is there a dot in the middle? Oh, this word is... Long Shirua opened her mouth, subconsciously. I still want Miss Long to be more beautiful, more attractive and more attractive. Of course, Miss Su Zijuan is the same. Hiss. Ah, my book. The book was suddenly torn in two by Shinryu's hand. Scum! In your dreams! Kelowna Shinryu suddenly rushed up to the sky. The ground started to shake and crack, and a huge fire column spurted out from the ground. Go to hell! Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Ha ha ha! Oh no, Sister Zijuan, Sister Long is crazy! At this time, Luo Dance came to Su Zijuan with the torn book in her arms and woke her up. Su Zijuan yawned and got up. She pressed down her sunglasses and glanced at her. Aren't you energetic? What else do you want to help me with? I want to have a beauty sleep. Don't disturb me. Go to hell. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 1159. Soil flew up and huge rocks moved. The terrain changed rapidly as Momo waved his hand. This was a very common Tao technique. Different sects had their own techniques and cultivation methods, but no one had ever seen such a powerful technique. Was this really the 5 ghosts transferring technique? Was it the mountain moving technique? Many people remembered this young Taoist master from the Dragon Tiger Mountain. It was before the Penglai conference when he had a fight with the young master of the White Tiger, Huang Bofu. Although Momo was amazing at that time, he was not as good as this. Now, this young heaven master from Dragon Tiger Mountain gave people the feeling that he was not inferior to the experienced Heaven Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Taoist he. They couldn't even see his strength clearly. Mr. Momo. At this moment, Momo heard Yan Xiaoxi's voice when he had just finished the transformation of some areas and stopped to rest. Facing this section chief of the administration, Momo wasn't as reserved as before. He simply nodded and said, "Section Chief Yan, are you here to check on the progress?" Yan Xiaoxi nodded and said, "We'll officially release a detailed news report tomorrow. Now, every program is very tense." Momo said indifferently, "The transformation is almost done. Actually, we're just assistants. If it wasn't for Lord Shinryu, I'm afraid this project couldn't be completed in 3 days." "Mr. Momo, you're too modest." Yan Xiaoxi smiled and suddenly asked, "Mr. Momo, what's your plan for the future?" Momo lowered his head and pondered for a while. "I should send John Eyre back to his master first. Then I'll give myself a year to go out and find a way to treat him." "Why a year?" Yan Xiaoxi couldn't help but ask in surprise. "These 2 days I've asked by Jie and a few other seniors to check on John Eyre's injuries, but they couldn't do anything. Therefore, I'll give myself a year." Momo shook his head and said, "If I can't find a way in a year, I can only—" "Forget it, I'll do my best. By the way, the section chief didn't come to find me just to supervise my work, right?" Yan Xiaoxi sized up Momo. She had indeed paid special attention to Momo these past few days. In particular, several seniors from the Tao world, and even her master, Fire Cloud Evil God, had come into contact with Momo in the past 3 days. Even though Momo still behaved like a junior when talking to these senior experts, including 100 Tribulation Taoist, he treated Momo as a peer and called him Taoist friend. Yan Xiaoxi had asked her master in private. Fire Cloud Evil God said simply, "Excluding Lai Kaixing, Momo is the #1 person among the younger generation in the Tao world. His true strength is probably close to 100 Tribulation Taoists." Since Lai Kaixing had left, Momo was definitely the #1 among the young generation. "Mr. Momo, are you interested in working in our administration?" Yan Xiaoxi's words stunned Momo. Yan Xiaoxi continued, "Mr. Momo, I wonder if you know that your teacher used to work in the administrative bureau?" Taoist Changha had once served as the special instructor of the administration for a period of time. "Mr. Momo, you should know the daily work of the administration. When Taoist Changha taught us, he taught us a lot of methods to catch ghosts and exorcise demons, which greatly improved our working ability." Momo shook his head. "My old man didn't mention it to me." "You can consider it." Yan Xiaoxi said seriously, "It's also a kind of inheritance. After the Battle of Mount Tai, we've lost a lot of manpower. In the future, we'll need a lot of experienced people to fill in the gaps." Momo glanced at Yan Xiaoxi and smiled. "Why? Section Chief Yan, are you trying to get a strong man to come to my place?" Although it was just a smile, Yan Xiaoxi felt a little out of breath at this moment. This kind of sizing up made him break out in cold sweat unknowingly. Although he had only heard the discussions between the seniors occasionally, Yan Xiaoxi only confirmed that what the seniors said was true when they actually faced it head-on. "I just hope that Mr. Momo can contribute to the stability of Kelowna." Yan Xiaoxi said seriously, "I believe that you always have justice in your heart." "My justice isn't worth much." Momo waved his hand. "Besides, I'm used to living a carefree life. I'm afraid I can't teach people and mislead them. My master taught me before, but I don't have to. Besides, if I really teach them, it'll be fine if they're used to catch ghosts and subdue demons. But if they're used for other things, it'll be bad." Yan Xiaoxi frowned. "Mr. Momo, you seem to be implying something?" Momo patted Yan Xiaoxi's shoulder, smiling faintly. "There are still 2 plots of land that haven't been renovated. Let's talk about it later. We're in a hurry." After Momo left, a subordinate frowned and came to Yan Xiaoxi, whispering, "Section Chief, this guy really doesn't know what's good for him. You even came to invite him personally." Yan Xiaoxi said indifferently, "We're short of manpower now. After we go back, you'd better go to Sanya to help." Go to Sanya? The subordinate opened his mouth, but didn't know what he said wrong. A purple bolt of lightning swam through the dark clouds in the sky. Eventually, it stopped and hung in the pitch-black sky, motionless. Suddenly, the purple thunderbolt dispersed, leaving only a long sword floating in the air. The sword emitted a huge dazzling light. It pierced Mo Xiaofei's eyes. He sat up abruptly, only to find that his whole body was covered with cold sweat. "Brother, you're finally awake." An excited voice. Mo Xiaofei looked at Juefeng beside him. "Giving a start." This wasn't the place he was in before he fainted, but a clean room? "You, which big brother are you?" But wind-chasing wolf hesitated at this time, looking at Mo Xiaofei with a surprised and doubtful look. "Which one can I be? Are you confused?" Mo Xiaofei patted Juefeng's head gently. He knew that this kid was afraid that he would be replaced by another one after he woke up. "Then I'm relieved." Juefeng heaved a sigh of relief. Mo Xiaofei frowned. "By the way, where is this place?" "It seems to be called Crouching Dragon Villa." Juefeng sat down. "You fainted that day. I didn't know what to do." Then Windchaser slowly explained what had happened in the past few days. Juefeng moved his nose, sniffing the remaining demon odor in the air. He was wandering in a primitive forest. Later, he thought of a way, which was to get some wood and make a simple bed. He then began to walk around with Mo Xiaofei and Purple Star. He went up Mount Tai and climbed to the deep crevice of Mount Tai, but he didn't see anyone. He tried to track the demon odor, but he found nothing. Those guys seemed to be in a hurry to be reincarnated, wandering everywhere. In the end, Juefeng couldn't even tell which direction to go. When he was hungry, he would eat some wild fruits. If he drank, he would drink some mountain spring water. In these 2 or 3 days, Juefeng felt that he was about to become a primitive savage. It was just that the previous strange phenomenon disappeared all of a sudden, and it seemed to be peaceful all of a sudden. Fortunately, Juefeng found a small river. Although the weather was so cold and there might not be fish in the water, it was better to catch a few hibernating frogs and toads to have a sumptuous meal than to eat wild fruits, right? Thinking so, Juefeng settled Mo Xiaofei and Zixing, who hadn't woken up yet, by the river bank, took off his clothes and dived into the water. Not far away, there were 2 figures walking in the forest at the same time. They had quite strong physiques and lush hair. They were now lying on the ground, sniffing something with their noses. One of them said, "Lang Wu, it should be in this direction. It's very close. Young Master is in front." The other guy nodded. "Yes, in the battle 3 days ago, Young Master was hit by the spiritual energy storm. We finally found the trace. Yong, hurry up. As guards of Godwolf, we failed to protect Young Master, which is already a capital offense. If anything happens to Young Master, how can we go back to the clan?" They were the 2 guards of the Greedy Wolf clan who accompanied Young Master Zixing on this trip on the plateau. Soon, Lang Yong and Lang Wu found the edge of the river bank, following the smell. They saw Young Master Zixing lying on the edge of the river bank at this time, unconscious. Young Master should be fine. Maybe he was seriously injured and went into hibernation. Lang Yong quickly checked. Someone should have saved Young Master, and this is also. Lang Wu glanced at Mo Xiaofei, who was put aside, and frowned. "Isn't this Lord Long's disciple? Why is he here? There is another monster aura here. It should be this guy who saved Young Master Zixing." Lang Yong looked around. Maybe he went into the water. Let's wait for him to come back. I really want to come up. In the river, a figure broke out of the water and jumped onto the river bank. Juefeng was wet all over, with some algae wrapped around his body and a live fish in his mouth. "It was you who saved Young Master again." Lang Wu and Lang Yong couldn't help but widen their eyes in surprise. This should be a little ground wolf monster. They recognized him. In Shinryu's territory, This little monster had saved their young master Zixing once. "Ah, you are." Opening his mouth, the fish instantly fell out of his mouth. Zhuefeng scratched his head. "Who is it?" Just like that, I followed Lang Yong and Lang Wu here. Zhuefeng looked at Emo Xiaofei, as if remembering something, and quickly brought over a glass of water. "Big brother, you have been unconscious for a few days. Drink some water. This kid has learned how to take care of people." Emo Xiaofei was happy in his heart and then a little moved. "You have been taking care of me these days, right? Thank you for your hard work." "Not at all, not at all." Zhuefeng puffed out his chest and said, "It's only right for a little brother to take care of the boss." Emo Xiaofei smiled and didn't say anything more. "By the way, I heard news about Lord Long," Zhuefeng quickly said at this moment. "But I want to say that Lord Long is busy these days and can't be seen." Emo Xiaofei said, "Do the people outside know the relationship between me and Master?" Zhuefeng shook his head. "I didn't say." "Big brother, didn't you say not to mention Lord Long's name?" "I also told Lang Yong and Lang Wu to keep it a secret." Emo Xiaofei nodded. "Since Master is busy, then don't disturb her. Anyway, it's fine as long as I know she's here. I'll rest for a few days. So many things have happened outside. I don't know what's going on." "Zhuefeng, have you heard anything?" Wind-chasing Wolf shook his head and said, "The people here are coming and going, and no one stops and no one pays attention to me. Anyway, I'm just a nobody." "Humph. Let me tell you, big brother, when I went to look for food in the morning, they only gave me a few steamed buns." "So stingy." Emo Xiaofei glanced at the plates on the table in the room. They didn't look like steamed buns, and then I took a few plates of meat from the kitchen. Zhuefeng shrugged. "But don't worry, I've put the money back." "Where did you get the money?" "It's yours." Emo Xiaofei smiled faintly and pretended to hit him. Zhuefeng was clever, dodging at once and running out of the door. "Big brother, I'll lend you the money. After going back, I'll go to the territory to work for a few days to pay you back." "Forget it. You must be hungry since you just woke up. I'll find you something to eat." Seeing this little guy running away, Emo Xiaofei shook his head. What a clown! But the room suddenly quieted down. Emo Xiaofei looked down at his chest and pressed it, recalling the feeling before he fainted that night. He felt a sudden, tingling pain in his body. A faint purple gold light appeared on his chest. Emo Xiaofei gritted his teeth, clenching his fist and slowly pulling it back. A faintly discernible sword hilt gradually emerged from his chest. Emo Xiaofei's veins were bulging at this time, but he could only pull out half of the sword hilt at most. He couldn't even see the sword blade, but his body was already in unbearable pain. He let go of his hand at once. The purple gold light dissipated in an instant, and so did the sword hilt. Emo Xiaofei gasped for breath. First Emperor, son of Heaven's sword, what happened in the past few days flooded Emo Xiaofei's mind again. His consciousness was only trapped, but he could clearly feel what was happening outside, and even every word that the other him said. "The kitchen. I won't go now." Zhuefeng poked his head out of the corridor, then walked step by step to the door of a room in the corridor, then looked around and reached out to push the door open. Cough, cough. At this time, a light cough appeared behind Zhuefeng. At the same time, Zhuefeng's body was also grabbed by the back of his collar and lifted up. "You little guy, what do you want to do again?" "Ah, haha, Uncle Lang Wu, Uncle Lang Yong." Zhuefeng laughed dryly. "I just want to see how Zixing is doing. I mean no harm. I really mean no harm. I even picked flowers. Look, we thank you on behalf of the young master for your kindness." Lang Yong took the wildflowers in Zhuefeng's hand, then put Zhuefeng down and said indifferently, "But the young master is hibernating at this time and can't be disturbed. You'd better go back and take care of Lord Emo." "I just want to take a look," Zhuefeng muttered. "Not even a look." Lang Wu snorted coldly. "The matter of you saving the young master this time, When she wakes up, we will report it. You won't be short of things. You don't have to come here several times a day. I don't mean that. Zhu Feng frowned. Then what do you mean? Lang Wu said in a deep voice. Don't be ungrateful. We are already very polite to you. Don't force me to make a move on you here. A little demon dares to be rash here? Okay, don't quarrel. Are you going to disturb the young master's cultivation? Lang Yong said in a deep voice. Little brother Zhu Feng, don't mind him. He's just in a bad mood these 2 days. How about this? You go back first, and when the young master wakes up, we will tell her. What do you think? Zhu Feng stuck out his tongue and stepped on Lang Yong's foot fiercely, then jumped onto the roof and disappeared in a few moments. Lang Yong coldly snorted. What an arrogant brat! Lang Wu frowned and said, He's just a child. He doesn't have any bad intentions. Don't be so overboard with your words. After all, he has saved our young master twice. Lang Yong sighed and said, Can't I tell whether he's good or not? I can see it, but this brat obviously likes our young master. But think about it. What is this brat's identity, and what is our young master's identity? It's better to destroy his thoughts as soon as possible. Whether he's a human or a demon, he still has to weigh himself. We can't let go of this hurdle. Otherwise, in the end, the one suffering is this brat. You make me feel uncomfortable too. Chapter 1160. Mo Xiaofei heard a call from his master Long Shi. He glanced at the unhappy Zhu Feng, saying that he needed to go to the washroom. Zhu Feng didn't pay much attention to it. He just sat in front of the window, holding his chin and staring blankly. Mo Xiaofei shook his head. This guy had been like this since he came back yesterday. He didn't say anything when asked. The sound came from outside Wulong Villa. When Mo Xiaofei arrived, Long Shirua was already sitting on a big rock in front of the riverbank. She was still in the child state that Mo Xiaofei was familiar with. Master. Mo Xiaofei hadn't seen Long Shirua for a long time. He quickly came behind her and greeted her respectfully. Shinryu of Kelowna slowly opened her eyes, exhaling a pale golden mist. You and Zhu Feng. Why didn't you stay at home? What are you doing here? Looking at Long Shirua's frown, Mo Xiaofei knew that it was inappropriate for him to go out with Zhu Feng without informing her. He lowered his head and said, I just want to have a look. I didn't expect so many things to happen. He had originally wanted to talk about the things that had happened to him in the past few days, but when the words were about to come out of his mouth, they were blocked by something. Vaguely, it seemed to be another him. Long Shirua still frowned. She glanced at Mo Xiaofei and then sighed, Forget it. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. You've grown up and have the ability to make your own judgment. Although I'm your master, I can't take care of you all your life. She always believed that this guy who was willing to sacrifice his own life to save a monster he didn't know would not go astray. And Mo Xiaofei knew that he couldn't hide it, so he said seriously, Master, I know. Long Shirua jumped down from the rock. Today is the news release day. You've been living in Crouching Dragon Villa for the past few days, so you should have heard about what happened in Mount Tai, right? And Mo Xiaofei nodded. Zhu Feng didn't get anything out of him, or he wasn't interested in this matter. But it was different after Mo Xiaofei woke up. Through strengthening his hearing, he could hear a lot of things from the people walking back and forth in the villa in just half a day after waking up. Linking it to what he had seen and heard along the way, Mo Xiaofei had already connected the whole thing together. I think so. Mo Xiaofei nodded. Master, after this, what will you do? Long Shirua shook her head and said, I can't say for sure. The current situation is very delicate. However, according to the current situation, there wouldn't be any major changes in the short term. The current focus was on how to deal with the aftermath. However, Mount Tai is now a place of trouble. You'd better take Zhu Feng and go back as soon as possible. You've been out for so long, don't let your family worry about you. Take this. Long Shirua threw a document to Mo Xiaofei. Now there are many authorities and Dao demons patrols nearby. You can use this when you leave. No one will stop you. Mo Xiaofei nodded. His family was indeed very anxious after being out for such a long time. Mo Xiaofei also cared about his parents. Therefore, he agreed directly. Master, there's one more thing I want to ask you. What's the matter? Mo Xiaofei hesitated for a moment and finally gritted his teeth and asked, Master Zhuifeng. Zhuifeng, does he have other origins? Why do you ask this? Long Shirua frowned. Ignoring the time before and after the appearance of the first emperor, Mo Xiaofei only mentioned the matter of saving Zixing. I heard it with my own ears. When Zixing faced Zhuifeng, she shouted, Wolf Lord. I didn't expect Zhuifeng to have awakened to this extent. Indeed, I vaguely felt a greedy wolf, purple qi, and a huge wolf howl that night. However, the situation was critical at that time, and I really couldn't find the time. Long Shirua's face turned serious. It seems that I still underestimated this child's potential. Master? Do you remember the first time you met Zhuifeng? Mo Xiaofei nodded. Long Shirua said, Zhuifeng's origin is quite complicated. There is an extremely powerful and dangerous force in his body. If it can't be controlled, it can easily cause a huge disaster. At that time, I asked Sun Xiaosheng to train you at the same time because I wanted Zhuifeng to learn how to control this force. I see. As for his identity, Long Shirua pondered for a moment. His identity. I don't plan to expose it yet. This child hasn't really grown up yet. If he carries those things that are too heavy for him too early, it won't be conducive to his growth. Greedy Wolf is the most complicated constellation. It is responsible for both blessing and disaster. In the past generations of greedy wolves, there were murderous stars who came to the world, and there were also those who saved the world. How to use this power depends on the character of the greedy wolf of the current generation. If it is good, then the world will be blessed. If it is evil, then the world will be plunged into misery and suffering. So serious. Mo Xiaofei was shocked. These words were said by his master, Kelowna Shinryu, so he naturally believed it. Xiaofei. Long Shirua said seriously at this time. Zhuifeng, this child, because of his early experience, has a strange temperament, but his nature is not bad. He is very close to you now, and your influence on him is naturally great. So I hope you can always be by his side and guide him to use the power of the greedy wolf correctly. I don't expect him to be a saint, but at least don't do evil. Master, can I do it? Mo Xiaofei looked hesitant. The problem with his own body seemed to be in a very bad situation as well. Don't underestimate yourself too much. Long Shirua said indifferently, That day I used Shinryu's blood essence to save you. Now that my power has recovered, the power of Shinryu's blood essence will play a greater role in your body. As long as you don't forget your original intention, you will understand one day. What is the blood essence I gave you? Mo Xiaofei took a deep breath, solemnly saying, Master, I won't let you down. Long Shirua smiled. I have never accepted any disciple in my life. I believe I didn't misjudge him. Well, you shouldn't come out for too long. Go back. Don't tell anyone about our meeting here. Master, where are you going? Mo Xiaofei asked curiously. The conference is about to be broadcasted. Aren't you going to watch it? Long Shirua waved her hand, saying nothing. Mo Xiaofei had to bow respectfully and then left. Looking at Mo Xiaofei's receding figure, Long Shirua muttered, That stinky guy looked at you as if he saw meat. Every time he looked as if he couldn't wait to swallow you. It proves that there is something about you that attracts him. But suddenly a strange thought came to Kelowna Shinryu's mind. Mo Xiaofei could be said to be created by Luoqiu, and then she accepted him as her disciple. Long Shirua also spent a lot of effort on Mo Xiaofei. Didn't this mean that this child was created by her and that profiteer together? Bah! In the forest, the dense fog was accompanied by some kind of breathing, flowing rhythmically. The morning fog had not completely faded away, and a figure sitting cross-legged in the forest slowly stood up at this time. Come out, You've been following me for a few days. Are you just going to keep following me?" He spoke. In the forest, two figures rushed out quickly. They were Miss Gong and Du Lin, who assisted the 71st generation Tianqin and Lai Kaixing in Crouching Dragon Villa that day. At this time they came forward and said almost in unison, "Greetings, Master Qing Xiazi." Qing Xiazi sighed. "It seems that the two of you took advantage of the chaos that day to escape. You've been following me for a few days. What's the matter?" Miss Gong and Du Lin looked at each other, and Du Lin said seriously, "Master Qing Xiazi, before His Holiness left that day, did he teach Tianqin and Tianqin to you?" Mr. Blind frowned, and in the blink of an eye he figured something out, then sighed and said, "It seems that my senior brothers and the others have said something before." Miss Gong said, "His Holiness has said that no matter if we fail or not, whoever has Tianqin and Tianqin has to follow." Mr. Blind was silent for a moment. "Lai Kaixing, you've really thought about everything. Even if you fail, you've already thought about what to do, right?" Du Lin said seriously, "Now that we've succeeded, His Holiness only said to follow and listen to orders. He said that after you have Tianqin and Tianqin, you'll know what to do in the future. You don't even know what I'll do, and you're just going to follow me wholeheartedly." Mr. Blind shook his head. "Besides, now that the cloth Dao has become a character that everyone in Kelowna hates. It's like a rat crossing the street. Aren't you afraid?" Du Lin suddenly knelt on the ground and said seriously, "His Holiness was the one who saved me from that desolate situation that day and gave me a new life. Master Qing Xiazi, now that you've inherited His Holiness's will, even if my bones are crushed, Du Lin will stand in front of you. Besides, no matter what the world thinks of me, I'll always believe in His Holiness. This item, I'll leave it to you, Master Qing Xiazi." Du Lin took out a blood-red bead from his chest. The bead was a dull red color, and there were a large number of tiny golden runes engraved on the bead. Mr. Blind held the bead in his hand and stroked it carefully. He was slightly stunned. "This is the Great Compassion Great Guanin's reincarnation scripture. This item contains the souls of all the victims this time. His Holiness personally extracted them one by one and chanted the rebirth mantra. His Holiness inserted a trace of his original soul into the reincarnation pearl. Once this pearl breaks, no matter where His Holiness is, he'll disappear along with it. Therefore, please take good care of it, Master." Du Lin raised his head. "His Holiness said that when he returns in the future, he'll definitely reopen the cycle of reincarnation and let these millions of victims enter the cycle of reincarnation again." Mr. Blind's eyes suddenly flickered with a golden light as he stared at the reincarnation pearl. He saw through the runes engraved on the surface of the pearl, and he saw the interior of the pearl that was like a sea of blood. Within the sea of blood, countless wrong souls were rolling around, and above the sea of blood, a person was sitting on top of a lotus, enduring the bites of countless wrong souls. His expression was solemn, and there was no sadness nor joy on his face. He was just repeating the rebirth mantra over and over again. "This child, why bother?" Mr. Blind let out a sigh. "How much of this is fake and how much of it is real?" "Master, please take good care of this item." At this moment, young Mistress Gong also slowly knelt down. Mr. Blind let out a long sigh. "All of you get up. If you follow me, the future will be very tough. Therefore, don't make yourself suffer now." After speaking, Mr. Blind suddenly frowned. "The two of you go and contact the remaining survivors. Right now, I'm afraid that their situation isn't much better than ours. Let's gather them first." "Understood." Du Lin and young Mistress Gong nodded and quickly disappeared into the forest. Mr. Blind let out another sigh. Holding the reincarnation pearl in his hand, he lowered his head and suddenly frowned. "I wonder which senior expert is this? Can you show yourself?" Just as Mr. Blind finished speaking, the reincarnation pearl in his hand was suddenly snatched away by something, and it was pulled away from his hand. Mr. Blind's expression changed drastically. However, when he saw the person clearly, his expression became even more astonished. Master Chiu? The dim reincarnation pearl was currently spinning slowly in Luocio's palm. Faced with Mr. Blind's astonishment, Luocio only looked at the pearl. He said, "These few days I've learned about Bodhi Sanskrit. You can't kill, and once you do, you'll lose your cultivation. Not many people practice this kind of cultivation technique, and those who practice it will basically lose their cultivation and die. I think that only those who truly have great compassion in their hearts can practice it. This pearl is very good. Mister, take good care of it." Luocio seemed a little reluctant, but he still returned the reincarnation pearl to Mr. Blind. Mr. Blind's brows were tightly knitted as he activated his heavenly heart and heavenly eye at almost the same time. Ever since they first met in South America, Mr. Blind had never seen through this descendant of the Song family. He only knew that he had the most honorable appearance in the world. However, now that he activated his heavenly heart and heavenly eye at the same time, Mr. Blind's heart was in turmoil. This was not something a so-called honorable person could compare to. Stop looking. If you continue looking, you won't be able to take it. Luocio waved his hand. His heavenly heart and heavenly eye instantly lost their original radiance and fell silent. Mr. Blind took a deep breath as his mind raced. I wonder who Master Chiu is. Vaguely, there seemed to be something hidden beneath the Mount Tai incident. Luocio smiled and said, I promised to meet you back then, and I've also accepted your gift. Since I've accepted your gift, I naturally have something in return. However, you probably don't need me by your side now, so you can go look for the ley line, right? Mr. Blind was silent. Back then, he had indeed planned to rely on the honorable person to attract the ley line of the ley line. Then, here, Luocio swiped his hand in front of Mr. Blind's face. In an instant, a huge amount of vitality surged into Mr. Blind's body. During the great battle, he had used a secret technique and almost used up all of his vitality. He was like a lamp without oil. However, in the end, his 71st generation senior brother had entrusted him with a bit of vitality, allowing his withered life to be extended a little. However, at most, he had only recovered part of his vitality. In the end, he had still left behind many roots of trouble. However, this huge amount of vitality had once again helped to make up for a lot. However, this vitality had come and gone quickly, as if it had been calculated accurately. Mr. Blind had not completely recovered, but he felt that his vitality had increased by a few years. Including the things you gave me and the help you've given the Song family all these years, I've recovered about this much. Luocio said calmly, This time, I've interfered a little too much, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to do more. Araya hasn't finished writing the new script yet. As for how to proceed in the future, I'll keep an eye on it. What do you mean? In the future, perhaps we'll meet again with another identity. Mr. Blind suddenly shuddered, as if he had opened and closed his eyes in the blink of an eye. He looked around in confusion, but he did not discover anything. Nothing happened, only a strange feeling, and this feeling gradually disappeared. Chapter 1161. The news on the first channel started at 9 o'clock in the morning. It took nearly 3 hours to explain the cause of the accident, the situation of the disaster, and the rescue work in detail. The old man, standing on the podium, didn't stop for a moment during the whole process. His face was full of grief. Many people didn't know what had happened because it was too far away. Now that the incident was exposed, the whole country was wailing. In their impression, this was the most serious natural disaster in history. They encouraged each other. The cold wind blew from the newly reopened airport. That's enough. You can leave it here. If you continue, you will send me home. Rin Xiling patted Lung Feng's shoulder. Because of the big accident, the bustling airport seemed to be a lot more desolate now. Most people canceled their original itineraries because they didn't know if there would be another terrible disaster in this area. Ren Xiling and the others contacted Lung Feng yesterday. When Lung Feng found out that Rin Xiling had accidentally gotten separated that day and had gone into hiding, his expression was one of relief and relief when the thick fog dispersed. He suggested that Rin Xiling leave this place as soon as possible. Rin Xiling didn't hesitate too much. She booked a ticket to go home as soon as the airport announced that it would resume operations. If you encounter any problems in the future, call this number. Lung Feng secretly gave Rin Xiling a card at this time. Madame Ren blinked and looked at the phone number on the card. There was only the number but no name. She couldn't help but be curious. "Hey, Dumbo, where did you get this from?" "It's the phone number of a staff officer in one of your troops. It's a classmate of mine from the same batch. If there's anything you can't solve, you can call him. After all, I'm in the capital. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire." Ren Xiling was stunned for a moment before she laughed and said, "I'm just a small reporter. What kind of things can't I solve? Besides, there's still old Ma. You asked for this connection." Lung Feng said, "This world may not be peaceful. Anyway, it's better to be careful. Besides, there's nothing wrong with taking care of each other. After some time, I'll find a chance to visit you and catch up with you." "All right." Rin Xiling shook her head and said angrily, "You guys keep stuffing me with cards and phone numbers. My card book is almost full, okay? Why does it seem like even breathing is a problem for me?" "There's nothing wrong with being careful," Lung Feng advised seriously. Rin Xiling gave her a bright smile and a big hug. Then she carried her luggage and walked into the security checkpoint with Rico and Akiko. After passing the security check, Lizzie gave Rin Xiling a new mobile phone, a 1,000 yuan phone. "When did you buy it?" Ren Xiling couldn't help but be curious. She didn't know how she lost her mobile phone. As for the SIM card, she could only wait until she went back to the city to get a new one. "On the way," Lizzie said casually. She didn't dare to say that Ren Xiling's mobile phone was accidentally left behind when she was escaping. Without a SIM card, he naturally had no idea how many missed calls he had received, but he was still able to log into the social media app. F***CK. My son is home. It was also an airport, but it was an international flight terminal. It was also a farewell ceremony. Zhang Qingrui of the Zhang family was seeing the Song family off. Miss Zhang was only a little frightened in this disaster. In fact, she was sent out of the thick fog area at the first time and watched from a safe place for a long time. The Song family requested to leave, and the Zhang family fully cooperated. The Zhang family secretly owned one of the top 3 private civil aviation companies, so it wasn't difficult for them to send some people away, even if it was a special time. Zhang Lilinfang, the helmsman of the Zhang family far away in the south, didn't ask why Song Tianyu was in a hurry to leave. He just arranged this matter by himself. It was old Master Song who left. Song Haoran didn't choose to leave with him. Young Master Song didn't even enter the airport, but just saw them off outside. In the departure lounge, Song Ying grasped the old man's hand. "Grandpa, Song Haoran is a bastard. How can you let him do what he wants? That strange woman, I feel very dangerous just by looking at her." The old man patted the back of the child's hand. "Mr. Blind said that this guy has his own way and knows how to go. He must have his own reasons to stay. Besides, it's not like your uncle is doing nothing by staying behind." Song Ying tilted her head with doubt. Song Tianyu looked at the spacious airport runway outside. "He took a sum of money and will carry out humanitarian relief work in the name of the group. After that, I plan to develop some legitimate business in the country." Song Ying opened her mouth and looked around, whispering, "But Grandpa, isn't our family on the blacklist?" Old Master Song chuckled. "This uncle of yours has received so many tokens from experts. There's bound to be something that will come in handy. Besides, fallen leaves return to their roots. The roots of the Song family will always be here." Song Ying suddenly whispered, "Grandpa, those people haven't left yet. I don't think they will leave until we get on the plane." Song Tianyu frowned, then said calmly, These people came to our rescue when we were in danger. Although it was Mr. Blind who asked them to do so, their attitude has changed a lot. But in the past few days, their attitude has changed. It feels like something has happened, and it might be related to Mr. Blind. We are only people of the secular world, and there are some things that are difficult for us to resist or participate in. We should just turn a deaf ear to them. Grandpa, are you still unable to contact the blind master? Song Tianyu shook his head. He only sent me a message saying that everything is fine and that I don't have to worry too much. However, the blind master is an expert who does things unfathomably. How can ordinary people like us understand him? Since he wants us to leave as soon as possible, he must have his reasons. We just have to do as he says. All right. Song Ying nodded. At this moment, Zhang Qingrui walked over with Mr. Seven. Old Master Song, your arrangements have been made. Please board the plane. Haha, thank you, Miss Zhang. Song Tianyu smiled. Old Master Song liked this well-mannered daughter of the Zhang family from the bottom of his heart. Miss Zhang, I'll accompany you this time. Please take care of me on the way. After all, this is not South America. If Song Ying does anything out of line, Miss Zhang, you don't have to give me face. Just say whatever you want. Song Ying didn't want to, but she didn't dare to be as unrestrained as she had pinched Song Haran. She could only look embarrassed and unnatural. Zhang Qingrui smiled. Soon after, Song Tianyu boarded the plane. Song Da and Song Air naturally accompanied him. Song Ying only left a few bodyguards with her. However, with the Zhang family taking care of her along the way, there was not much of a problem. Soon, Song Ying boarded Zhang Qingrui's private jet home. Song Haran stayed behind, not only because he had participated in the rescue mission, but also because he had the mission of re-establishing the Song family in China. Of course, there were other reasons. There was only one reason for Song Ying to stay behind. That was to go to the place where Luoqiu grew up. With the help of the Zhang family, she would thoroughly investigate what happened that year. Of course, the Song family would also send some people to meet Song Ying in the south. Finally, it's over. Song Ying rested her chin on her hand and looked at the small buildings outside the window. She suddenly turned to Zhang Qingrui and said, Did we forget something? Zhang Qingrui was confused and asked curiously, What did we forget? Song Ying patted her forehead and said, We forgot to go to the hospital to get the medical report. Speaking of the medical report, the quiet daughter of the Zhang family was suddenly reminded of the day when she was trapped in the cave in the forest behind the Song family village. Her ears couldn't help but heat up slightly. She had really forgotten about it. When the news was released, Kelowna's Shinryu did not listen to it. What she needed to know was not the content of the news, but the reactions of all parties after it was released. But this was something that would happen later. After meeting Mo Xiaofei, Kelowna's Shinryu did not want to show up in Crouching Dragon Villa. She wandered alone in Mount Tai and unconsciously came to the place where Wang was sealed, in front of the waterfall behind the Song family village. Actually, she didn't come here unconsciously. She just felt something here. After recovering the power of Shinryu, Kelowna's Shinryu had a close connection with the earth again. Her ability to sense was almost at the same level as her invincible power at that time. She frowned and dived into the bottom of the pool. After crossing the dragon's sealing stone, she walked into the cave at the bottom of the cliff. This was the place where Wang used to live. At the end of the cave, in front of the wall full of cracks, Long Shirwa stopped in confusion. Long Shirwa gritted her teeth and pressed her hand on the stone wall. The stone wall suddenly sucked her palm in, and then sucked her whole body into it. Inside the stone wall there was a new space, but it was gray and gloomy. The valley was dead silent, the trees were dry, and the ground was bleak, like a dead land. This was a small space she had specially created so that Wang could live in peace. Naturally, it could not be compared to the world fragment that could spawn on its own, but it was still better than the dark cave outside. However, this place was still destroyed. Wang's condition was not stable. He once became irritable and destroyed this place. That was the most difficult time for him to transform into a dragon. Flying into the valley, Long Shirua saw a house built in the middle of the pool in the valley. In front of the house was a fusang tree with only branches left. There was a swing under the branches. Here, Kelowna's Shinryu saw the guy she didn't want to see the most, Luochio. Boss Luo was personally tying the swing down from the branches. It seemed like he was repairing this place. Boss Luo seemed to be surprised by the sudden arrival of Kelowna's Shinryu. He stood up and quickly realized, I almost forgot that Miss Long's sensing ability has recovered. You fixed this place? Long Shirua frowned. This place was exactly the same as the one she used to know. Or rather, she knew every place and everything here because she used to make these things with her own hands. I prefer beautiful things. Luo Chiu clapped his hands and stood up. He grabbed the rope of the swing and shook it casually, saying with a smile, especially things with special care. It's like an antique. If a good antique is broken, it'll be a pity. If it can be repaired, naturally people will want to do it. Besides, repairing it with my own hands is also a kind of pleasure. As he said, Luochio slowly opened his hands. Things that are buried in the soil or in history, even if they're covered with dust, rust, and decay, but as long as you are willing to polish them, I think they will recover some of their brilliance. Just like this. From this moment onwards, green leaves began to sprout from the fusang tree. They rapidly grew and quickly became lush. On the desolate land, green grass began to grow from under Luochio's feet. It spread out like ripples all the way and covered the entire valley. The bright light broke through the gray sky and scattered the golden sunlight. It was like a black and white movie walking into the colorful present. The wind came, the water came, and the dead silence became quiet. Hundreds of flowers were in full bloom, and the wind blew them up like raindrops going against the wind. Long Shirua slowly turned her body and looked at the colorful sky. In the room, there seemed to be the sound of her singing a lullaby. In front of the door, there seemed to be the figure of her chasing and beating the naughty child, frowning. On the swing, there were times when she held the child and told some stories. From childhood to adulthood, the floating petals seemed to bear every such memory. She reached out her hand, and a petal fell in her palm. She gently held it and unconsciously showed a smile that covered all the colors. For a long time, Luochio suddenly opened his hands in front of him. A ball of light appeared and slowly sent to Long Shirua. When the light of the ball of light faded, a rather simple puppet appeared. It was almost indistinguishable. It only had a simple human shape and could even be said to be ugly. This is that day when I was in the cave with Miss Long. Miss Long seemed to be in a hurry to go out. I found it by accident. Luochio said softly, This is probably made by Wang himself. She reached out her hand and held it gently. Her lips moved slightly. After a while, Kelowna Shinryu couldn't help but raise his head. Sell it to me. This puppet and this place. This was originally something that belonged to you, Miss Long. This mystic realm was also created by you. Luochio said softly, I just cleaned it a little. Besides, it's also my own interest. But if you must say that there is a deal between us, I think Miss Long has already given it to me. Long Shirua opened her mouth slightly. When did I give it to you? Your happiness. Your smile. Boss Luo said softly, All these make you become a magnificent jewel in front of me. It's a pleasure to be able to feel your beauty. Long Shirua opened her eyes slightly. Chapter 1162. This was Luochio's personality. If he wanted you to see him, you would see him. If he didn't want you to see him, you wouldn't know even if you saw him face to face. This kind of personality was the same even if you met him by chance. There was no need to hide anything. Repairing this secret realm was just an interest he had. He didn't care about Shinryu's arrival. In the moment of unexpected meeting, there would always be something worth remembering. He didn't know when it came, but it left right before his eyes. For Kelowna's Shinryu, he suddenly had a deeper understanding. As long as he existed, it was reasonable. It wouldn't be abrupt, it wouldn't be uncoordinated, and it wouldn't be intentional. It was like looking at water, and it was natural that there were fish in the water. It was like looking at the sky, and it was natural that there were clouds. Suddenly, Kelowna's Shinryu realized the reason why he hated him from the very beginning. It was because of this reason that he could easily intrude into anyone's thoughts, and it was reasonable. Instinctive resistance would eventually be defeated by this kind of reason. Then, when you realized it, you couldn't change it, because this reason had been deeply imprinted on your thoughts and instincts that were difficult to control. If he wasn't in front of you, you wouldn't think or listen. Subconsciously, you would feel that he didn't exist. But if something that could arouse your thoughts appeared, he would reasonably occupy every part of your thoughts. Such an existence was really too frightening. If he didn't appear, he didn't exist. If he appeared, he was everything. In the empty valley, Luocho had left at some point. Maybe he didn't leave, but just erased the reason of his existence from her thoughts. Long Shiro didn't dare to confirm this. It was said that Kelowna's Shinryu was invincible, but she knew that she could only survive under limited circumstances. It wasn't that she was strong, but that everyone was weak, including herself. The swing was swinging, but it lacked a pair of hands behind it. She felt that he wouldn't appear for a while. Bah! Shinryu's words had a great impact on Emo Xiaofei. In other words, after knowing the existence of Shinryu and the significance of Shinryu to Kelowna, Emo Xiaofei had a feeling from the bottom of his heart. He crawled forward, and Shinryu was the goal that he had to strive towards. This was more in line with Emo Xiaofei's idea. Therefore, ever since he came back, he had been looking at Juefeng without blinking. It was Juefeng's turn to be confused. If he was in a daze because he was troubled by emotional matters, then why was the big guy in a daze looking at him without even blinking? Is there something on my face, big brother? No, I just want to take a good look at you. Emo Xiaofei was very serious. Juefeng, don't worry, I will always be with you. No matter what happens in the future, I will never leave you. Oh, Juefeng nodded subconsciously. We really need the encouragement of some close people. A hug, a word, or even a look. Juefeng suddenly felt a lot better. He was not a person who was used to being depressed. He had been wandering since he was a child, so he knew how to cheer himself up. Before the Wolf Clan guards looked down on him, Juefeng was still Juefeng. Big brother, can you accompany me to a place? Of course. Juefeng came to the place where Purple Star rested again. This time he came openly. After an afternoon and night, when Lang Wu and Lang Yong saw this little monster again, they felt that there was something different about him. It's you again, little brat. Didn't I tell you not to disturb our young master's rest? Lang Yong's face was still dark, wondering why this little brat still didn't understand. He didn't want to go too far. After all, this was a guy who had saved Purple Star's young master twice. The people of the Wolf Clan had always been arrogant, but at the same time, they also knew how to repay kindness. And Mo Xiaofei also wanted to see what Juefeng wanted to do at this time, so he didn't interrupt and just watched quietly. He had also been like this since he was a child, so there were times when he wanted to express his own thoughts. He looked at Juefeng with his hands on his waist at this time and couldn't help but smile in his heart. This was the Juefeng he was familiar with. At this moment, the little monster with his hands on his waist raised his head, his face filled with a fearless spirit. Listen, this young master's name is Juefeng. The two Wolf Clan guards looked at each other at this time, not knowing what this little monster was thinking at this time. Chase is Juefeng's chase. Wind is Juefeng's wind. One day, I will let this name resound throughout the world. This was not conceit, but an innate confidence and conviction. Lang Yong liked this kind of unfamiliar face very much. He didn't know what kind of wolf Juefeng was. But no matter what the Wolf Clan was, They needed such a wolf nature. Very well, I'll wait for you. But if you can't do it, don't appear in front of us again. Otherwise, I will only take it as empty words. Lang Yong's voice was not loud, neither cold nor thick. But Lang Wu next to him could hear that Long Yong was actually laughing. But at this time, the door they were guarding suddenly opened. On the plateau, the Greedy Wolf clan's Purple Star young master walked out expressionlessly. The little monster's imposing manner disappeared without a trace, and he even panicked. And Mo Xiaofei's expression didn't change, but he felt like his eyes were about to get tired from laughing. Handsome for 3 seconds. 3 seconds. This was probably the so-called everything has its vanquisher. Purple star. I just now. The little monster's mind suddenly went blank, and he couldn't speak clearly. Lang Yong was about to speak at this time. It was not because of anything else, but because he suddenly liked this little monster who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Now that he was talking, he wanted to help him. At least, he didn't want this little monster to leave the impression of being arrogant and ignorant to the young master. But what no one thought was that this Purple Star young master, whose identity and status were not inferior to the 4 spirit clans of the heavens, knelt down in the most sincere manner at this time. His forehead was touching the ground, respectful and humble. Purple Star greets Wolf Lord. Lang Wu opened his mouth. Lang Yong's jaw almost fell to the ground, thinking that the young master couldn't have been beaten silly in the battle on the summit of Mount Tai. There was only one Wolf Lord in the Greedy Wolf clan, and that was the only one who could inherit the power of the ancient Greedy Wolf. Lang Yong, Lang Wu. Purple Star didn't raise his head. I have personally tested the power of Wolf Lord. Don't be rude. Lang Yong and Lang Wu still looked at each other, but they didn't know how to deal with it. What's the situation? Zhu Weifeng glanced at Mo Xiaofei helplessly and then whispered quietly, I still have a sentence that I didn't say. Life is full of ups and downs. Don't bully the young for being poor. And Mo Xiaofei, who tried to hold back his laughter, finally laughed out loud at this time. Some people left, and some monsters also left. Crouching Dragon Villa suddenly became much emptier. 2 days after the press conference, the members of Dao Demon left one after another. 100 Tribulations Taoist returned to Kunlun with his disciples, and Immortal Huanyang also returned to Chuanjin sect with his disciples. Everyone had their own place to return to. Besides, this place wasn't suitable for them to stay for a long time. It was useless no matter how long they stayed. Some things needed to be digested back to their respective sects, and some arrangements needed to be made. The people of the Demon Clan left in a more low-key manner, and they didn't say goodbye. When the sun rose, most of them were already gone. Zhu Weifeng confusedly became the Wolf Lord of the Greedy Wolf Clan. He realized some of his wishes, which was to see Zixing at all times. However, the realization of this wish was different from what he imagined, because it was difficult for him to talk to Zixing normally. Wolf Lord needed to go back to the plateau, to the place where the Greedy Wolf Clan lived. This was Wolf Lord's mission. However, Mo Xiaofei felt that there was no need to rush, and suggested that they go back to the place where Zhu Weifeng lived first. It wasn't easy to find his master, Long Shuo, in Crouching Dragon Villa, but if they went back, there wouldn't be so many scruples. Perhaps his master could also give a better suggestion on this matter. Therefore, the direction of this group wasn't the plateau, but the south. Dr. Zhao Jiangzhua and a large number of researchers still insisted on staying, because there were too many places that hadn't been investigated clearly. It was indeed the passage from the Penglai treasure house that had appeared before, and it was the kind of gap that could open up the Earth's aura. Something new, unknown, and unexplainable by science. For researchers, it was like a gold digger coming to a mountain with gold mines. They had already taken off their pants, so of course they would do it. Moreover, the Research and Development Department of the administration had also gained a lot. Dr. Zhao even wrote an application, hoping to build a new research institute near Crouching Dragon Villa. It was approved. Fire Cloud, evil god, left. That day, he drank half of the wine he brought. After spilling the other half, he actually left. He left earlier than everyone else. Yen Xiaoxi also left with her people. The follow-up matters of Mount Tai would be handled by the normal departments. He needed to go back and prepare for the various situations that might arise next, or rather, turbulence. Lung Feng and more people received a special mission, which was to find out as much as possible about those foreign friends who were hiding among the people and harboring evil intentions. Young Master Song began to show his superb social skills as a playboy. With the huge amount of funds of the Song dynasty as his backing, he could not only do humanitarian work well, but also do other work well. Princess Chuyang lived in seclusion and only gave young Master Song some pointers every day. For the time being, she didn't have any special orders. Momo left on the third day after the press conference and left together with Jean Eyre. At this time, the young celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain could take care of Jean Eyre without the help of medical equipment. When they left, only the young nurse in the underground infirmary who insisted on taking care of Jean Eyre came to send them off. She seemed to want Momo's contact information very much. Momo didn't give it to her and only gave her a safety talisman. Mr. Blind brought Du Lin, Ms. Gong, and the remaining Dao demons who had gathered over the past few days and headed north. Their destination was the grassland in the north, the place that was connected to Kelowna but was also closely related to each other. Gong Fanqing led the middle-aged man who had taken off his yellow robe all the way to the beach and booked a boat ticket. They planned to head south all the way to the Minnan region. It was said that there were still some descendants of the Zhao royal family there. The yellow-robed man gave himself a new name. He didn't use Zhao, but Song. He was called Song Kuangyin. The two of them who were in the same boat rushed all the way. They left from where they came from. When they arrived in Shanghai, they used some small tricks. Then the young master, Suzuki Harrison, came valiantly and went back with his tail between his legs. What was interesting was that Haruko Suzuki actually met the flight attendant on the flight that he came from and was secretly piqued at his itinerary. Su Zijuan left without saying goodbye. She brought Ghost Baby and Chi-Chi Kamaya back to Xinyuan Palace. She said that she wanted to go back and tidy up the old guys in the Qian department. Even Gong Sun Shiyu, the most outstanding descendant of the Gong Sun family, had died early. They shouldn't think about finding a fiancé for this princess of the royal family. Because she was tough, she could jinx anyone she found. If they didn't want the Gong Sun family to have no descendants, they should continue looking. Shinryu came from Kelowna, but he had a sharp-tongued skill. He had probably reached a higher level. Wang, who didn't know where he was going. For the time being, it seemed that he could only follow Bubugao. Bubugao received the order to go to other places to provide support. Because they lost a lot of manpower this time, the administration was a little short of manpower. But, fortunately, the place he was going to wasn't too remote. He originally planned to recommend Wang, who to the administration. He could not use such a strong and stupid person. But later, Bubugao had a little idea. He felt that if such a strong person was recruited, he would definitely be a senior agent or even higher. Even if he prayed to God, it would be impossible for him to partner with a newbie like himself. Without a partner, there would be no chance to get credit. So Bubugao didn't feel pressured at all and didn't recommend Wang Hu. He just took Wang Hu into his logistics support team with the authority of a junior agent to choose their own logistics personnel. This was even simpler. He didn't even need to go back to the administration. He just needed to report to the local branch. As for Wang Hu's identity information, well, he just needed to record it on the spot. Wang Hu, Tiger Demon, birthplace, South China, demon age 110, new immigrant. Okay, on the harmony system, the little butterfly demon didn't say a word to Kelowna's Shinryu. Okay, don't be angry. I didn't mean to tear your book. I'll compensate you when we go back, okay? Kelowna's Shinryu, who could get hard with anyone in the world, couldn't do anything about this little butterfly's aggrieved eyes. He had to lower his head. Humph, she actually knew how to throw a tantrum. Damn it, she must have been led astray by that profiteer. She had dark circles under her eyes, and her complexion was a lot worse. Rin Xiling yawned and looked at herself in the elevator mirror. The floor was climbing up little by little. When she opened the door when she reached home, she saw a figure in an apron walking around the kitchen and living room. There were braised lion balls in soy sauce, steaming hot wine-brewed meatballs, and steamed pork ribs that were being carried out. The aroma of the steamed pork ribs permeated the air. Rin Xiling blinked and threw her luggage on the ground as if she didn't want it any more. She opened her arms and ran over pitifully. Son, hun, wash your hands. Luaccio used a spoon to remove Auntie Ren's claws with a ruthless face. You've changed. Chapter 1163. Tat-a-tat-a-tat. It was dark, but he could see. There was clearly no movement of air, but he could breathe. He couldn't feel the flow of time. This was a rift between dimensions. Amidst a cluster of floating, fragmented islands, a vigorous figure was moving rapidly on one of the floating islands. He had a unique name, Yu Danqiang. Da-da-da-da sounds were obviously coming from Fishball Chang's mouth. He was using nunchakus made of 2 bones of the same length. He was wearing a small white singlet, large underpants, and slippers. Behind Yu Danqiang were over 100 corpses of original, void demons of various sizes. Of course, they were only original void demons, and there were no higher-level ones. Even if he did, Yu Danqiang could only run in his slippers. Can you not make that weird sound? Not far away, a seemingly lazy and sloppy young man scratched his itch and asked with a yawn, "These are feelings, what do you know?" Even so, Yu Danqiang still put the pair of bones under his armpits and came to the young man. He lowered his head humbly and said, "Master Musashi," because if he went back now, not only could he shout, "I want to fight 10 people," he could even fight 100 people. But he still couldn't beat Musashi. Musashi lay there motionless and did not fight back. He could not even break through his defense and could even be pierced by a strand of Musashi's nose hair at any moment. That was how tough he was. Yu Danqiang didn't know how long he had been in this damned place. It felt like only a few days had passed, but it also felt like a long time had passed. He even started to miss his fishball powder stall. "Master Musashi, I feel that the original Void Devil here is no longer a match for me. Should we change the map next?" Yu Danqiang was still humbly asking for advice. He liked the feeling of becoming stronger. The most important thing was that he did not recharge or become bald from the beginning to the end. Next. Musashi yawned again. But at this moment, a ray of light shot out from the void and landed in front of Musashi. The lazy Musashi's gaze suddenly became sharp. Then, he looked at Yu Danqiang with a playful smile. He stood up. "Next, I'll take you to explore new maps and kill monsters to level up." "What map?" Yu Danqiang was eager to try. Musashi smiled and said heaven. He had just graduated from the novice village and was about to challenge the Nightmare Instance dungeon that was suspected to be the world level cap. What should he do? Fishball Chang shivered and hid in a corner. He was afraid that he would be restricted. He saw all kinds of people. Some were like shadows, and he couldn't see their faces clearly. Some were shadow priests, but he still couldn't see their faces clearly. Some were blessed with holy light, so they were so bright that he couldn't see their faces clearly. Some were clearly seen, but he couldn't remember their faces. Some were even more direct. He knew they were here, but he couldn't see or touch them. Yu Danqiang only recognized 3. The one who fought with Brother Shaosheng left a token and let him come to the dimensional crevice, the fatty named Dongjua, hidden sword of the Eternal Night Palace, and Master Musashi, who gave him pointers. So this is the lucky guy who picked up my token. Yu Danqiang, who was afraid of being restricted, had to endure Dongjua's meaningful gaze. As for the leg snack of the original Void Devil in Dongjua's hand, It was also one of the reasons why Yu Danqiang was afraid of being restricted. He was eating the original Void Devil? Yes. Musashi was still lazily chatting with Dong Zhuo. The dimensional crevice is really an incredible place. This guy is clearly past his prime. His body has stopped growing and even started to decline. Look, he's growing again. Huh. Dong Zhuo rubbed his chin, picked up Yu Danqiang like a chicken, and casually squeezed him. In the end, Dong Zhuo shook his head and casually threw him away. Too thin, but the super growth talent is not bad. Musashi, get up. I'll eat him another day. Master Dong, this guy is considered half my disciple. Isn't it inappropriate? Musashi was still smiling. Dong Zhuo shrugged, took out a new leg of the original Void Devil from his pocket, sat on the ground, and started to gnaw on it. Yu Danqiang was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. But sweat didn't seem to exist in the dimensional crevice, so he only felt cold under his feet. Master Musashi, what's supergrowth? Yu Danqiang heard about himself from Dong Zhuo's words. Didn't Hidden Sword tell you? Musashi asked curiously. Yu Danqiang glanced at Hidden Sword, who had been meditating without opening her eyes, and shook his head. Musashi thought for a while and said, how should I put it? The place you're in is very strange. Anything that you think is abnormal or unreasonable can only be treated as reasonable here. For example, you. No matter how you look at it, you're just a useless uncle. But here in the dimensional crevice, this situation changes because you've received the talent bestowed by the dimensional crevice. You mean supergrowth? Yu Danqiang's eyes immediately lit up. This talent sounded very good. To be exact, your talent isn't really supergrowth. It's just a low-level type of supergrowth. But it doesn't matter. This is just a low-level type of talent seed. If you have the chance to evolve your talent in the future, you'll have a special attribute. Plus, other people won't be able to see through it so easily. Then what's mine? Probably secondary puberty. Musashi replied casually, it's just that the upper limit of your growth has been raised slightly. By the way, Master Dong's talent is also supergrowth, but it's the best type of supergrowth that I know of. What about yours, Master Musashi? Yu Danqiang humbly asked again. Musashi suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, let me tell you one more thing. Unless you're willing to make it public, you'll be eaten if you ask about other people's talents here. Yu Danqiang continued to be restricted. He obediently hid behind Musashi and Hidden Sword and silently watched the strong people here. He couldn't count how many people there were here. Every guy here gave him the same feeling as Master Musashi or Hidden Sword. He felt that every one of them could beat him up with a sneeze. They formed small groups in 2s and 3s or alone. But vaguely, they seemed to be divided into 2 big camps. It was like rivers and water didn't interfere with each other's business. Yu Danqiang didn't know what they were talking about. It was a kind of language that he could understand, but he couldn't understand the meaning. It seemed that the definition of language had left him. Yu Danqiang could only continue to be cautious. He carefully remembered what he could remember. For example, there was a man named Oda who was dressed like Master Musashi. For example, there was a very beautiful man not far away. He was wearing a red robe and was flirting with girls everywhere. They all called him Longyang. There was also a very beautiful woman. She was so beautiful that it seemed like she was going to fall in love with just one look. She was Daji. Dong Zhuo. Daji? Yu Danqiang continued to be cautious. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. At this moment, a new guy came to this place. It was a white-haired foreign old man. Behind the old man was a man who didn't look like someone to be trifled with. Dong Zhuo seemed to be interested. He was gnawing on a prime devil's leg. His mountain-like body trembled as he walked over and greeted the old man. So this is the new guy you're guiding, Albert? The white-haired old man in front of him had to raise his head to see Dong Zhuo's huge face. The old man's etiquette was very good, at least much better than Dong Zhuo's. "Long time no see, Master Dong. This is Luo Bo." The young man behind Albert had a sharp gaze. When he looked at Dong Zhuo, he was like a hungry wolf lurking in the bushes. "What a spirited little guy. I like him." Dong Zhuo laughed. Albert smiled and said, "Master Dong's appreciation is an affirmation of my work. I heard that the new guy you're guiding is also quite extraordinary. When he just arrived, he was appreciated by Lord Kishadi Nagisa of the throne and kept by his side. That's why I've been quite free recently. I eat and sleep, sleep and eat." Dong Zhuo had unknowingly finished gnawing on a second prime devil's leg. "Okay, Albert, I'll go greet someone else." The mountain of meat continued to move. "Who's this guy?" Luo Bo frowned. Ever since he failed to ambush the Xianyuan royal princess and was saved by Albert, he had been involved in some kind of experiment of this old man. It was a terrifying quantum collision experiment. He had survived the experiment and gained more power than he had ever gained before. Even so, he still felt a little powerless in the face of Albert, who, in general, was of every kind here, similar to Albert. He used to be the divine general of the Michael Club. From a certain point of view, he was one of the most powerful people in the world. There were people more powerful than him, but there weren't many of them. For example, the 26 seats of the club, the invincible Kelowna Shinryu, and the Xianyuan royal princess who was easily killed by him after being ambushed. However, his instincts told him that every single one of them here was much more terrifying than the ones he knew. Luo Bo did not know if they had the same power level, or if they far surpassed him. However, he was certain that they were definitely much more terrifying than he knew. And there were so many of them. Master Dong became a surpasser much earlier than me. Albert smiled and said, "There's no concept of time in the dimensional crevice. But in the real world, Master Dong became a surpasser almost 2,000 years earlier than me. Although there's no clear superior-subordinate relationship between the surpassers, as the guide of the new guys, Master Dong can be considered a leader in this group. Of course, it's just a job. We're basically still very free. We only need to gather when there's something important. Like this time." Luo Bo's expression became serious. On the way here, he had already heard some things from Albert, some things that he didn't even dare to think about before. "Listen, there's no formal superior-subordinate relationship between the surpassers. Most of us are equal, but we have thrones. The place where the thrones stay is called the throne room. They are the founders of the surpassers. We need to respect them." As he spoke, Albert's expression became solemn. It wasn't just Albert who was his guide. All of the powerful transcending level experts by his side had unknowingly stopped talking to each other. In an instant, Luo Bo understood the only thing that could make these powerful transcendents, who were far beyond the limits of the world, quiet down so quietly was the throne of an even higher level. Luo Bo subconsciously took a deep breath, even though he didn't need to breathe here. "I'm very happy that so many people came." The voice came directly from his mind. It was an indistinguishable white shadow, or perhaps it was more accurate to say that it had a shape, a simple mouth, and 2 eyes. However, the terrifying aura that suppressed all the powerful transcendence struck directly into the depths of Luo Bo's soul. Luo Bo suddenly understood how terrifying the sovereigns were. Just by hearing their voices, they could cause one's soul to tremble, even if Luo Bo was now far stronger than before. "Meet the Archimedes throne." Luo Bo took another deep breath. Luo Bo took in another deep breath. After hearing the name of the sovereign, he was once again in disbelief. This was the second sovereign he had heard of, and the first sovereign was obviously the sovereign that Albert and Dongshi had mentioned when they were conversing earlier, Kurikati Nagisa. The surpassers didn't have a clear superior-subordinate relationship. They were basically in a state of freedom. They could choose not to come when the throne room summoned them. For example, this time the Archimedes throne room didn't summon all the surpassers. Some were still holed up in their own world, doing what they liked. Some were still wandering somewhere in the cracks between dimensions. Some were still in other main worlds. They might be sitting in an outdoor tea house, leisurely drinking coffee and reading newspapers. There were also some who were still on the road to discovering new people, such as Wolfgang, who was challenging the abyss difficulty. Those who didn't care still didn't care. I believe that you who have come know what we need to do this time. The throne room's voice once again sounded in the minds of the surpassers. If Noah falls in heaven, he is the only one who can control the ark. He is the only one who can control the Arkansas. We need to free him from heaven. To put it bluntly, it was actually a battle between the surpassers and heaven. Everyone, if you have any questions, you can take the opportunity to ask now. I will answer you. The surpassers were still silent. At this time, a dark-skinned man slowly walked out from beside Daji. Throne, when I was capturing the original demons, I encountered something that I need to share with everyone. Oh, Solomon, please tell everyone what you know. The throne room's voice sounded again. The dark-skinned man, Solomon, said seriously, in the process of capturing the original demons, Daji and I seem to have discovered traces of the Void Azura. Chapter 1164. Some Void Azuras had only been heard of, while some had participated in the encirclement and suppression of them. If the dimensional crevice was compared to a new continent, then the Void Origin demons were the natives of this new continent to the Transcendents. The Void Azuras were roughly equivalent to the tribal leaders of these native tribes. The powerful Void Azuras could easily tear apart Transcendents, and only the senior Transcendents had the means to resist the Void Azuras. But this also depended on the Void Azura's abilities. The dimensional crevice was relatively fair and gave all kinds of favors to the later Transcendents, not to mention these primordial demons that had originally existed in the dimensional crevice. In front of the Transcendents was a memory image of the suspected Void Azuras that Solomon had extracted from himself. Each of these Transcendents was a figure who had transcended in their respective domains, and their eyes were quite sharp. Therefore, they could easily sense that the Void progenitor in Solomon's memory was trembling. This progenitor should have just been born. Although it's far more powerful than ordinary primordial demons, it's far from reaching the normal level of a progenitor. Therefore, it's not necessarily a Void Azuras. If it's a powerful Void progenitor, it can also make it tremble. The voice came from a dark shadow, but its body wasn't completely dark, and there were many nebula-like cyclones on the dark shadow's body. It was a senior Transcendent, and had participated in the early war of the Transcendents to eliminate the Void Azuras. It gave its opinion. It's been a long time since the last war. The Void Azuras have basically been wiped out in that war. If there are any left, they should be holed up in the depths of the crevice. Besides, the Lost Garden is our territory. If a Void Azuras really appear or are born, the Sovereign should have sensed it. This view quickly gained the approval of many senior Transcendents. And for those who hadn't really fought against the Void Azuras, they wouldn't recklessly participate in such a discussion. If they knew, they knew. If they didn't know, they didn't know. These people had transcended in their respective domains and had an innate pride. They wouldn't talk indiscriminately just to attract the attention of others, which would only make them a laughingstock. However, the discussion about the Void Azuras ended here. The Transcendents were only interested in the Void Azuras. After all, they were in the dimensional crevice and couldn't easily land in different spacetimes. Some had been holed up in their homes and were almost moldy. It was difficult for a single sovereign to gather all the Transcendents, especially Archimedes, who belonged to the scientific side of science and didn't have much attraction to the mysterious Transcendents. The loss of Noah, the only person who could control the ark, was naturally one of the reasons why they were able to gather so many Transcendents this time. However, the most important reason was that many of the Transcendents had already become moldy. Before they set off, they still needed to make a lot of preparations. However, it was clear that before that, the throne had already been prepared. For the moldy Transcendents, the only two things they needed to do was to smile and start the battle. Yu Danqiang couldn't help but take a few more glances at the bewitching man wearing a red gown. If not for Musashi saying that he was a man, Yu Danqiang would have fallen for him. Naturally, the transcendents were all beautiful existences. Long Yang, that was the name of the bewitching man. It seemed that he had come to talk to Hidden Sword. To Fishball Chang's surprise, the girl from Zong clan, who had always been cold and indifferent to everyone, actually rose to her feet and bowed to Lord Long Yang. Sir Long Yang Jun, why are you looking for Hidden Sword? Not only did the little girl salute, she was also unexpectedly respectful. Hidden Sword, I have said it many times. You and I have transcended. We are equal. Long Yang Jun stretched out his hand and helped Hidden Sword up. However, this girl seemed to have her own stubbornness. She said indifferently, Sir, you are of the same generation as my O family's second-generation ancestor. Hidden Sword is a junior. Yu Danqiang vaguely heard some things. It seemed that the transcendents here came from different space-times. However, some came from the same space-time. For example, Hidden Sword and this Long Yang Jun? Lord Long Yang probably couldn't change Hidden Sword's temperament either. He pondered for a moment and said, Hidden Sword, you're the guardian of the Lost Garden's Eternal Night Palace. You're in charge of all the portals that lead to the Lost Garden. You're also our first stop. Have you seen any new faces recently? Please be specific. Long Yang Jun thought for a moment and said, they shouldn't be new people. They might have entered by mistake, or they might have chosen to come here because their strength has reached a certain level. They should have come from a relatively recent space-time. Well, it should be around the year 2000 AD. I know Tai Bai Jinxing. When we were talking, he said that Tai Bai Jinxing was older than him by 1,000 years. Hidden Sword was silent for a moment and said, I don't remember. Recently, other than the new people, there was only one person who accidentally entered the Eternal Night Palace. Moreover, it was because he picked up Master Dong's token and accidentally came here. Long Yang Jun casually looked at Yu Danqiang, who was behind him. Picked up Master Dong's token? What a lucky guy. Hidden Sword. Since you haven't met him, then forget it. Maybe he is still wandering in the cracks and hasn't found the Lost Garden. Sir, can you tell Hidden Sword the characteristics of this person? If I meet him, I will inform you immediately. Long Yang Jun waved his hand and said no need. If fate wills it, we will meet again. Now, let's finish this operation first. The Ark's helmsman is missing. For most of us, it is a troublesome matter. Hidden Sword nodded and then sat down to meditate again. At the same time, Yu Danqiang felt a strange aura. It slowly surged around them. It was a strange feeling. It was as if his body suddenly became heavier, but suddenly became lighter. Yu Danqiang only felt a flash of white light in front of him. After the flash, what he saw was no longer the strange darkness of the crack, but light. Try to follow me, or Hidden Sword. This time, the time of interference is limited. We will not stay for more than half an hour. Yu Danqiang felt Musashi patted him on the back. He subconsciously wondered why. The longer we stay, the more disadvantageous it is for us. After the time of interference, we will become weaker. Musashi then said and slowly pulled out a katana from his waist. Get ready. Hearing this, Fishball Chang shuddered. He raised his head and looked up. Within the light, one could faintly see layers of clouds stacked on top of each other. The light shone on every corner of this place, and at this moment, countless angels were descending from the light. Exiles of the world, how dare you invade my lord's heavenly kingdom? Bathed in the glittering golden light and holding a scepter, an angel with 6 wings, bare feet, and a halo appeared in front of everyone. The radiance of the holy light made people forget the evil thoughts in their hearts. He appeared so quickly. Archangel Gabriel, On the opposite side of the supreme level was a golden-haired young man wearing silver-white armor and a red cloak. Yu Danqiang didn't know how the supreme level was differentiated between the strong and the weak, but at this moment it could be described as an echelon. For example, Dong Zhuo, who was like a mountain of meat, Long Yangjun, who was chatting with Hidden Sword Lowly and Hidden Sword himself, were standing in the first echelon. As for Daji, Master Musashi, and the bearded man named Oda, they were standing behind the first echelon. Were they in the second echelon? However, they didn't know the strength of the golden-haired young man who was talking to the six-winged angel. They only knew that the supreme level people around them called him Charlie, the Lionheart King. Exiles of the world, please leave my lord's heavenly kingdom immediately. Facing the group of menacing supreme level people, the Archangel Gabriel, who was by the left and right hand of God, had a calm expression on his face. He wasn't scared or angry. Gabriel, we're here to pick up Noah. Hand him over, and we'll leave immediately without wasting time. At this moment, the Lionheart King waved his hand, and his red cloak fluttered in the wind. Noah is a sinner in heavenly kingdom, and he needs to be judged here, Gabriel said calmly. The Lionheart King laughed and said, then there's nothing to talk about. If you don't hand him over, we'll snatch him. I don't want to waste time with you. I've been wanting to fight you for a long time. At this moment, Gabriel waved his hand, and a beam of holy light shot out from the scepter in his hand. The Lionheart King waved his arm and chopped down fiercely. The powerful force collided with the holy light, and the resulting shockwaves created a fierce wind. However, the supreme level people in the rear didn't move at all. It was as if a cool breeze blew by. Gabriel, do you think that you and the puppet angels behind you can stop us by yourself? The Lionheart King sneered. Boom! Just as the Lionheart King finished speaking, horrifying flames suddenly appeared behind the supreme level people. Dozens of fire pillars soared into the sky, instantly breaking apart some of the supreme level people's formation. At the same time, a purple-white light soared into the sky from the flames. It was a strange angel with purple flames circulating all over its body and wings on its back. God's flame, Uriel. The flame angel named Uriel had a handsome face. At this moment, it slowly waved its hand, and the purple fire pillars that soared into the sky began to distort, breaking apart the supreme level people's formation again. Gabriel, I've told you many times that you don't need to waste your breath on these exiled sinners. Since they dared to invade the heavenly kingdom, they should accept the punishment of the holy flames. The heavenly kingdom, at least the heavenly kingdom that people were familiar with, had many powerful and famous angels. The God's flame and the God's flame were only a part of the heavenly kingdom. In the heavenly kingdom, above the clouds, there were more powerful angels and even holy sons. The Lionheart King snorted coldly and shouted, Everyone, charge in together. In this mission, our priority is to find Noah. Along with the Lionheart King's order, more than a dozen figures in the first echelon instantly charged into the heavenly kingdom above the clouds. Gabriel snorted coldly and waved the scepter in his hand again. However, he couldn't stop the dozen figures at the same time. He only left 3 figures behind while the others charged into the large number of angels. Like a treasure sword that could cut through rotten wood, the supreme level people who charged into the heavenly kingdom each left behind a horrifying bloody path. A large number of low-level angels were killed in the blink of an eye. After the low-level angels died, they turned into light and returned to the heavenly kingdom. Under the holy light of the heavenly kingdom, a large number of angels appeared once again. Under the heavenly kingdom, the huge sky instantly turned into a huge battlefield. At this moment, the Lionheart King had already charged toward Gabriel. Damn, angels are much harder to fight than origin demons. Dodging left and right, Yu Danqiang was chased and beaten up by 2 earth-level angels. The heavenly kingdom above the clouds was out of his reach. He couldn't handle the two low-level angels in front of him. How is it? Are you satisfied with this new map? Musashi had been by Yu Danqiang's side the whole time. When Yu Danqiang couldn't hold on any longer, he simply waved the katana in his hand. Basically, he killed an angel with one slash effortlessly. However, Musashi didn't participate in the battle. He just followed Yu Danqiang from behind. Yu Danqiang felt that this master Musashi definitely had the ability to be in the first echelon, but he was still lazy. Master Musashi, why can't we kill all these angels? These low-level angels are created as battle puppets. There are very few who can be called angels in the heavenly kingdom. Musashi rubbed his chin and said, "We can't kill all the low-level angels. As long as the master of the heavenly kingdom is still there, they can be created continuously. Don't think that every single soldier on our side is very strong, but in a protracted battle, we will be at a disadvantage in the end. This time, Throne Archimedes needs to intervene personally, so it's unlikely that he will intervene. This is equivalent to saying that we have to deal with the master of the heavenly kingdom by ourselves. Can we win?" Yu Danqiang swallowed his saliva. Musashi shrugged and said, "What are you thinking about? The master of the heavenly kingdom is better than several thrones. Then how can we fight?" Yu Danqiang couldn't help but show a bitter face. "That's why we are prepared." Musashi narrowed his eyes at this time. "It's almost time, right? After all, we have caught so many of those things." In an instant, Yu Danqiang thought of the endless creatures in the dimensional cracks. Void Original Devil. The strange and terrifying voice of a strange beast suddenly rang out. In the heavenly kingdom, there was a sweet and fragrant land everywhere. Noah, who was left here, looked up. "My companion is here to pick me up. Father." Noah didn't turn around. Behind him, he was still sitting on the ground with a calm expression. Noah lowered his eyebrows and said, "Can you let me go?" "Father, if you don't take action personally, it seems that it's difficult to resist my companions. They are a little rude." But he slowly opened his eyes and said in a low voice, "The heavenly kingdom has its own guardian. As long as your thrones don't take action, I won't either." Noah's expression couldn't help but become more serious.